Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Kwenda kabisa, kwani lazima. Enda, tara twende.
Wakenya mkoja. Tukoja. Hata siwezi karanga. Uwe ae. Magala magala. Niko tayari. Kulipa gharama. Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ukizani ubinafsi ukabila.
Sisi vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimpata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Uko tayari? Uko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
You are watching Sound Country Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is happening, some of it on the surface, most of it under the surface, but the effect of it is being felt by every Kenyan around the country. Well, the El-Nino phenomena is here with us. The floods they are making life unbearable for some Kenyans in different parts of this country. And what we are treated to is what leaves a lot to be desired, that the central government is now in a tussle with the county government over the El-Nino funds. Well, the central government demands that the county government should use their allocations from the central government over what they use as their recurrent bills, development bills, and all other monies given to them as per what is required for each and every county, which to the current state of affairs is only a 15% of the annual budget. But after the central government keeping 85%, is still not ready and willing to mitigate the effects of El-Nino with the 85%, but they are out to implicate governors and paint them in bad light against the people simply because they want the governors to remove the 15% that they received as the allocation, divert it from the projects intended, and be used for the El-Nino emergency. I don't know what's your take on the same, but to me, it appears somebody wants to abscond his responsibility. Somebody wants to run away from what is rightfully his job to do and is looking for a scapegoat, which is finding it easy with the governors. But the governors will not take any of it. The chairman of governors today, Madam Waiguru, came out and painted the picture in the proper light so that Gachagua and team can understand that they are owing and it's not the other way around. Well, I don't know how this will end, but I know Kenyans are suffering over this, and our prayers and our hearts are with them. We look forward to finding a lasting solution to this, but we pray that you stay safe wherever you are. Please move to safer grounds. We need you alive to stay in the fight until we win. Well, that is what's going on, and it appears the end of government lies is imminent at this point in time, because there's no hiding place for liars anymore. I think the book of lies has been exhausted, and now the recycling of the lies is not helping the Kenya Kwanza administration anymore. Karibu kwa show na kuomba mahala pote ulipo, tujulishe unatazama ukiwa wapi. Tena kwa moyo mkunjufu tunakukaribisha, hakikisha kwamba unakaribisha wawili watatu, share your link na wote ambao walioko maishani mwako, kwa Facebook, kwa YouTube na kwa WhatsApp. Everywhere your presence is felt, please make sure that you extend our viewership over there by ensuring that you share that link with everyone in your life. I salute every one of you for being part and parcel of the program Sound Candid Talk. We are live on Sound Candid Talk Live, Sound Candid Talk YouTube channels, and Sound Candid Talk Facebook page. Wherever you enjoy following the show, please make sure that you keep out being our ambassador, inviting someone and making sure that they follow the program for their profiting, because this is where Kenyans meet to discuss Kenyan affairs for the profiting of a better Kenya, which we all seek and, of course, fight for. And therefore, we are calling upon you 3 ways to participate into the show. Number 1, on the comment section, you type out what you feel, and we'll be able to highlight some of it to the rest of the viewers. Thank you so much for participating. Number 2 way, you get into the studio using the link that we'll be sharing shortly, and you will be given an opportunity to speak up on what you feel about the situation in the country and what needs to be done in order for us to find a lasting solution. The third way, which is very important, is for you to respond to our poll question. The poll question we are asking tonight is that, do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain's effects? Do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? Okay, so far on Sound Country Talk Live, 4 votes, and of the 4 votes, all of them say no, 100%. Let's check on the other side on what's happening there. Do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? 24 votes already in the polling station called Sound Country Talk, and of the 24 votes, 4% say yes, 96% say no. So we want your voice to be heard, but before you cast your vote, please make sure you like the video. Your response on the video or you are liking the video helps us with ranking on YouTube. So please don't just enjoy the show, help us also grow as a channel and as a family. Asante sana. Kwa hivyo naomba tumakinike pamoja tunapoanza kwa fujo. Dahid Abdi, karibu kwa show. William Adilo, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Charles Green, karibu kwa show. Simba Omar Said, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Charles Green anasema, someone kindly help me take regard to a mental hospital. The man is mad. He needs mental. And it was psychiatric. You can refer him to Reverend Lala can help the person. So just recommend him to Reverend Lala. Atamshughulikia, atamshughulikia. Asante sana kwa mchango wako. Kuna Churchill Owala, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Nani huyu? Tuni Mhamud, our permanent secretary. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Christine Mukami, karibu sana. Sema hawa watu wameshindwa. They should vacate from these offices. Aya, ukweli ndio huo. Betty Aula, hii Ruto must go na haendi. Bado anatutesa tu. Wakenya, what must we do? Inachosha though. Aya, basi. Ruto ataondoka ukimwondoa. Asante sana Betty. Aya, kuna mnani huyu? Fabiano Adriano, ndugu yangu huyo, karibu kwa show. Anasema yuko ndani. Liliana, karibu kwa show. Felistas Atideke, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Kuna Fatma Lugogo, welcome to the show. Thank you everybody. As we start out, please be on the forefront of getting into the show and speaking up so that you can be heard. This is where the whole story is found. And I salute every one of you. Please don't relent. Don't give up. This is what you must do for a better Kenya. Without, it is said in science, this is science or physics, every object assumes a state of rest until a force is exerted on its direction. I remember the slogan for Kenya Kwanza is wheelbarrow. A wheelbarrow never does anything for itself. Without it being pushed, it will never do anything. And so, since the Kenya Kwanza administration operates by wheelbarrow technology, they must be pushed to do anything right. And so we want to gang up as Kenyans and force this administration either to do what they are required to do or get out of office so that we can get somebody serious into that space and be able to deliver for Kenyans. We cannot be fighting when people are drowning. Their livestock is carried away. The crops they have been preaching to us about fertilizer are now being carried away by the floods. And then in the midst of that crisis, you find an exchange between a deputy president and governors in claiming that he sent the money, he did not send the money, we did not receive the money, we are going to send the money. This madness has to come to an end. And so Kenyans of goodwill, rise up, stand up, speak up, be counted. Asante sana. Bwana Mike, I can see you. Vipi leo?
Niko salama Bernard, but I'm not well. I'm sad that 60 Kenyans have died because of floods. And the second senior most leader in the country is trying to allocate responsibility of floods as a devolved unit. You can be mannerless, you can be primitive, you can be backward in politics, but where lives are concerned, there should be some decency in how we approach life. There is sanctity in life, and it is so sacred that whenever anything that concerns life is concerned, people always put aside their cheap, their myopic thinking, their political thinking, their tribal thinking, and look at human beings as human beings. For a government that came in the name of God, they should know how God values lives. And Bernard, this government, I told you, it stinks to the high heavens, and you can associate with it up to some extent, but there is a time where you can no longer vouch or stand for it. And that is what happened today when Anne Waiguru could not take that primitive behavior any longer, and came out openly to tell of her counterpart, her boss, so to speak, that you can lie sometime, but you cannot lie always. We have a new phrase, Bernard, now we call our Zakayo. Now he has very many names. We now have christianed him a phrase that Zakayo lies all the time, and all the time he lies, and that is his nature. It is very bad for a leader to be apportioned such phrases, and you walk out in the international forums and you get standing ovations, and at home you are failing your people. Bernard, it reminds me of men who go to clubs and buy women beers and men and stand on the table and say chafua meza na nyumbani watoto wamelala njaa. You want to be popular in the bars and outside, and your children are going to the neighbors to scavenge for food. That's what you can say of our president. But Bernard, the lies of Deputy Rigathi is also. I want to I want to help him, and I want to help him because he doesn't know what is happening. Bernard, I can tell you for free, this man is being fixed, and he will not know what hit him. He was told by his boss that go and tell them that we have allocated them 10 billion, and we shall be releasing it soon. So knowing very well that he's a very big-mouthed person, he rushes to Mombasa and lectures the governor of Mombasa that we have allocated you 10 billion for food, for drainage, and for everything, only to go back and be told that to go to Treasury, and the Treasury tells him that there's no such money. You know, the guy is being set up for failure, and he's failing every stage. Have you noticed that even the tea responsibility and coffee was given, he has not achieved? Ruto is using the same scheme that was used on Raila. They send Raila to go and remove people from the forest, and knowing very well that it will work against him. So this is the forest Rigathi has been sent to, and it is going to work on him very, very bad. He doesn't know that he's not in the same camp with his boss and his Mount Kenya people. But putting politics aside, Bernard, we should not use politics at this time. We should not play politics at this time. The bottom line is those gymnastics, those circuses can be played in other forums. You can take them to those bipartisan talks and all other places. But where lives are concerned, people are literally, children are being rained on. They are living in those cartons in the streets because their homes are flooded. And you go and start telling people that your governor should not ask the national government for money. When there's a disaster, Bernard, it is a national disaster. It cannot be a devolved unit or a national unit. Dubai, the most sophisticated city in the world, is experiencing floods. So you cannot go to Mombasa and say it is the drainage system. How primitive can you be not to know that floods have no respect for drainage or valleys or hills? He's a Christian. Doesn't he know that in Noah's Ark the floods covered the whole world? What is wrong with our people, Bernard? Sometimes, anyway, let me not put my emotions on national air. Let me leave it at that, Bernard. But we are seeing. I told you, Bernard, last time that we should give these people space to disintegrate and crumble naturally. Raila was the biggest clue to these people. The moment Raila keeps quiet as he has been doing, the real picture and the true picture of these people comes out. You see, there's no mandamano. They would have said the money that was supposed to be used for floods was allocated to police to buy fuel to send people out of the streets. But now they don't have a story to give. They have been found naked. They don't. You cannot now say that Raila was involved in the floods and the floods were too much and we were not prepared because Raila came in between. There is no Raila, there is no Azimio in this disaster. It is just that the government has failed to do what it is constitutionally supposed to do, which is protect lives and property. It is the fundamental. The only thing the president swears are those two things. If vitu zingine zote huwa ni Kiingereza, but he swears to protect lives and property. That is the only thing he swears. He doesn't read the whole constitution, and that is the only thing he is failing again. It is very sad, Bernard, but God is there. He's exposing people to show us who they really are. And there's somebody who said in an article in YouTube, in Twitter, that this pain is uniting us. I kept saying that, Bernard, we need to get the maximum pain for us to start now reasoning properly. So this pain is uniting Kenyans. There is no tribe, there is no region in this struggle. People are suffering in equal measure. And that is now where the true revolution that will be a national one will come out. It will no longer be Azimio or Luos, as some stupid people were saying. The problem we are having this time has nothing to do with the tribe or region or party. It is a national problem. So Bernard, let me leave it at that. I hope Kenyans are now seeing UDF for who they really are.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mike. We appreciate a good start indeed. And it's sad that we have lost lives and unnecessarily for that matter, because the warning about El-Nino came very early and everyone needed to prepare in terms of the government and their mitigation of the same. So what's happening, in my opinion, is a self-inflicted curse that the Ruto administration is visiting on Kenyan people, and we all need to hold him accountable. Every loss that is being incurred and every life that is being lost by this El-Nino phenomena should be on the doorstep of one, William Ruto, because he's the one who went to force the scientists to change their statement about the El-Nino coming, forced them to doubt their scientific findings, to come and say we had said that there will be El-Nino, but now there is no El-Nino, it will be just normal rain. Then a week or later, they are turning around again. Now they are saying, oh, we were wrong. It is now not normal rain, it is El-Nino. Why flip-flop? After you have raised 10 billion for El-Nino, then you begin to flip-flop and say, the El-Nino is not coming. Return the money then. Now the El-Nino is here. You have the money in treasury. Why is it difficult to release it so that it can be used for the very purpose for which it was collected? The Kenya Kwanza administration is a disgrace to leadership, and we need to call it for what it is and call Kenyans out to stop this madness once and for all. We will not cease to suffer as long as Kenya Kwanza continues to be in power. Let's listen out to this shortly and then we continue. Na msimamo nimekuona, rejea. Naomba kila mtu tafadhali link ya kutumia kuingia studio iko kwa comment section pale. Clean it, allow streamer to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Find yourself in this space. Let's get talking. Let's listen out to what James Orengo, the governor of Siaya, said about this maneno.
Nina heshima kubwa sana na governor wetu. Ni governor Kenya kwa jumla. Kwa hivyo sisi tunampatia heshima kabisa. Hata kule Kisumu, Siaya na Homa Bay na Bigori, tukiwa na chochote shida ama furaha, yeye kila wakati anafika pamoja na baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba watu wa Mombasa, hii ni kionjo tu kutoka kwa gavana wetu. Najua tukifika 2027 bado gavana wetu atakuwa ni yule yule. Ama ni aje? Gavana atakuwa ni nani? Na najua ataendelea kule mbele na mbele. Nataka ni wajulishe kwamba nasikia leo naibu wa rais alikuwa hapa Mombasa. Na kuna mengi amesema nimesikia na mengine nimepata habari vile alizungumza leo. Ukweli ni kwamba serikali kuu, yani national government, mpaka wa leo hawajatoa hata senti moja kwa serikali gatuzi katika eneo zote katika Kenya. Hata kule kwake Jerry hajatoa hata peni, hata ndururu hajatoa. Na najua kwa sababu hata kule Siaya tuna mafuriko, watu wamehama, watu wako na shida ya chakula na makazi, lakini walisema walikuwa na bilioni fulani ya kutoa kwa wananchi na kwa serikali gatuzi, yani hela za El-Nino, na hawajatoa hata ndururu. Na Siaya hawajatoa, na ikiwa wametoa Mombasa ningejua. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni uongo. Mkitaka kujua sifa za mnafiki, na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni serikali ya unafiki. Serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni serikali ya unafiki. Na sifa za munafiki ya kwanza ni mwongo. Yani ulimi ile ni laana, kila siku wakiongea ni uongo mtupu. Sifa ya pili ya mnafiki ni ya kwamba akitoa ahadi hatimizi. Ama zile ahadi wametoa Mombasa mmepata. Na sifa zao ya tatu, usimpatie kitu chochote, hata kama ni mali ama ni nini, usimpatie akuwekee, kwa sababu ukimpatia atapora. Na umeona vile wanapora kodi, ukitoa wanapora. Kwa hivyo mimi najua ya kwamba tukiwa watulivu, tukifanya kazi pamoja na tukishirikiana pamoja, watu wa pwani na watu wa ziwa, mambo yetu itakuwa mazuri. Ingawaje tuna matatizo makubwa sana katika nchi ya Kenya. Unajua, nimesikia Gachagua akizungumza leo na nikafikiria ya kwamba sasa amekuwa deputy president. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu anasema wana tabu, wana deni, na ni kama walikuwa wamelala wakati walikuwa katika serikali iliyopita, kwa sababu Ruto alikuwa katika serikali hiyo kwa miaka 10. Na anasema shida wanayo, wakipata hela kazi yao ni kulipa madeni. Wanataka kulipa madeni. Na wakati walikuwa katika serikali ya Uhuru hawakuwa wanazungumzia mambo ya haya madeni. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni uongo mtupu, hiyo ni utapeli. Na najua tukiwa na msimamo, pengine hatutangojea mpaka 2027. Kazi yao kwa Mwenyezi Mungu tunaweza hata kumaliza mwaka huu ama mwaka ijayo tukiwa na msimamo. Naomba muwe na msimamo, hasa wa wakina mama. Wakina mama wakijitokeza, Kenya itaamka na tutapata mapinduzi ambayo tunazotaka. Kwa hivyo sitaki kusema mengi kuliko hayo. Naomba tu mpatie gavana wenu nafasi, amsaidie kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga. Mtampatia nafasi? Wangapi bado wanakubali baba bado ni baba? Nione Mombasa. Baba aendelee ama siendelee? Nione kwa mikono tena, baba aendelee ama siendelee? Na Abdul Samad pia aendelee ama siendelee? Aendelee ama siendelee? Mimi nitawaambia watu wa Kenya kwanza, wakitaka kuwa viongozi wamwige gavana wenu, pengine wanaweza kufaulu. Asanteni sana.
Ruto lies another time, for that is his nature. Shindwe. Ruto lies another time, for that is his nature. Shindwe.
Okay, that's the latest maxim in town. Ruto lies all the time, and all the time Ruto lies, and that is his nature. Sijui wewe unaonaje? Labda tunamzingizia. Unaweza kuja kumtetea ukiona kwamba yeye anasema ukweli. Msimamo, sijui mitambo yako imekuwaje? Your device is not well connected. Wewe mwenyeji hapa, kuna nini? Anzisha mashini yako vizuri ili ukiingia uwe na correct connection. Kuna vile wamesema your device is not connected. So msimamo, ukinipata tafadhali rekebisha hiyo, alafu tukasonge mbele. Well, that is what James Orengo, the Siaya governor, said about the situation and the standoff between the national government and the county government. It appears that somebody is keen in ensuring that the floods will wreak their maximum havoc on the Kenyan people without proper mitigation in good time. I don't see why, when we're in the middle of a crisis, somebody will be buying time. It is crazy. It is it's inhuman. It is irresponsible, and everything that is called bad goes with it. We cannot be in the middle of a crisis, and then a whole government goes into the childish games of looking for who to blame. That should not happen. And that's why we have held the notion here that if Corona came with this kind of an administration, the whole country would have gone to the dogs. And that is why we are calling upon Kenyans. Let us not relent. Let's push this administration until it's able to do what they are required to do. Let's find out more about the responses of the governors on the claims of the central government. Even as we continue the conversation, please invite somebody and make sure that you remind them to stay tuned. There is a lot that is taking place, and we want you to be in the middle of the same. Asante sana.
When we see governors complaining that they are here to receive money for El-Nino from the national government, such money is not forthcoming. They are expected to use emergency money within their financial provision, and to reallocate money within their budget to intervene for the people that they govern. As a national government last week, we released 2.4 billion Kenya shillings as an initial injection into the effort, and will continue to inject more as we proceed on.
To date, we wish to state and clarify that county governments have not received any allocation from the national government to go towards mitigation measures for El-Nino. As a matter of fact, counties are owed a total of 62.58 billion from the equitable share that is yet to be disbursed as follows. 13 counties are owed 10.17 billion for the month of September. 27 counties are owed 19.64 billion for the month of October. And finally, all counties are owed 32.76 billion for the month of November.
There is no money that any county has been given to respond to the adverse effects of El-Nino up to today. And I would know, I have not received. If any governor would have received, I would know. Governors shouldn't be intimidated. They shouldn't be vilified. They should not be pitted against the people. And they should also not be pitted against each other. Governors are not in competition. No. We are each trying to deal with our own situation.
Okay, who is going to blink last on this one? Because is it Gachagua who is lying or governors? And why should governors come together to lie against a whole government? Kenyans, I think kuna kitu hapa ambacho lazima tukishughulikie ili tusipatikane tukiwa majeruhi kwa haya mambo yote. And one thing I want to encourage us, please, if you're in a flood-prone area, move out. Move out. We want you alive. We are praying for your safety. Please don't stay until it's too late. This government we are having is not a government at all. If this is how they are responding to a crisis, you know that they would love to see more people lose their lives without them, being implicated. And so please, we encourage all leaders at all levels. Let's facilitate our people and carry them to safety. And when we are in our camps also, let's take care of ourselves. There may be some outbreak of some sicknesses and some infections. Please be safe, be watchful. This is one situation that will pass, but don't let it pass away with you. We pray that everything will be all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue the conversation, we need your participation on the poll question. We are asking on Sound Country Talk Live, 7 votes in the polling station. You say, do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? And all the 9 votes in our polling station of Sound Country Talk Live says no, 100%. No, William Ruto's government is not willing to mitigate the El-Nino effects. What about Sound Country Talk, our main channel? We have so far how many votes? So far 59 votes cast and 46 likes. Kuna wale ambao wanapiga kura bila kulike video. 60 votes so far. And what is the verdict? Do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? 10% say yes, 90% say no. What is your take on the whole scenario? We want your participation. Please be on the forefront to ensure that what is happening is what should be happening. And if it is not right, we stand against it, we condemn it, and of course push it out of this great country. Asante sana. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike tunapoendelea. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio nishapeana. Alafu pia naomba tu tafadhali kama hauja subscribe kwa Sound Candy Talk Live na kupatia link hapa ili usubscribe. We want you to be a subscriber on both channels. Sound Candy Talk Live is our backup channel, which we will come in handy when this other channel may run into problems. And so please make sure that you are not just a subscriber to Sound Candy Talk, but also a subscriber to Sound Candy Talk Live. Here is the link where you need to subscribe, like the video, and do what? And vote, okay? We need you to be on both to remain safe. There was a time we had a blackout on our Sound Candy Talk YouTube channel, and for 7 days, people kept on calling to find out where we are, and we were live all through on Sound Candy Talk Live. So please, we need you to be a subscriber on both, and if possible, become a member on both so that we grow both channels. They can save the day when wherever evil day come. All the same, asante sana. Let's share more videos about what is going on and what is happening within our country by reason of the mismanagement and the misleadership of one William Ruto. Now, there is this very sad video about a barrio that the vehicle couldn't get to the home state, and the body had to be carried by men. Let's just look at it. It's pathetic, but look at it.
Mimi mwenyewe naaibika na kwamba kula zangu napeana, na baada ya miaka 5 naangalia ile kazi nimefanyiwa nakuta hakuna. Hii mambo ya kusema ati tutafanya na ifanyiki, mimi nasema hapana. Na mpinga mizi ile anakuaga nayo aachane nayo kabisa. Kuna mpinga anakuaga nasema sijui barabara inakaa, sijui kunakaa aje huku, but ile tunataka ni maendeleo.
Mwili tumeibeba kwa mgongo. Nauliza, tumechaguana kweli? Tuko na president, tuko na mdogo wake, tuko na governors, tuko na MPs. Na Githosi tulichaguana. Tunaomba hii shida yote tuondolewe. Juu tuliamka mapema kutafuta kura na tukapatia hao watu wetu kura. So kama tuliwachagua wakiwa viongozi, na sisi watutimizie ile walituahidia. Samba zetu zimeloweka maji, boma zimeloweka maji. Hiyo mwili mumeona macho yenu. Tumeibeba kwa mgongo na tumechaguana. Saa hizi hata chakula tunachanganya tu na matope. Hawapo, sisi ndio tunahangaika, lakini tuliwapatia kula. Tunaomba, na si kuomba, zaidi ya yote ni yetu, ni haki yetu tutimiziwe.
Okay, that is the current state of affairs in this country. Recently, we had an address to the nation in the name of the state of the nation. You are told phone calls were made and people confirmed that everything is running. The Hustler Fund has performed miracles. Fertilizer has caused things to turn around. But look at what's happening, okay? Look at what really people are giving you as feedback from the ground. It appears to me that William Ruto lives in his own bubble, that he thinks every Kenyan is in it. But the real thing is that kwa ground mambo ni different. Okay, kwa ground mambo ni different. And things like this need not to be happening. We shouldn't have any leadership that is earning from our taxpayers' money without them solving problems, especially prior to the happening of the disaster. Like El-Nino, we've been anticipating this rain for the past 3 or 2 months, and it was the warning came very early. Why would any administration be crippling around trying to run up and down in the name of saving a crisis that they were warned earlier about? So as we engage, we need to see where the fault lies. The central government and the county governors. The county governors say they have not received the money. Central government say they have sent the money. So what is happening here? Who is lying? And why are they lying to the public? If there was money, why would we lose 71 lives of Kenyans? Why do we have people displaced in every place? I mean, we need to engage and hold our leaders to account. And beside the central government carrying the greatest responsibility of what is happening, where are our MCS? Where are the least person in the hierarchy of political leadership? Is the MCA. Okay, now things like this are happening. There is a body that needs to go for burial. The road is impassable. The body is being lifted by people on their shoulders, and they walk distance to take the body to the resting place. Now, does that place have an MCA? Does that place have the MP? Does that place have a governor? Is he aware that that road is impassable? And now, what measures has he taken? Because one of the things that let down this country is living by reacting other than taking an initiative to solve a problem before it arises. We think that by pretending that there is no problem, all problems will vanish. And that, to me, is not the way to go about leadership. Leadership is in anticipating problems and solving them ahead of time. That's what makes you a viable leader. We can't have a country that is moving from crisis to crisis. I promise you, without prophesying, as soon as we are through with these floods, the next thing will be famine. And the famine is going to be dire. All of it, the government will be crying the same way they are crying right now because of floods. They will soon be crying about famine. Why? Because they are irresponsible. All this water that's been sent from the heavens is all ending up in the ocean. As soon as the place is going to dry up, there will be no water again. Then we'll be crying that there's no water. Our irrigation, there is no water for irrigation. There is no water for our livestock. And the country is having a national crisis of cold famine. Now, for how long are we going to have this vicious cycle repeating itself year after year? And we are busy paying salaries to people we are calling governors, calling president, calling deputy president, calling senators, calling members of parliament, and county rep and all that. We ought not to be continuing in this vicious cycle. This ought to be brought to an end. And for that to happen, somebody must begin to think differently, do things differently, and ensure that what should be done should be done. Okay, one other development that has taken place, which I want also to ventilate on, is the story of Krima land. Okay, Krima land. You had the minister for lands calling press conference and say everything is over. The court has given a ruling and the people should move from the land. When there is a crisis, when there is a tussle over land, and you speak like Alice Wahome spoke, it appears to me you are the judge of that case and you don't want it to go any other way. And so they wanted to release bulldozers to go and displace and destroy property that belonged to Kenyans because of the controversial land claiming to be owned by Krima, a former member of parliament. But the current member of parliament of Embakasi East, Babu Owino, has gotten a court injunction to stop whatever that the court had ruled. So let's listen out to him just to get the picture of what is happening around that land issue.
I'm Babu Owino, Member of Parliament in Embakasi East constituency, and I'm here with Honorable Ronald Karauri, Member of Parliament, Kasarani constituency. Today we are here to respond to the unfortunate statements made by the Cabinet Secretary, Lands, that is Madam Alice Wahome. And I want to say that the statements by the CS, by the Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome, that the judgment of the Environment and the Land Court is final in light of a pending notice of appeal in the Court of Appeal and a further record of appeal filed in the Court of Appeal, is not only demeaning, utterly embarrassing, lacks substance, and is a total insult to the intelligence of the people of Kenya. To be precise, the people of Embakasi East constituency and the people of Kasarani constituency. And it is very unfortunate for such statements to come from the mouth of an advocate, an alleged advocate. And I want to say that going by the doctrine of lis pendens, it is clear that when a matter is before a court of law, then the status quo must always remain. It is quite unfortunate for the Cabinet Secretary to come out in public and pronounce herself as if she is the Court of Appeal, that the decision that was made was final. And she has not even bothered to consider that the appeal will have an outcome. Irrespective of how the appeal is going to come out, if the appeal is in favor or is upholding the judgment, then we still have one more chance to proceed to the Supreme Court. But if the appeal is in the favor of the residents, in our favor, then we will be prejudiced if at all eviction has taken place, if at all people have been evicted and demolition has taken place. And I want to advise the Cabinet Secretary, Alice Wahome, that it is not your work to incite Kirima's family, or rather to coerce the residents of both Embakasi and Kasarani constituencies to come on the table to negotiate. They can never negotiate under duress. They can never negotiate when there is undue influence. They can only negotiate if their right state of mind is clear. And if you are holding brief as the Cabinet Secretary for the Kirimas, then you better resign. You come to court, because that is where things are as we speak. The way we speak today, we have received orders, an injunction restricting anybody from evicting residents of both Kasarani and Embakasi East constituencies. And the orders are running up to the 29th of January. And as members of the media, you will extract the orders. Their matters public. They are public documents. You can get them from the court. We have the orders, and we want to tell our people to be calm. Do not panic. This is just but a storm in a cup of tea. Do not worry. I know at this particular moment, there are so much butterflies in your stomach. And you may be thinking that there is no way out. But I want to assure you that we are with you. You elected us to fight for you. We will serve you. It is our role, our right to deliver to you as our constituents. The statements which were made is totally unwarranted by the cabinet secretary, and the question is, who invited you to come and mediate on this matter? You are saying that the government will not be involved, and I want to remind you that the sole role of the government, number one, is to protect her citizens. But it seems that you don't care. To make it even worse is that you are a woman who doesn't even care whether the children will be sleeping in the cold, and it is a rainy season, they'll be thrown out, schools will be demolished, churches will be demolished, houses will be demolished. Honorable Ronald Karauri and myself, we will do everything humanly possible, and we will cover everything, just like the skirt of a woman that covers the most important parts. We are going to do that, and we are going to cover you, and we are going to fight for you. So as things are, the orders are going to help us. We are still waiting for further orders in the fresh suit that was filed, and also in other appeals that were filed. We didn't invite the government on the negotiation table because we knew that this is a matter that as members of parliament would deal with it. And even if we were to negotiate, it is not the role of the minister, nor the president, to come on the table to negotiate. Nobody has appointed them. They've self-appointed themselves. And that's why you see the cabinet secretary, Alice Wahome, making unfortunate statements in public, now retracting that they should not even be on the table to help the residents negotiate. And therefore, we know the character of the CS Alice Wahome in intermeddling with estates of deceased persons. There's a case of Mbiu Koinange that she was adversely mentioned because she was the advocate in record when an amount of 284 million Kenya shillings disappeared from the estate's accounts. And this case, even during our interview, it came up. We know the case was being followed by EACC. So when it comes to issues negotiations, we will tell our residents the right time if we are to negotiate. Right now, we are trying to find out who is the rightful owner of the property, of the land in question. And according to the best of our recollection, the owner of this property is one Domenico De Masi. And the children are here, Bernardo De Masi, and is being intimidated already by the DCI, and we want to warn the DCI to keep off this issue, because we know that there are certain goodies that are being dangled for different members of the society, both within the executive and also in other arms of government. So DCI should keep off. He should not intimidate our client, should not intimidate the real owner of this parcel of land. The fact that the CS talked yesterday and said that this land was pronounced by the court that it belonged to one Kirima, that alone is not sufficient for us. That alone is not enough for us to believe so. And Kenyans should treat such statements with a lot of contempt. So we will negotiate after determining who the rightful owner of this parcel of land is. That is when we will come on table. And it is nobody else will lead that negotiation. It is Honorable Karauri and myself who will lead the negotiation. So everybody running away to go start negotiations, all that is balderdash and gibberish. The statements by the CS and the statements by you are contradicting, and the residents are at question. Is there any investigative process that maybe you have begun so that to establish who exactly is the rightful owner of that land? Definitely, the person who will determine the rightful owner of the land is the court of law. And as we've said, that there is a process that has been instituted, a process that is that has started in a court of law through a fresh suit. In addition to that, there's an appeal. The fact that a lower court made a decision, that is Environment and the Land Court, made a decision that the land belonged to one Kirima, against the residents does not mean that that land belonged to the Kirimas, because there's another person who's come out to say that the land belonged to him and the family, a person called Bernardo, whose father was Domenico De Masi, who is now deceased. So we have to exhaust all the appeal mechanisms. After Court of Appeal, we will have to move to the Supreme Court in case of anything. Then there's also a fresh suit that is starting at the Environment and the Land Court. That suit will determine who the rightful owner of the land is. And as far as we are concerned, the residents should not panic. Do not panic, do not be at crossroads. We are your leaders. If we tell you about this issue of the land, trust us. Do not start panicking. Some are going to sleep at the door of the Kirimas. Don't go there. Stay in your house. We told you that, as Mheshimiwa said it rightfully, we promised you that you will eat Christmas in your houses. Sasa hapo itakuwa ni wapi? Mwalimu wa maths hapo ni wapi? So now already we have the orders that is now taking us up to the 29th of January, after which fresh orders will be issued. And even before that, we are going to get more orders that is going to injunct any person from demolishing or evicting residents of both Kasarani and Embakasi East. So people don't have to worry. You don't have to be at crossroads. Do not panic. You elected Honorable Karauri and myself. You did not elect Alice Wahome in Embakasi East. You did not elect any other leader in Kasarani or Embakasi East. You elected according to your interest. So stay put na utulie. Hii maneno ya kuyumba wachana nayo.
Okay, huyu anaitwa Babu Wino, mbunge wa Embakasi East, anasema masuala ya hilo shamba linalodaiwa kuwa la Kirima tena si la Kirima. Kwa hivyo matamshi yake Alice Wahome kuhusu kwamba koti ishapitisha watu wajipange waanze kuhama haifai tena. There are new orders, and the orders stay every eviction process until up to the 29th, when there will be a new determination by a higher court. And this is one of the things that leaders should be doing. Don't wait until it's late and you run around. You make proper investigation of cases and intervene in good time so that you save lives, you save properties. We shouldn't have people who are misusing resources. And of course, when you are the owner of the land, you need to substantiate how you got the land, okay? I want to remind you, those of you who don't love history, history has it in 2002 when the Kibaki administration came into office. It was claimed that the KICC was given as a gift to Kanu, not even Kanu government, to Kanu political party. And Kanu had set their headquarters at KICC, and it was kind of sealed and finished. But I remember Raphael Tuju was the Minister for Tourism then, and they went into investigating and say, when did the KICC leave government and become Kanu property? He said it was by presidential declaration. President Moi had declared that KICC belongs to Kanu as a gift. And then in checking the constitution, it is stipulated that if the president is supposed to give out a gift that cost more than 1 million, it had to seek approval from parliament. Then it was established that the transfer of ownership of KICC from the Kenya government to Kanu political party was irregular. And that's how the KICC was saved and it reverted back to government. And so what is happening here seems to be unearthing a situation in the country where somebody grabs land, especially the land belongs to a foreigner, chases away the foreigner, or using his connections in the powers that be, blocks the foreigner from coming back, and then they transfer ownership. They go to the Ministry of Lands and change and destroy records. This evil has to be stopped. And that's why I'm happy about what Babu Wino is doing and going to fetch the original owner of the land and the heirs of the same land and the documentation that is available. We need to fix the land question in this country. People taking over property that doesn't belong to them in the pretext that they are connected and that they are the powers that be. That need not to be the case. As we stand right now, the title deed you have is just a piece of paper in this country with the Ruto administration. According to them, is whoever moves in the land, if he's connected rightly to the government, he will carry the day regardless of which papers you have. They can make and break. They can, declare your title deed valid or invalid. And so for us to bring to a stop the land grabbing appetite of the Kenya Kwanza administration and the Ruto administration, we need to get our act together by following the due process. And so I support what Babu Wino is doing. Let's fix these issues. Karimba was not a scholar. He was a councillor in the Nairobi Municipal Council, City Council then. Okay. And then from there, I became, I think, Sarehe, Member of Parliament. Now, how he got that vast land is what is mysterious, okay? Because, I don't know. We need to get this done rightly, but I believe we must ask right questions in order to get right answers. Sijui wa Kereketo mmeenda wapi? Karibu kwa show mkaseme ya kwenu. Sisi tunaanza, masaa ndio haya yanaanza kukatika. Lazima tusemezane, tafadhali usikae mbali. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio hii. Hii ni show ambayo wewe ndio unapaswa kuja ukachangie. Sisi hapa ni facilitator tu. Kazi yetu ni kuhakikisha kwamba ukija utapata nafasi ya kuongea na utaongelesha Wakenya ipasavyo. It is not a monologue and it's not me lecturing you or giving you what I know. It is me sharing with you a space where you can be able to share what you think and feel about the whole scenario. So tafadhali tumia hiyo link, ingia studio ukaseme ya kwako. Kama tumemaliza kuyasema, basi we already 1 hour 8 minutes into the show. We can always call it a day, but I believe we have a lot that we can share on this one. Well, I can see Frank here. Frank, how are you? Frank, speak up. Frank? Okay, it appears Frank has issues. Let's bring in this video first, and then as he organizes his issues for us to hear him out. Listen out to the big problem in how Ruto and his government are operating. Listen out to this.
Corporation. National Oil is state-owned. No, we've simply said Aramco is state-owned corporation. National Oil is state-owned here in Kenya. If you are doing a proper G2G, why not just bring Aramco with National Oil as implementing partners? Then between Kenya government and Saudi government, we have a contract. And implementing partners becoming Aramco and National Oil. In this particular case, you have Ministry of Energy Kenya signing with Aramco, not with Saudi government. And in between this signing with Aramco, they introduce private entities, the Galanas, the Gulf Oil, the Oryxes, to be the ones to bring the oil. You are seeing a total exclusion of national oil. Because if it was purely G2G, Kenya government, Saudi government are signing. Implementing partners, Aramco, national oil. So the Aramco will release its oil to national oil in Kenya, and national oil will bring it and then distribute to the other OMCs. That's not happening. We are seeing Aramco releases its oil, so-called, to the private entities. The private entities are the ones who bring it into Kenya. And what we know, which is not in dispute, once it lands into Kenya, despite the reduction of the international Platts price per barrel, in Kenya, once that oil lands, the price is shooting, it's going up. Of course, somebody is making a kill. And that's what we are saying. The objective of the project has failed. And if government wants to respond, we don't need newspaper adverts, we don't need press conferences. It's very simple. Article 10 of our Constitution talks about accountability as a principle of governance. Just put together on the table the contracts. Put together on the table the international crude for last month. Put down on the table the barrels of oil that was imported. Put on the table the freight and cost, because the whole thing ultimately boils down to what we call the freight. That is where the pricing shenanigans take place. How much are they charging as freight, and how much were they authorized to import, and how many liters did they import, and how much demurrage was charged per ship, because that is where they add costs which is transferred to the consumer. Okay? And also, why this thing is all because it was meant to be a perfect haste, in my view. But the market responds. Why this thing is becoming an issue and is blowing up in their faces? Very simple. The weakening of the shilling. So, and you're paying it 6 months down the line. Because what the stock we are paying for in November is the stock of, I think, June. Is it June or May? That's the stock we are paying for. At that time, the exchange rate was 140, 142. Today, it's 156. That is what has actually now made us to fully know that there's a problem, because the business model as they had planned it, it's now responding to the market changes, and the market is exposing them. And this market is brutal. Now they must keep raising the price at the pump. Because, and if you want to know, I can predict for you even next month. This month is going to, it was 230, save for the stabilization. Next month, add 10 shillings, between 10 to 27 shillings on the price of oil. It will be 240 or 257, depending on the exchange rate. Then again, you add. You just look at what was the exchange rate at the time, that time 6 months ago, and the exchange rate today. And you add.
Can you substantiate these claims that there could be some proxies or rather middlemen in between making a kill in this kind of deal?
I've just explained to you. It's very simple. We know the international crude. We know it's not. It is internationally published by OPEC. It was $89 per barrel, Platts price. It came down to $86, $85 Platts price per barrel. So it fell. But we also know the fact that in Kenya, the converse happened. It was 217, it went up to 230. And the Kenyan people are going to use their stabilization funds to pay the difference. Why? You can only come to a fair conclusion that in between the international market and the local market, the middleman is making a kill. And I'm telling you why the middleman is making a kill. It's in the freight. How much is it costing as its freight? And offloading costs. That is where the kill is being made. Because barring that, remember, barring that, the price in the national market should be transferred straight. Because the only difference now comes in the freight. Should be transferred straight to the consumer. Based on how much government is charging as import duty, how much we are charging as fuel levy, how much we are charging as EPRA levy, how much we are charging as Railroad Development Fund. They are all known. Those components of tax, we all know them. So Ideally, you can calculate the price of your fuel and predict it, even without government.
Even without government.
The only part you cannot predict is the freight.
Okay.
Frank, namna gani vipi? Frank, wanipata? Okay, samahani, inaonekana Frank, we are not conversing. Frank, if you're using your laptop, go to settings down there and go to audio and select your microphone. Select your microphone. If you don't choose your microphone, you will not be able to speak and we hear you. And if you're on phone, when you log in, allow StreamYard to choose the microphone and choose the camera for you. If you disallow it, bas, it will not configure right and therefore you will not be able to communicate. Bas, huo ni ufichuzi wa masuala ya mafuta na ile michezo inachezwa na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Wanadai kwamba wana mkataba katikati ya nchi ya Kenya na Saudi Arabia. Haya, wameitisha stakabadhi. Toa makaratasi tuangalie contract. Hii mambo inaendaje? Hakuna mtu anatoa makaratasi, kila mtu anaita press conference na kudai kwamba kama mlimsikiliza huyo anaitwa nani, Malala, huyo amekuwa maziwa lala kabisa tangu aingie UDA. He was a promising young man, but I don't see there is anything left in him since he went to the shrine of UDA. Sasa anadai kwamba haya mafuta yalikuwa ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga, ndiposa wanaongea. Sasa kama mafuta yalikuwa ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga, itakuwaje Murkomen na Chirichiri ndio wanahusika? I mean, common sense, simple logic. How could now Galan and the other parties are Chirichiri and Murkomen, and then you claim the oil belongs to Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga? How? And so the UDA are known for their diversionary tactics to try and deviate Kenyans from asking right questions and demanding right answers. What's happening here is that mtu amepatikana na mkono ndani ya sufuria ya nyama na lazima atubu, la sivyo ataangamia. This scandal alone can bring down this government if care is not taken. And so I want Kenyans to stand on the right side of history, demand right answers, and refuse to be hoodwinked and deceived by William Ruto and his quick tears, and of course running his mind, his mouth in trying to rant and defend the undefendable. If you had a G to G agreement, let's see it. How come you left all the oil, the government state-owned oil companies, and you went to transact with private companies? What was the problem? How does government, and now government has become what? A broker? Or government has become the facilitator of the private sector? William Ruto and team, I think they have been caught red-handed, and therefore they must pay for their evil. All in all, let's keep ventilating. Wale mnaingia studio mko wapi? Tumia link ndio hiyo iko kwa comment section. Ingia kwa studio ukachangie. Tunahitaji wewe kuja kusema ya kwako. Hebu tuone kama Frank atatoboa. Yes, bwana Frank.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Vipi tukupata?
Uko salama, labda nyinyi?
tuko salama. Naomba zima kamera ndio upate nafasi ya kuongea vizuri.
Nanipata sasa?
Yes, wapatikana. Kamera yako ukiweka on, network yako iko low. So
sawa. Sasa unanisikia vizuri?
Nakupata. Endelea, changia.
I want first to comment about what Honorable Rengo has said concerning the disbursement of the El-Nino fund to the county government. I want to say it is a clear indication that Gachagua is trying to follow the suit of his boss is lying, because what you can see, the national government has not fully prepared for the El-Nino, because even Mr. Ruto is the high priest of corruption. The previous has said there is no El-Nino, so it means that the same money has been diverted, and that is why you can see the chairperson for the budget allocation coming.
Bwana Frank, nilikwambia zima kamera yako ndio network yako iweze kubeba habari yako kwa haraka. Bwana Frank, your network is not stable, so we can't hear you again. Tumekupoteza. Itabidi utoke urejee tena. Samahani lakini. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue the conversation back on our, what is it called? Our poll question on Sound Candy Talk Live polling station. We have 15 votes so far. Do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? 100% of the 15 votes say no. There is no willingness on the side of William Ruto in mitigating the El-Nino effects to the Kenyan people. Polling station Sound Candy Talk. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for participating into the show. 66 likes. 94 votes. That means over 30 people voted without liking the video. Please make sure you like the video before you cast your vote. Do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? 12% say yes, 88% say no. What do you think? Participate into the show. Let's get things running.
Oil listed owned here in Kenya. If you
Jambo wa Kenya wenzangu, ni jioni isiyokuwa ya kawaida. Nimekuja mbeleni kuambia ya kwamba Kenya iko hali mahututi kupitia kiongozi ambaye anajiita president wa Kenya, president wa Chebukati, president wa Wetangula, president wa Mutavati, mwenye promises mingi zingine za uongo na fake. Juzi alijitokeza akisema Mungu ni nani na hakuna El-Nino. Na saa hii mvua ndio hiyo imesomba watu Mombasa. Na saa hii gharama ya maisha imeenda juu. Na saa hii mafuta imeenda juu. Wakenya wenzangu, sababu kama hizi zinatufanya tumutoe Ruto. Ruto mwenyewe ni mtu afikirii Wakenya watakula nini. Wakenya wanalala uchi. Wakenya hawana hata school fees. Ameongeza kila kitu. Huyu Ruto sio mtu wa kufikiria. Hata kwanza amejiuzuru. 2027 Kalonzo uwe tayari. Huyu mtu kuna sababu hizi tatu zinamfanya sisi kama Wakenya asiri kumtoa ofisini. Wakenya wenzangu, mtu anaitwa Ruto ni kupiga kelele tu na kulaumu Uhuru Kenyatta. Na ile hali Ruto mwenyewe alikuwa makamu wa rais wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Na kuna wengine wachinga sehemu za Kisii wanachipiga kifua na kutetea Ruto, na Ruto mwenyewe amefanya maovu kusidi uzuri. Wakenya wenzangu, amuko salama kuanzia mwaka jana mpaka saa hii, kila kitu imeharibika. Kama mnataka kutoa huyu mtu anaitwa Ruto, chukueni kura zenu. Ruto ni president wa Chebukati. Ruto sio president wa Kenya. Ameharibu mambo mengi tu, ni kwa kimbia huku na huku badala ya kupigia hata mapresident wa nje simu. Technology iko ni kuharibu mali na rasilimali ya Wakenya. Juzi mlisikia akisema amepewa pesa mamilioni kadhaa ya dollars na IMF, na ile hali alikuwa anachipiga kifua ya kwamba hawezi omba misaada kutoka nje. Je, kiongozi kama huyu ni wa kuaminika? Kuna tofauti ya wisdom na uongozi. Ruto ana wisdom, ni mtu tu alikuwa anachipiga kifua ati akiweka Biblia chini mambo itabadilika. Na saa hii hakuna mambo imebadilika. Ile hali anataka kuua wamama, wazee, watoto na vijana badala ya kuongeza kazi. Yeye anasema ati watoto waende kwa kufanya mchengo. Mtu kama huyu inadhihirisha ya kwamba yeye atosi. Huyu mtu amegeuka, amekuwa dikteta. Kwani nchi zingine anasema ati vita Ukraine, vita wapi, Middle East nini. Kwani Tanzania si mafuta inatoka mahali Saudi Arabia, mahali wa Kenya wanatoa? Unadanganya nani? We Ruto, wacha uongo. Kama hakuna watu wanasimama wakuambia wewe ni mdanganyifu na dikteta ambaye unasema ati ule mtu ataangusa financial bill ataonana na wewe, sisi tunakuambia kama wale wa Kenya wa chini, wewe ni dikteta ambaye mbaya kabisa, hata kusidi kansa. Wewe sio mtu wa kuaminika, wewe ni muongo na unakimbia makanisani. Uzi mpisha mbudia hao wanaambia Raila tusaidie, na walikuwa wanapewa, na ulikuwa unawapea milioni mbili. Na hiyo pesa sasa unaona udanganya wa Kenya kwa kuleta hii financial bill, unakata walimu pesa, unakata maaskari pesa, unadanganya watu, ndio ile pesa yako. Unaanza kampeni za sasa. Mtu kama Tuoli kama Kube ananyonya ng'ombe damu, badala ya kutetea wananchi hii financial bill wanakatwa pesa pule. Kwanza angeambia Ruto arudishe mshahara yake chini, na wafanyikazi wa Ruto wote waende mshahara chini. Sasa wametuletea hii finance bill kunyanyasa raia, kunyanyasa masikini. Na huyu mtu anaitwa Moses Wetangula ambaye ni speaker wa parliament, achui mambo anafanya. Anajiita yeye ni baba wa Roma. Baba wa Roma gani? Kama yeye financial bill badala ya kusimama neutral anaegemea upande wa UDA. Au watu wa UDA ni kumpafu pule kabisa UDA. Ati utoroka unaenda nyumbani. Nyinyi hamuwezi ona kura 2027. Ruto, otherwise wewe utakuwa one term president.
Okay, maoni ya huyo Mkenya anayedai kwamba serikali ya Ruto na uongozi wa Ruto ni uongo mtupu, hakuna ukweli hapo, na ni kuhadaa tu wa Kenya of course, na kutotumia rasilimali za nchi ipasavyo. It's a very sad reality that the people we gave the people that are given the responsibility to take care of what belongs to Kenya, they are the ones leading in destroying what belongs to Kenya. It is very disturbing that you can have such a heavy responsibility on your shoulders, yet you don't take it as a priority or as a serious reality. Now, this to me is a very, very disturbing truth. The Bible says in I think First Corinthians. It's required of stewards that a man be found faithful. What makes you a right steward is your faithfulness. And faithfulness requires that the usage of the resources availed to you needs to be done in such a way that it is safeguards the good of many, if not the good of all. So this leadership that is only protecting the presidency and, of course, protecting the few and causing the rest of Kenyans to suffer, I stand in question of the same. Regardless of where they have their support from, we as Kenyans of goodwill needs to rise up and say no to evil, say no to bad leadership, say no to irresponsible leadership. I can see Frank here. I hope he's able to communicate. Yes, Frank?
Yes, I think Mr. Bernard, you can hear now.
Yes, I can hear
Are
you.
you
Make your
yeah.
submission faster so that you don't get let down by your net.
Okay, I wanted to say about what Kajago has said when he was in Mombasa. It is a clear indication that the government had not located money to the governors and is trying to play the blame game, which are used to because has been trained by his boss, who is Ruto. The money actually has been divided. They have already divided the money, the office of the president and deputy president. You could see what the Nyoro was trying to push in parliament. The office of the president and deputy president, the increment is 3.4 million has been handed. And those are money which were to be allocated for El-Nino and the other emergency cases. But now they are trying to blame governors because this government cannot do anything. It's only reap on the blame game and the narratives and the propaganda that has made it to continue blackmailing Kenyans because Gachagua has no any moral audacity to question the governors about the development. He's trying to propose the governors to stop any development. And if that is the case, then the Ruto should stop and traveling outside the country because it's using a lot of money traveling and there is no anything. So it is better governors who are developing the countries, the counties. So the Kajawa is trying to mislead Kenyans. So the Kajawa should come out clean and explain where the money is because he allocated the money for El-Nino and they end the supplementary budget that has been passed. So should tell us where the money is and stop blaming governors. Second, I want to talk about what the Babuino has said. We have seen the Ruto is only pretending that he want to claim the land which are owned by the public or there are some individuals. But we know Ruto is the main cartel of the land. He has grabbed main land. Even he should come out clearly about the Western because the Western Auto is has grabbed the Langata Primary School, which is a public identity, and has built this. So if it's any devolution, should first demolish his hotel so that he can demonstrate his right to fight the issue of the land grabbing in this country. And they should stop misleading Kenyans, trying to fight, demolish some of the premises without any the right court process. The last thing I want to talk about is the guy has talked about the oil. I think the other day I've said here, in fact, we have no in government, we have cartels and dealers. You could see what the Honorable Mutata said concerning the diversion of the money from the subsidies that was left by former president. They have disposed 17 billion to the private enterprise. And what you can see recently, when the oil arrived to Kenya, the managing director of the Kenya Port Authority, William Ruto, he decided to see that the oil does not belong to that madam. And he should tell us now oil belong to who. because the oil has been imported. Who has imported the oil? So those are people who have used the madam, that Nigeria, to transact the business because they wanted to deal to enable that deal. So they used the madam so that he can import the oil. Then after that, they will claim there's no anybody who has imported the oil. The oil is already in the country. So it should come out clearly, especially the Jashil, Professor Njuguna. He should tell us how the money was posted to the private entity, this government to government deal. And we see in Dubai there's no any government official. What we have is just private companies. So let them explain how the deal is. If one side is only government, the other side, where's the government entities? So let them explain to us and stop diverting attention to people, because what they want now to sell that oil because they know there's no oil in Kenya. And that is what we are, the extra oil that we wanted to give Uganda nowadays in our country. Uganda has accepted from that deal. It's not really to put that transaction. So we have, if we are going to see the dropping of the oil or the prices, don't expect it is the dropping because Ruto has done something. It's the extra oil that will be going to Uganda. That was only taken to Kenya. So let Kenyans understand. In fact, we have no in government, we have the cartels, we have criminals, and we have all sort of the responsible. We should not expect anything to change. Ruto, since 2013 was David president, I wonder when people are trying to lecture Uru, like Kimani Ichung'wah was the chairman for the budget for 7 years. Duale was majority leader for 7 years. Mukmen was majority leader for 7 years. Now those are
Excellent, Frank. Sorry for the net, but I'm happy your points are given out clearly. Thank you so much. As we continue with the conversation, the hypocrisy of the Kenya Kwanza administration is alarming. Alarming in such a way that they are shameless about their claims. William Ruto talks about the Uhuru administration as if he was not anywhere near the Uhuru administration. He calls it the handshake administration. When the government that ran for 10 years was Uhuruto government, and he had 50% shares in all aspects, ambassadors, cabinet secretaries, and all matters as far as government running is concerned. Especially Treasury. Treasury was on the Ruto side, okay? It was headed by the Ruto people. So how come Ruto now turns around and blames everything on Uhuru Kenyatta? If we did not support the borrowing that Uhuru Kenyatta did, how did Uhuru Kenyatta borrow? The borrowing of any government is decided in the cabinet. William Ruto sat in all those cabinets. The decisions taken by the cabinet, he was part and parcel of the same. How can he now jump and now begin to tell us that Uhuru overborrowed, oh, Uhuru was subsidizing consumption, oh, we should be doing this and this? William Ruto needs to be arrested for lying to the public, and Kenyans need to treat him so. Tuache kupembelezana na yeye. Yeye na Gachagua ni waongo wawili ambao hata uongo wao sasa umeexpire. Hakuna tena uongo ambao utafanyika. Wakenya umepevuka na Wakenya hawataki ujinga tena. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kuendelea kuhusika katika kipindi chetu. Tunakuomba tu tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, na kama huja like video ama hauja vote, hakikisha umevote, na tunakuhimiza tafadhali kama huja subscribe kwa Sound Candy Talk Live, that's our backup channel which we need you to be fully involved in the sense that you are a subscriber And when you subscribe, please turn on all notifications, not some notifications, not personalized notification. Make sure that they are all notifications so that anytime we come on a live show like this, you will be notified. I'm in communication with one of the last elections presidential candidate who will soon be hosting the person here so that he can air about the state of the nation and what he feels is happening with Kenya that needs to be fixed. And so please, we encourage every one of you, please, if you are not yet a member, become a member of Sound Candid Talk. If you are not yet a subscriber, subscribe to the channel. Haswa watu wa Facebook. Facebook mnafanya vizuri sana. Hiyo page imekuwa followed vizuri, ina grow vizuri. Isipokuwa, we want as many numbers we have on Facebook to have them translated to our YouTube. You help this channel better, not by growing the Facebook page, but by growing the channel. The channel, the YouTube channel is what carries everything else. And so please don't get stuck at Facebook. We want you, while at Facebook, you support the mother channel, which is the YouTube channel. So kwa Facebook tunapata views mingi kuliko YouTube. Kwa nini? Watu wa Facebook wanafanya kazi mzuri kufikiana, lakini tungependa tafadhali, kama unatufuata kwa Facebook, hakikisha pia umefanya nini? Umesubscribe kwa YouTube channels, umeturn on all notifications, and that way you are part and parcel of the big global family here that is weighing on issues Kenya and how to improve on what's going on. Thank you so much. And it's 21 minutes after midnight. And therefore, I'm calling upon Jiru, Makundet, and all the other wakereketwas. Mwanze kusonga karibu. Ni ikifika hapo saa 7, mimi nafungasha. Nashukuru mzee wetu Lala shafika. Vipi Lala? Habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard. Habari yako? Asante kwa kazi nzuri unafanya. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri unafanya. Mimi ni mzee Mangawa, nina huzuni kwa sababu rafiki yangu alifariki. Rafiki mpendwa sana, amekuwa nami kwa muda mwingi sana. Naitwa Phineas Nyabera. Dr. Phineas Nyabera amepoteza maisha yake na tunamzika on the 26th. Now, please pray for the family and those in Kenya, especially Musalia Mudavadi. That is your cousin. He came to Malone College here in the US, studied economics, went to Akron University, did his master's at University of Arizona, did his PhD. He's been a great friend, a great uncle to my kids. We hung out every place, and so Phineas is not with us. But Phineas was more than just a friend. Phineas was a leader. Phineas believed in Azimio. He believed in good governance, unlike his cousin who is in the government. Phineas believed in Baba. And so my condolences to the family of Nyabera in Western Kenya, and may the family be comforted. Their son lived well, did well, was involved in a lot of research, member of Economic Honor Society. I don't know whether what name they call it. He was such a great man and a good friend. Now, I'd like to comment on, I don't know what's going on here. Give me a second here. I'd like to to just comment on Ruto's lies. Bernard, you guys were talking about. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're clear. You're clear. Go ahead.
Okay. I think we're getting interruptions here. Okay. If you can hear me, that's fine. Okay. I want to comment on Ruto. Ruto, to come up with the idea that he was not part of this government and basically not this government, but Uhuru's government is one of the most laughable things that anyone with a little brain will wonder whether it's normal. He was there in the beginning. The government was theirs. He was involved in the appointment of 50%, as you stated clearly, and he has been earning for the last those 10 years. He had the security around him, all the intelligence report to him. There was no single day we were told that his staff, that his office was locked from him and he didn't get access into government activities. And the man was part and parcel of what went on. But now we know even more that he was basically doing the opposite in the government. He's a parasite, getting as much as he could get out of the government and stealing and creating what we have, the mess we have right now in that government. And now he's coming to tell us that Uhuru that he was not part of it, kind of blaming himself. You can't have your cake and eat at the same time. And so any Kenyans who still believe in Ruto, I believe something must be wrong. Let us be checked, because this man is a pathological liar. And as you stated rightfully, Bernard, he belongs to jail. He should be prosecuted for, first of all, if he believes he was not working, he should return all the money, all the services, he received for doing nothing. If he didn't do anything, and he should bring back the loot. And so the man is indicted, in the eyes of Kenyans. So he should not come up and confuse us. He was an insider who was part of the problem. So for him to wake up today to want to lie to Kenyan that he is from some place outside somewhere coming with new ideas, no, we know you. We know what you've done. And I think, this is my own personal belief, history will record that we Kenyans allowed this man to stay in power for a year to 2 years, while we knew the kind of person he was: a thief, a robber, okay, robbing people of their right and dignity, basically robbing Kenyans, and a liar. And so all those adjectives that describe a man that should belong to prison, we will reflect back and ask, why did we do this? What was in our mind not to stop him early enough? Why did I serve as an army chief and I let this man continue? Why did I serve as a politician, even though I believed in the beginning and kept him there? In other words, was I part of is criminal syndicate of crime that this man has been doing. Okay, so I think Kenyans, we must ask ourselves, those questions. Why are we allowing this man to continue doing what he's doing? Okay, because everything is unfolding every single day, and right now, the Kenya must hear me clearly. When Uganda is gone of the oil issue, we know very well that Congo will be gone, Rwanda will be gone, Burundi will be gone, and perhaps one or two people might stay with him, but then at what cost? Okay. Already Uganda has indicated that they're not going to import anything, oil through Kenya, just buying Kenyan oil. So it means that from Malaba or Busia border to Mombasa, that industry that relied on trade on those tankers driven, from Mombasa or from whatever place will be severely impacted. So there's going to be joblessness. The industries that are kept in those communities will be gone because there's not going to be business activities going on. Already that is happening now, the fact that Uganda is withdrawn already. So it means Uganda will get its oil from Tanzania. Okay. So the question is, as a nation, where are we going? What will happen to our nation? And my point is, if we let this man stay past this year, December the 12th, I think we'll have done a great disservice to our nation. And you guys in key positions, all Kenyans will think of you as a people who did nothing and watched the country being, I use a stronger word, being raped by these people who don't care about us. They don't care about you. They don't care about the economy. It's about themselves and their pocket and their few friends. They just don't care. If they cared, some of these things that we see could not be going on. And so it is important for you and me to step forward. And I think my message has been very consistent from day one. I'm one of those believers that we just don't give excuses. We just don't watch things happening, because there are some of you who says, let him take 10 years, let's watch, what they're doing to 10. No, we can't sit and watch. I don't agree. We can't. In other words, we can't punish Buddha, and not punish ourselves. So Ruto must go. Enough is enough. It's done too much damage. And if we continue on, we will not have a nation. I assure you, Kenya will not be the same. If you make a mistake and let him stay all these 5 years, Kenya will not be the same. I promise you, you will not have the same country. And so it doesn't matter where you are right now, whether you are in Azimio or Uda. Right now is to get rid of this man. And let's love truth, justice, and righteousness, because those are the surest way to revamp our economy, to revive this nation. You can't go back. If Uganda is gone, how will you bring them back? And the reason why they're gone is because we are corrupt, because we are stealing. It's because they don't want to pay more for the oil, for the gas. Okay, they don't want to. They can get it cheaper somewhere else. So there's nothing like Kenya. They can't do without us. There was a time when there's nothing else you could do, but you have to trade with Kenya. There's a time like that because other countries are not developed enough to have what Kenyans have. Right now, it's not so. They're able to do far beyond what we have in Kenya, though we are a little better because of bigger economy and all that. But you know what? But that economy is relying on a foundation that is shaken, not just falling. It's almost like a heavyweight and a small leg holding that heavyweight. The leg will soon give up, give in, and the country is collapsing. Right now, we are a little shorter than where we were, and we are going down, not going up. So it is important for all of us to team up together. And let me tell you, Kenya can bounce back. Kenya can be that beacon of hope for that region, because we have everything in place to make that country great. The roads, the positioning of Kenya, the people, what we have is a matter of simply getting the right leader in place. There's some of us outside the country, we know the kind of thoughts and feeling the business community and science community and others have of Kenya. So it doesn't require a lot. It just requires leadership and a country that is governed by the law, the rule of law, which right now is not an interest. It's about money, it's about plundering, it's about getting as much as we can and get out. So there's nobody investing. Ruto and rest are just siphoning. Finally, to build a nation is not to run everywhere looking for jobs, for menial jobs for Kenyans. That's what they're doing. They're looking for people to clean toilets out there. They're looking for people to be watchmen in the Europe. They're looking for, in Arabia, housemaids and others. That's not the job of a president to go find housemaids for Arabs. No, to go and find cleaning toilets for Kenyans in Europe. No, that's not the job of a president. And even to find scientists' job, even engineers' job outside. No, you want to attract factory, money, investment in the country so that we can have a foundation built that can be able to carry the nation, economic foundation based on technology within the country, not taking your people out. It's almost like training them and sending them out. That is the opposite of building an economy. It means it's a brain drain. You're draining, and we are hoping they would send money back for you to squander and steal. So that's what we do. We send money as diaspora, and that money is never used correctly. So things are wrong. Therefore, I appeal to all of you Kenyans. Let us wake up and call this man who he is and do what it takes to get our country back. As I said before, Kenya is worth dying for, paying the price. But you know what? If we all act together, you know what? Nothing can stop us. Ruto is small, as I stated, very small. We gave him the power with the people. And we didn't even give him, he took it. And we can take it back because it's a little, tiny little thing that we take out of Rashad, just like that, if we do it together. And so let's all unite as Kenyans. Let's join this forum. These are the units that will liberate our nation. Scarlet Sound Talk, come to this forum, share your thoughts. Let us come together, put our forces together, And I believe we can do it in a very short time. It can't be allowed to go past December. Let's work on it. Let's do it. It can be done only if all of us come together. Because the more it stays, the more damage is done. And I think I heard someone from Rift Valley, Qatar, saying that in January, many families will not send their kids to school because of the economy, the weight of this economy. They want the kids will be home. Why would you want to wait for your children to be sent home? Why would you want to wait to lose a job? Why would you want to wait not to go to the hospital? Why would you want to wait? Because life will not wait for you. You do what God has asked you now. He has shown thee, oh man, what to do. In other words, His grace is sufficient for us now, God's grace, to help us do it. We have leaders like Bennett and others, and the others all over. Let us come to forums like this one and change our nation. And you will be counted as one of those people that stood out and said Kenya is worth it, and we can do it when we do it together. Bernard, it is sad to see, what's going on in the country. When people die, and I heard Gachagua talking of giving money, and there's no money in those counties. And he goes, yeah, and there's no shame. That tells you these people don't care. And nobody's listening to them. Our neighbors are not listening to them, don't want them. Nobody wants them, except people who are using them for their own interest. No true business will want to work with these guys. Because right now, nobody even knows whether there's G2G when oil is coming from different sources. And then which country, who will want to make, go into business or into some kind of a contract with us? So I think we have isolated ourselves as a nation. What the value we thought we had, we don't have it. It's like going out there thinking I'm a Kenyan and people look at you as a thief. They don't want you there, and you thought you were great. So it's a bad place to be, and nobody will take us. Will help us unless we help ourselves. That's why we must act, and we don't need to listen to these people. We need to show them. Anytime you meet them, show them. Don't attend their meetings. Don't, and tell them. Let's be open. Let's not cover ourselves and let them continue on, because they have got no shame. They got none. Look at the way Gachagua talked about the governor of Mombasa and others. And those people who claim to have received the money are coming out saying, no, we did not receive any of this El-Nino money. They have not given anything. And there they are. They're still going to talk. So whom do you believe? It's when something like a flood, the people are dying and government is not there, the national government is not there, and those are the mandate, they have the biggest share of the economy, the resources, as with them, and they are not there. They are blaming the county. They are not given a dime. Kenyans, I myself am a member of disaster management through the Red Cross. I'm specialist trained in the US. I go to every disaster. And our approach is simple. A small disaster, the county, which is the equivalent to the state, will take care of it. I am able to manage what we call level 3 disaster, which has nothing to do with the federal, it's a small one. When it arrives there, it's big, the national government comes in automatically. They are there. So you have the state, the national government with the biggest share, the FEMA, and Kenya has the equivalent in the books. Some years back, I talked to some of them who was running some of these services. Okay? And that should have come automatically. When El-Nino, which was predicted, people knew that this was coming, and the government is absent. No dime has been given in some of these areas. Then the question is, do we have a government, a national government? Is it relevant, or this is the enemy of Kenya? Lastly, I love movies. There is a movie, The Batman. There's somebody called the Joker. And the Batman fights Joker because Joker is a group of people that pretend to be nice guys. They take over the nation, the city, and they start creating havoc in the city. But when they come in, they come as saviors. They promise things. But then, after they get the power, they are no longer speaking the language of help. When you come to their office to seek for help, they kill you or they beat you up. That seems to be the script that Ruto or the regime used to get into power. They promised you heaven. When some of us knew they were not worth whatever they're telling us, worth a piece of paper, that were written in. But some of you trusted them. And now that you're aware that they're no good, step out. Let's get rid of them. That will help you save your dignity. Because at least you can say, I was lied to. But to sit there and do nothing is as bad as voting for them. If you don't do anything, you are as good as voting for them. So let's do something, let's step out. Maybe your voice, let every hand be on the deck. There's something that only you can do, nobody else. God has called you unique as a message for you, and you are a fighter. You can fight. It's the only fight that you can do. Nobody else can do it. So step out, let's do it. Get rid of Ruto and have a nation where we can sing those words of the national anthem. Justice be our defense. Okay? Peace. I don't know all the words, but that's what Kenya is all about. Right now, it is not, but we must do it. Bernard, back to you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that, and asante sana kwa kupata muda wako kuongelesha kama Wakenya. Naamini ujumbe ushafika na kila Mkenya amakinike mahali alipo. Hakuna chochote unachokifanya kuboresha Kenya ambacho hakifai. Ni one step at a time, one individual at a time. We must all get our country back where it's supposed to be. It is 13 minutes to 1 a.m. East African time, and I'll be signing out after what time? Just some changes being introduced. I don't know by who. Hii mkubwa inakuja inaanza kubadilisha mambo. All in all, thank you so much for being here as we proceed with the conversation. Bwana Kenyan would love, wewe ndio unabadilisha mambo hapa bila ruhusa. Tutakupiga dafrau. All the same, asante lakini
mkubwa sijaguza chochote mimi nimelogin tu.
Sisi kwani sisi sio engineer?
Sijaguza chochote, nimelogin.
Sisi kama Gachagua, usifanye kama Gachagua. Gachagua ndiye aelewi kile kitafanyika, lakini anakisema.
Dadi, sijaguza chochote, nimelogin. Umeniona niko huko, nimelogin tu peke yake. Mimi sijaguza. Unajua nimetoka uchokozi mahali pengine. Hujui kule nimetoka.
Basi tulia hapo. Mimi nataka kumaliza video zangu alafu ni ngatuke. Namuona Madhe amefika, lakini subiri tu, kuna video mbili ambazo lazima nicheze.
Na uniambie nini imegeuka after nimeingia? Si nilikuwa nawasikiza kutoka nyuma. Nini imegeuka?
Okay, Ngoja kwanza nimalize video zangu. You want to engage me to forget what I want to play?
And this has been always been how it is done. Oil runs the politics of a country. So remember the other day, UDA wanted to do elections. It has been postponed because they must have a war chest to buy people for those elections. I hope they'll succeed in that. Oil is critical. For example, now, look at the people at the helm of the energy sector in this country. They all speak one ethnic language. And that's what President Uhuru Kenyatta was saying, that you cannot ethnicize a whole cabinet position, a whole ministry, and you expect the results to be there. I'm not criticizing the president or anybody. I'm only telling him that chase the people who are misadvising you, put people who love this country. The people who are around the president are busy collecting money for themselves at the expense of the hustlers. May the president sit down, sack idlers, bring people who are patriotic, bring people who can turn the economy, and the oil sector, the energy sector, the infrastructure sector, the transport sector. You saw the other day, they went to the airport.
As we share the time working,
yeah,
yes.
2 minutes. They went to the airport, removed the pipes, the water started dripping in for the reason that now they go for direct procurement to avoid the public procurement policy. And the guys are already been given tenders. The port is, then they are saying,
there is so much around fuel, something that did not start yesterday. We need a solution, and does not seem to have started with this administration anyway.
When you deal with the politics of oil worldwide, oil has destabilized many countries. Oil is a very precious commodity, but it can be a cause of problems. The Kenyan oil sector has had problems all through. Cartels are in the oil sector and majorly the energy sector. Governments control the energy sector, one, strategically for national security, and two, because it has a lot of money. When we passed the bill that was taken to Parliament where they sit,
yes,
to have a capping on the amount spent for elections, Parliament rejected that bill. So now what we are seeing from now is money being looked for 2027. The campaign money is being assembled through the oil cartels. And this has been always been how it is done. Oil runs the politics of a country. So remember the other day, UDA wanted to do elections. It has been postponed because they must have a war chest to buy people for those elections. I hope they'll succeed in that. Oil is critical. For example, now, I will my client Ann Jerry tomorrow to the DCI, provided to Kenyans. The president, I heard him say, the documents, the contracts for government to government and parliament.
Yes.
Why don't they give New Dawn? We are here. Why don't they give K24 so that we air that document there? Number two, the energy sector. Look at the people at the helm of the energy sector in this country. They all speak one ethnic language. And that's what President Uhuru Kenyatta was saying.
KK administration also now blaming Uhuru Kenyatta. They came and said that they have got a plan how to fix this country. And honestly, a majority of us believed them because...
You believed them? That question.
Well, you know, when you are selling a campaign, a political promise, yeah, you know, there was actually no reason for anybody not to believe William Ruto in 2022. No way. Because William Ruto is not a newcomer in government. This is a man who was actively engaged in Kenya's politics from as early as 1992, when he joined YK 92. But from 1997 and up to now, is the longest serving elected politician in the Republic of Kenya than even Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga and the rest. Okay? Even my Kalapi and my brother. Yeah? Okay? Yeah, it's a fact. So when the guy comes out and says, I have a plan to fix this country, the assumption was, having been a deputy president for 10 years, there was a degree of disapproval of the chief commander, who is now Uhuru Kenyatta. That therefore, if I take over this country after this guy, I'm going to fix your problem. But now all those things turn out to be just political lies. And William Ruto is actually emerging as just a pathological liar. Okay. Yeah. He now actually, the truth of the matter is he does not have any, he never had any plan right from the very beginning. So,
wanakoroga katiba ya wafaidi. Ameuza mayai huyu, hatatuelewa. Anajua shida huyu, hatatuelewa. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu huyu. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu huyu.
Haya, baada ya kuuza mayai, baada ya kubebwa kwa wheelbarrow, baada ya kuassociate na Hasla, sasa amekuwa ndiye anayemkandamiza Hasla. Anafanya maisha ya Hasla hapana wezekana. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu yeye ako na ajenda yake, na ajenda yake sio Kenya wala Wakenya. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenye nia njema, kazi kweli. Usikae tu, tekeleza wajibu wako kuhakikisha kwamba nchi hii haitaharibika ukiwepo. Do whatever you can do. Write if you can write. Shout if you can shout. Don't allow evil to thrive in your presence. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of this great conversation. I'll be signing out shortly. And before that, let me just give you the verdict of our poll question. On the polling station Sound Candy Talk Live, do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? 21 votes so far, all of them, 100%. They say no. Well, let's check on the other side of the polling station of Sound Candy Talk, the main channel. 121 votes so far. Do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? 13% say yes. 87% say no. Well, as we continue with the conversation, I want to urge us, make sure you are subscribing to Sound Country Talk Live, as well as joining any of the channels as a member. Help us grow, help us get people to subscribe. If you enjoy this kind of content, please make sure that you share it with everyone you think can enjoy this kind of content. We believe in organic growth, where people come here because they love what they are hearing and seeing, not because they are forced to. Thank you so much. I salute each one of you. As Kenyan would love. You have a question for me? I'm out of here. I have 2 minutes here.
Yes, I do, and I don't know why people try to call me every time that I'm now busy. Anyway, that's nothing, has nothing to do with the show. Bernard, number one, I normally hold on. Let me shut this phone off. Okay, sorry. Bernard, I number one wanna first of all appreciate you so much for everything that you do for this channel. I will never tire to say thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you again for what you do for this channel. We appreciate you so much, even when you're going through a hard time in your side, Nanini, but you really you know, as a pastor, you've taken us to be your kids that actually we can spiritually and everything misbehave and behave and do everything, but you still take us as you know, as us, and you've taken us with this channel. So for me, I do appreciate you, and these guys are still calling now, and I don't want to be in them because I'm already here. They should have called earlier. Sorry, forgive me for that. Bernard, you might have to clear the show for a minute.
No, you take the call, clear it first, and then you can come in as Mama makes her submission.
Okay, let me do that. Let me do
you
that.
take charge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mommy, how are you today?
I'm wonderful. How are you, Bernard?
Looking better.
How
I'm
is
glad to see you.
How is Kenyan with love? I may disappear.
It's good to sort out his issues. All the same. Asante sana, karibu.
Good to see you, Bernard, for your good work. Actually, we should be very grateful to have you because the support you give our hearts is enormous. We cannot count on anybody else apart from you. Thank you so much. Na Mungu akulinde, akupe long service because this one, you deserve it. So for me, I want to say that kuna jambo ulisema hapo ya hawa governors. Is this the time that they feel that they can really feel pain kwa sababu hawajapewa pesa ya El-Nino? But they did not feel the pain of what people have been enduring since then. Hawajaona pain ya mzazi ambaye hawezi kupeleka mtoto shule. Hawajaona pain ya familia hawana chakula ya kukula. This is the time that now they want to pronounce that El-Nino money was not supplied. From where? Which one? Sasa wale walikufa kabla El-Nino, are they going to survive? Are they going to be alive again so that to see that governors are fighting for them? These are hawkers. Even these governors, they are not promising. They are not. They are also liars because what they are trying to say is that they are fighting for us in a way that we should not die because of El-Nino. But people have died because of other causes, which has been the government's intention. Now, hii mambo ya kusema hawajapewa pesa, we can always say that maybe they have received money. They just want to twist the story just to look good for them. Kwa sababu ni mara ngapi hawa watu wamepewa pesa wakakosa kufanya ile kazi inatakikana. Pesa wametumia, wakatumia na njia zao, hata kama sasa hawajapewa. Who knows? Who can trust them? Kenya now, we don't trust anybody. Raia ndio wana trust each other. About these politicians, we don't trust them at all. Forever, we are not going to trust them. Because the work they are doing, they are just doing for their own benefit. It's not for the wananchi. Na kwa hivyo hata sasa ile wanasimama hapo ati wanalialia, ni kwa sababu wameambiwa wamepewa pesa. Uchungu wanasikia kwa nini? Why should they feel the pain? Watu wanapata mapesa yao ya mshahara kila siku. Hakuna siku wanakosa mshahara. So for them to stand there and start, trying to defend themselves that they have not received this money for El-Nino, it is fake. For us, we are not going to believe them, and we are not going to be with them, and we don't believe that they feel the pain for the people, because so many things have happened. Watu wameuawa, hawajawahi kuongea. Watu wamekuwa na shida kadhaa tofauti, hawajawahi kusema kitu. Why now? It's unfair. Even for them to stand there, Waiguru, one of the fraudster, mtu ambaye ameiba pesa ya serikali, anasimama hapo atituone ati anatetea wananchi. Anatetea nani? Wacha sisi tuumie, so that when we start fighting for our uhuru, our freedom, wasije kutuletea maneno hapo ama kusema sisi niliwatetea. No, we are not going to accept anybody who is fighting for us now. We have endured enough. Ile tabu tumekula na hatutakubali kula zaidi ya hiyo. Sisi tutapigania nchi yetu kivyetu, hatutaki hata usaidizi wao, because they have helped us nothing they have done for the wananchi that elected them. Si hata hawa magavana Bernard ni kuwa elected, wamekuwa elected. So why are they putting themselves like they are office people, like they are separate from politicians? So we can't believe them, and we will not believe them forever until the time we will know the truthful of what happened with the server. Ndio itaamua hii kesi yote ya hii mashida yote watu wa Kenya wanakula, because that server carries a lot of weight for the lives of our country, for the lives of the citizens of Kenya. Mambo hii yote wanatuambia inapita tu na upepo, hatutaki hata kusikia. Watu wameumia, it is true. Watu wamekufa, it is true. And what is more important, what is comparable to somebody's life? Losing your life. Na watu wananyamaza. Lakini wakisikia El-Nino, wamepewa pesa, wanasikia uchungu, wanaenda kudefend. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Wakenya tuamue kitu moja. We are not going to listen to these people who don't care about us and who don't even love us. Na Ruto si ati anakuwa advised. Ruto is the advisor of all these evil things that are happening in Kenya. He is the one who is dealing with it. Otherwise, if he is the president and the way he gives people orders to go and kill others, he would have given orders of people not to suffer. He would have given orders for these governments, governors to do the right thing to the people that elected them. So for me, I don't understand. We should not even say Ruto is being advised. Ruto is doing what he is good at. He is good of doing what he is doing, wasting time and doing wastage of our country. He has deteriorated our lives and destroyed our country to this very time. So Kenyans, we are not going to relent. Na hatutasikiza mtu yeyote ambaye ako kwa hii serikali. He is not there or she is not there for force. She can always get away like Wamushomba did, so that we can see really they are fighting for us. But for them to click there like a kupe, alafu wanajifanya hapo ati wanatulilia na bado sisi tunawalipa mishahara yao. No, we are not going to accept that. Kama wanataka kulia na sisi, watoke kwa hiyo serikali waseme nimeacha UDA because I'm going to fight for my people. But when you are still clicking there and you are trying to say that you are fighting for us, we cannot accept you and we are not going to believe you. Anything that they say while they are in UDA, it is a wash. It's hot air. Na hiyo tumalize na tuendelee na kazi yetu. Vile tumeumia, tuendelee kufight. Nchi yetu irudi kwa mtaratibu ule unatakikana. Nchi yetu imekwisha vile imemalizwa na Ruto. Ruto hana haja na Kenya. Ruto hana haja na wa Kenya. The only thing he can promise is how you can just get hard labor. Mwende mkafanyie watu kazi, lakini sio kwenu. Na ile mnafanya kwenu, anakuja kuwatosha ushuru. Mnakosa namna ya kuishi. Kwa hivyo anafanya maisha inakuwa mazito kwa nchi na kwa wananchi. So Kenyans, let's not forget that we are the people and we are the Kenyans, that we can fight only for our country. Nobody else. Those governors, those politicians, count them out. They have nothing to do with us. And so we have nothing to do with them. We fight for our country. Na ile maandamano itakuja, this name of mine will ever remain there. I will never change until I see my country change. Asante Bernard, ni hiyo tu nitasema, nikisalimia kila mtu ambaye anatusikiza pahali popote wako. Nilikuwa nimesahau, Na Wakenya tuungane pamoja. Nchi yetu itakuwa huru very soon and we'll be happy together. Asante sana Bernard. Thank you. Have a good evening or morning or afternoon. Asante sana Bernard. Thank you.
Amen. 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 Thank you, Mami. I appreciate that. Important wisdom there, Kenyans. Let's adhere to the call and do everything in our power. The worst thing to happen to this country is for us to condition ourselves and adopt to the bad leadership of William Ruto. We must resist it by everything we have and everything we are. He's out to turn this country into what it has never been, or what the Constitution of 2010 removed us from. He's so hell-bent in returning us back into the 80s, where he is able to run every affair of each and every aspect of this country in his own way, using his own law. We shouldn't allow that to happen. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let's warm up when the call is put to save this country. Put your best foot forward. We must recover this country completely for our children and for our children's children. A better Kenya means better life for every Kenyan. And like I said about the crisis, we cannot be a country that runs from crisis to crisis, crisis to crisis. We must begin to translate, to operate by design, where we anticipate there is El-Nino and we take care of it before it arrives. We have put all measures in place. We have dug all the drenches needed. We have dug the dams needed so that when the water comes, it's all harvested and stored for future use. The story of us declaring drought, national disaster, floods, national disaster, should come to an end. And if you're a governor from Marsabit, Garissa, wherever, please, we have had enough of that. Let there be practical solutions to the practical problems of the people of your county. Harness the resources within your county. You can get the young people of your county to dig those dams or dig those trenches as volunteers, or you give them some allowances as a county. Just make sure that you mitigate and minimize the disaster that happens to your county. You can't live from crisis to crisis every day. No, life is not an emergency. Let's all get out of this so-called emergency mode set by William Ruto so that we cannot settle down and kick him out of office. He wants us to be crying after floods. After that, we begin to cry after famine. Then after that, we are crying about school fees, then crying about lack of jobs, so that we are busy crying about our problems until we leave him to finish his ill-gotten term. Don't buy into that. Wake up, stand up, speak up, be heard, and make sure that what you're saying is what you believe and you believe what you are saying. Let Kenya be free once and for all. We want our children to grow into a predictable environment. We want to be sure on graduation day that we are walking into the job market. Not an issue of you graduating and tamarking for 10 years looking for a job, wasting resources. Majority of the graduates went to the university on the help loan. That means the government invested into their lives. They went through the university education, graduated, the government did not hire them so that they can get back their investment. And then they are running around looking for other countries to provide jobs. What is wrong with us? Which countries are offering jobs where? We are living in a world where we are talking of being a global village. That means you can be in Kenya and you work in London. You can be in Kenya and you work in Saudi Arabia or work in the US. All you need is internet connection and right training for the same. So Ruto doesn't need to go to Saudi Arabia. He doesn't need to go to London. He doesn't need to go to the US to get any job for anybody. He's just lazy, idling around. And that's what you need to see him for. A lazy person idling around, nothing else. Because if you really wanted to solve the Kenyan problems, you know what should be done. You know what should be done. You know what should be done. You should revamp the industries that exist. You should revamp the productivity of the Kenyan people. You should work out like Kibaki, get a working nation and get the economy recovering, not murmuring and complaining about Mara Uhuru Kenyatta, Mara handshake, Mara Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, you snatched his way into leadership. Why are you complaining about him? And now the oil is a scandal. Healthcare is a scandal. Education is a scandal. The existence of Ruto is a scandal. We can't live a country where there's scandal after scandal, scandal after scandal. We must get our country back, and that will require Kenyans to refuse to be conditioned by William Ruto that they are helpless and there is nothing they can do. It's a question that has been ringing on my mind all day, and that is, if you run away with somebody's chicken and you get caught, you'll be jailed for the same. If you run away with somebody's money, they follow you up, they catch you, you return it, and you go to jail. How come that when you run away with the presidency of Kenya, you get immunity and you get preserved and protected by all the armed forces and all the police for 5 years? Why should there be a difference? That when you run away with the presidency, that's okay. But when you run away with money, I was thinking about the guys who drove away with 94, was it 94 or 96 million? Huh? And they were followed until I hear that there was some money that was recovered from the loot. But what I'm saying is, you run away with something that belongs to someone else, you get followed until it is recovered. But when you run away with the Kenya presidency, you get protection, you get preservation, you get shielded. This ought not to be the case. The people in this country need to embrace the rule of law, reject the manipulation of the so-called systems that wants to impose on us a leadership that we did not elect. Kenyans, we need to stand up and shout down everything that wants to force us into accepting a leadership that we know for sure is not the right one. It has proven 1 year down the road, there is nothing they have done, absolutely zero. And so far, they are confirming there is nothing they can do. I played for you a clip yesterday. Let me just repeat it even as we begin to wind up. I see Mato seems to have gone far. But listen to this. These are the people you're expecting to solve your problem. Listen to this.
Let anybody who has an idea on how to fix this economy come and talk to us. I want on behalf of the president to welcome you as ISPAC. Come and talk to our people at the National Treasury, and we'll ask you to talk to the president, and all of us are aligned. This is our country, and as I said, we don't know everything. If you have better ideas than we have, this is our country, we have no other country. Please come and talk to us, and whatever you advise us, if it's prudent, if it can get us out of the quagmire that we find ourselves in, we shall say asante sana. So please, you are most welcome.
So hapo tangazo linatangazwa naye Gachagua, wanasema wanahitaji mtu yeyote ambaye ako na njia yeyote ya kuwasaidia kutoka mahali walipo, aje tafadhali awasaidie. Inamaanisha these are defeated people, these are confused people. They have no idea on what to do to get out of the mess. They are looking busy, and running around is a waste of time and waste of energy. And of course, the wasting away of the livelihood of the Kenyan people. Therefore, Kenyans of goodwill, let's reject them wholesale and demand the leadership that we deserve, a leadership that is predictable, a leadership that is able to anticipate problems and solve them ahead of time. We can't live like this anymore. We can't accept this as a way of life. Therefore, Kenyans of goodwill, Let's do everything doable to save our country. Don't relent, don't quit. Let's get this advert even as we begin to wind up. I don't know where Kenyan Would Love is on Jiru, but if they come, well and good. If they don't, they will start their own feed. Let's listen now to this even as we begin to wind up. Asante sana. God bless you.
Welcome to Sound Candid Talk for news and politics. I'm excited to have you join our community. I'm Bernards. Whether you're a loyal subscriber or a newcomer, this is a space where authentic, diverse perspectives and open dialogue thrive. From breaking news to in-depth analyses, we cover the issues that matter most. To stay updated, hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell for real-time updates. You won't want to miss our engaging discussions and thought-provoking content. To deepen your involvement, consider joining as a member. Membership unlocks exclusive perks. Your support as a member helps us continue creating quality content that sparks meaningful conversations. Click join to become a crucial part of our growing community. I'm grateful for your engagement. Your comments and discussions make this channel thrive. Welcome to Sound Candid Talk. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and consider joining as a member. Let's dive into the latest headlines and make sense of our world. Stay informed, stay engaged, and, most importantly, stay awesome. This is Bernard signing off. See you in the next video.
In an open economy with market determination of prices, exchange rate movements are the most important indicator of underlying macroeconomic fundamentals. As the saying goes, when in doubt, observe the exchange rate. From history for governments is that you cannot manage the economy with propaganda. You can engage in all the propaganda you want, but if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candid Talk. Tukutane Sound Candid Talk.
You are watching Sound Candid Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of this great conversation. I salute each one of you for your faithful support and faithful followership. As we come to the close of this particular feed, I believe Mato and the other team will be coming to start their own feed. It's my time to sign out. I want to appreciate everyone for participating. I really enjoy your company and you keep us going. Tuni Muhammad, our permanent secretary, thank you so much. Kuna Ehimen Edward, karibu sana, thank you for being here. Nani mwingine hapa? Kuna Rose Menzla, Asante sana. Wamboi Jacobs, thank you so much. Kuna FT Clips, thank you so much for always being here. We appreciate it. Kuna Badash Omar, asante sana. Nashukuru kwa kuwa hapa. Harun wetu huyo, karibu. I hope you are feeling better. Harun, thank you for your faithful and continued support. Karo, asante sana. Olele TV. Olele TV, ungenitumia hiyo clip, unasema Ng'ang'a na Teta kwamba plot yake inachukuliwa. Sijui ni ile ya kitambo ama ya kisasa. Kama unanipata basi niforwardie hiyo clip kwa my WhatsApp number ambayo iko kwa screen, alafu tutajua vile tutatekeleza masuala hayo, kwa sababu swala nyeti tena, masuala ya makanisa kubomolewa imekuwa ndio mtindo wa leo katika nchi hii. Gitonga, asante sana. Mungu akubariki kwa kuwa nasi kila mara. Asante sana dada yetu mkubwa Ubuntu, asante sana kwa kuendelea kuwa pamoja nasi. Nashukuru tu sana. PJ, asante sana. Charles Green, asante. Asante sana. Okay, thank you so much everyone. Travel with Fred, kuna Naftal na Imani, asante sana. Felista Satideke, Bill Morgan, thank you so much. I can't mention all of you, but you are all awesome. Thank you so much. Finally, I'll give the verdict of our poll question, and that is, do you believe Ruto's government is willing to mitigate El-Nino rain effects? 21 votes in Sound Candy Talk Live, and all of them, 100%, they say no. On the other side of the poll at Sound Candy Talk, whatever polling station, we have 129 votes, 133 now. Thank you for voting. And 93 likes. Watu wengine wanapiga kura bila kulike video, lakini tunashukuru. 133 votes on Sound Candy Talk, and 13% say yes, and 87% say no. What is your take on all this? Even as we end the show, please, let's keep on the forefront of securing this country completely, regardless of what who feels what. It is important that we secure this country kabisa kabisa, na tuhakikishe kwamba mambo yote yatakwenda kulingana na mkataba wa katiba yetu. Kwa vyovyote vile, when we run away from our constitution provision, we will have no country, we will have no governance, we will have no reason to hold us together. It is only our constitution that authorizes the president to be president, the members of parliament to be members of parliament, the senators to be senators, the governors to be governors, and women rep and county assembly. All of them, MCS, they are all creation of the constitution. So without the constitution, all those seats are irrelevant, they are lifeless, and they don't owe Kenyans anything. They don't owe Kenyans anything, and Kenyans don't owe them anything. That's how important our constitution is. And when we have a regime that disregards the constitution, then you know it's a regime that is sucking itself from office, is a regime that is working itself out of office. Because if you remove what gives you life, you must have accepted to die. If you cut yourself from the lifeline, you are no longer interested in staying alive. And so if William Ruto wants to be president, he has to be president according to the constitution. If he wants to be the leader of this country, he has to be the leader of this country according to the constitution. So is the Senate, the parliament, the judiciary, and every other sector of our governance. Anything else is not part and parcel of what we constitute as Kenya. Kenya is Kenya by provision of the constitution. And so even in this fight, we are not fighting for individuals. We are not fighting for tribes. We are not fighting for regions. We are fighting for the order of our constitution to be respected, upheld, and of course, enforced by all power. The police, the KDF, all the sectors of security are only powerful to the degree of the power they are given by the Constitution. And it's their duty to fight for the preservation of this very Constitution, not for them to become something else and begin to pretend around hoping that they can be something without the authorization of the Constitution. So even as we stay in the fight, please understand that. Hatuko hapo kwa sababu tunamchukia Ruto ama tunampenda. That is immaterial. Is he operating constitutionally? Is he serving each Kenyan according to what is expected of him by the Constitution? If he's not committed to mitigating people from disaster, he's not moving with required speed in securing the livelihood of Kenyans, ensuring the access to education, access to healthcare, access to safety, and of course, security, then he's unfit to be in that office. He's gone against the Constitution, and that is warrants him to be kicked out of office. So Kenyans of goodwill, lazima tusimame hapo. Hapo tunakuwa na mamlaka na utiari wa kumfukuza. Kwa nini? Amekwenda kinyume na katiba. Lakini ukienda tu ati simpendi, spendi sauti yake, spendi sura yake, that is not what we are fighting for here. We are fighting to get Kenya back on the right track. Kenya is only on the right track when I go against the Constitution and I go against you, you can only get me back into order by bringing me back to the Constitution provision. William Ruto and team are determined to drive us far from the Constitution because that is where they thrive in their evil and shortcuts. Don't allow him to do that. And that's why I'm happy Baba is insisting if there was a G2G agreement, produce the papers. If there was a signing agreement between government and government, we have our oil government, state-owned government companies. Where were they? Why were they sidelined? If they are state-owned, they don't source money elsewhere to go and buy oil. How come the government is supporting a private company to import oil and they have ignored the state-owned oil companies? Hiyo ndio kizungumkuti na lazima tushughulikie. So William Ruto is part of the cartel with his Chirichir and with Murkomen, and the three of them must go. Supported by Gachagua, waweke kikapu moja wafurushwe. We need our country back. Asante sana. Namuona nani huyu? Otek, how are you?
I'm okay, Bernard.
Long time.
Yeah. I'm just around. I've been listening. And something that has just made me come in is how Gachagua has talked. Oh, my God.
Karibu.
Is there any other way he can live? They can live. Because actually they are giving up. They are giving up. They are just like the monkey which was got inside a car. Removed the owners of the car in the car, and then the car was left for them. Now they can't drive. That is where we have reached. If it is like so, actually they want to go. There's nothing much they can do. They have even eaten the money for El-Nino. They're looking for scapegoats. Imagine telling governors to go and take the money they have assigned to do other duties, to go and do other works, and they have eaten the money for El-Nino. And somebody was telling me that actually, Kenya is too hot. That is why Ruto just can't be inside the country anytime. Whenever it becomes very, very hot, you see him moving out and just going out. Me, I don't know where we are heading to, but I only wish, the way I'm wishing, I only wish one day he just stands up and just says, Hallelujah, I'm tired. I just have to leave this. I didn't plan for all this. He didn't plan to have a government. He didn't plan to have a country. He didn't plan how to run a country. He doesn't know anything. And this is what Uhuru told him. Uhuru told him, I like you. You are my friend. But you cannot be a president now. probably next time. But he took it for granted. See where he is now. Eh? Because this oil thing has put him right in the thicket. If these countries around us refuse to take that oil, what will he do? Because they have actually refused. They're actually leaving him because ni mjuaji. He knows too much. Too much, and he's stupid inside the stupidity. He's stupid. I don't know how I can term him. Hey, my God. Where will Ruto go? Because here he's too hot. He can't be here. It's too hot. Eh? Where are we heading to? Our country is getting spoiled. He has brought the oil. He has tried to put on people to show that that oil is not his, so that he can sell it cheaply, expensive the way he wants. Those people have realized they are leaving him with his oil. My Ruto, my God. Mtego, he's in it, Aki. Oh my God. Anyway, me, I'm still listening. But don't go. These people are going to come. People are going to come. We are listening, Bernard. We know, we love what you do. We actually love. Don't think, maybe me, I'm in Kenya with you. You see, it's night. I'm just woken up. I just said, now Bernard is going. Oh my God. Eh? I wanted just to keep you still. I know they are people of the night. They are coming.
Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
You've made a point. Yeah. We are glad.
Yeah.
We are glad. And it's crazy.
We are listening. We are listening.
Magic zidi unga.
Imezidi. I know. I know it's late.
Gachagua should just wake up in the morning and resign. It's simple. It will help. It will save us all this impeachment process. Let him write his resignation. Ruto write his resignation. We'll look whether we can forgive them or not. But this business of trying to insist that they must stay regardless of how they are governing the country, that is not helping anything. Okay. Just hold on. Reverend, just hold on. We are coming to you shortly.
Okay.
There is something here. Chris, kumekucha headline. It's coming. Esther, I don't know which one you're referring to. The latest analysis, Amagan, but let me see if I can get it. Okay, just shortly. Reverend, we are coming back to you.
Fedha za kusaidia walioathirika na mvua ya El-Nino. Tamko lake Gachagua linajiri siku moja tu baada ya kumzomea gavana wa Mombasa Abdulswamad Nassir akimtaka atumie mgao wa shilingi bilioni 10 alizodai zilitumwa na serikali kuu kwa serikali za kaunti kwa minajili ya kupambana na athari za El-Nino. Hata hivyo, mwenyekiti wa baraza la magavana Anne Waiguru ameshikilia msingi.
Na mimi mnajua ni mtu ya kusema ukweli. Na sisi katika National Treasury tumewachilia pesa kwa gavana zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 10 iko pale, na tunataka wananchi walishwe na wachungwe mambo yao.
Ni usemi wake naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua hapo jana jijini Mombasa kuhusu mikakati ya kupambana na athari za El-Nino. Hapa Gachagua aliashiria kuwa serikali tayari ishatuma takriban bilioni 10 kwa serikali za kaunti kwa shughuli hiyo. Magavana nao hawakukosa jibu.
To date, we wish to state and clarify that county governments have not received any allocation from the national government to go towards mitigation measures for El-Nino.
Lakini leo Gachagua ameonyesha mshangao kuwa magavana wameitegemea serikali kuu itume fedha hizo za El-Nino.
It's not forthcoming.
Gachagua anashikilia kuwa ni kweli serikali kuu iliahidi kutenga fedha za kupambana na athari za El-Nino, lakini vile naibu rais anasema kuwa serikali za kaunti zilifaa kuweka mipango yao pia.
They are expected to use emergency money within their financial provision and to reallocate money within their budget to intervene for the people that they govern.
Counties on their part, with their emergency funds, have put in place various mitigation measures to support their constituents.
Naibu Rais anashikilia kuwa huenda magavana walipotoshwa kuwa serikali kuu itatuma pesa hizi kwa serikali za kaunti moja kwa moja.
However, there has been a misconception that some county governments have been waiting for the national government to give them money for this intervention. That is not the case. The national government will provide funds through the county coordination teams. The development partners and humanitarian agencies will do the same, and we expect the county governments to do the same.
This is not the time to point fingers. This is not the time to make accusations. This is not the time for pop suffering of Kenyans.
Huku vuta ni kuvute hizi baina ya serikali kuu na za kaunti zikiendelea, mvua pia inaendelea kuvuta kwa upande wake, na tayari jumla ya kaunti 33 zimeathiriwa na mvua hii, huku zaidi ya makao 80,000 yakizama na wakazi kulazimika kuhama. Sydney Chazima, NTV.
Tower of Babel indeed create crisis in the middle of another crisis. Ruto administration is cursed. Reverend Lala, take it as chess. You are the chairman. I can sign out in a minute. Thank you.
Sunday chess and Otek. I think two ways of getting Ruto, and I think one of them is getting out of power, is for him to raise his hands and leave. But I think that's not the best. The best one should be the Constitution literally getting him out. Because if we allow these people to live at their leisure, do whatever they want, and they leave, that's a very bad precedent that we are creating for us. I think the way these people are messing, they need to be got rid of or chucked out of their offices to jail or to their homes, so that we can see that the Constitution has some teeth, is working. And so, yes, giving up would be okay, but still we got to pursue these guys. Because right now, when a country cannot take care of the least, the most vulnerable, people are dying. El-Nino is something that we knew. Funds should have been ready, and people should have been on the ground, especially the national government with the mandate to take care of the people. They have district I think that they call district commissioners or whatever, the regional commissioners, who are there to coordinate security, whatever it is, the ear of the president. The bigger chunk of our budget stays with Ruto, and nothing has been given, released to help the people. It is criminal. It is criminal. Any nation, civilized nation, a lot of people should have been gone by now. They should have been actually in handcuffs right now, because they let Kenyans die when resources were there for that purpose. I'm told, I know there is the national emergency team. What is their job? If Gachagua is talking of no money, and then why is he talking if they can't give anything? And it's one point is money given, another point is no money given. Total mess, total confusion that we are seeing here with these people. So I think we must show that we have a constitution. If a constitution cannot work at this time, and people resign at their own leisure and do whatever they want, then what's the purpose for that constitution? And it's us to be able to make sure it works and let it work now, just now. I think we are making a mistake by either sitting on the side and watching this destruction, fall on us. So, Otek, I believe it is the time. The time is now. The moment is now, and I trust our leaders are, especially the Azimio side, are listening, and also the guys who are in this government. Okay, I have an issue with people working and not following a constitution. Let me give you an example. I'm licensed as a clinician. I have an independent license. I diagnose and treat mental health disorders. Okay, I work for an organization, and this organization was giving me all kinds of jobs to do. So I consulted a lawyer. And lawyer, my friend, a powerful lawyer, Anne Veneziana, I give you a name because she's a great lawyer, looked at my face and said, Abel, you are employed by this organization, but the thing that you gotta protect is your license, not the organization. Because when something goes bad, that organization will come after you. If they go to court, they'll say, he's the one with the license. He should have made the right decision. In other words, the buck stops with me. I must protect. So all these so-called head of departments and the generals and others who are violating the law, who are going against what the Constitution requires. And you are smiling and thinking that you are doing a great job when actually your allegiance is to a man. And a man who is a thief, a man who is a liar, a man who doesn't use the Constitution which you swore to defend. When you raised your hand, you did not raise those hands to protect a person. You do that to protect the Constitution of Kenya. It is the Constitution. It is that document that puts us together and defines us as a people, as a nation. You're a Kenyan because it is in the Constitution. You can defend it, not because you're Rutoist, and that's Rutoism. Some of us are just all we know is Ruto, because we made that choice instead of following the Constitution. So I think us people that have conscience, there is one thing that we cannot veer from, and that is the Constitution. And we must protect it with our own lives. That's the only way to save Kenya. As I stated before, I reiterate it again. If we don't watch carefully, the next few days, there may be total chaos. Because, number one, Uganda has pulled out. And that corridor, Mombasa, Uganda, you see, when oil goes, so other goods will start following. So they're going to be coming through Tanga, Dar es Salaam, and others to Uganda. It means that economy from Mombasa to Malaba will be gone. Those towns depend on those trailers. They are the ones who sleep in those lodges and buy food and keep our economy running. And that has been that way for a long, long time. The economy is built around that railway line. And with Uganda, for the first time saying no to Kenya, mark my word, Rwanda is following a suit very soon. And I think they are talking. Congo also want things a little cheaper. And of course, Burundi and others. So basically, we are getting more isolated. That is, other countries are no longer trading with us. Uganda, I think, is one of the biggest trading partners. And that's going to be impacted very badly, okay? Because nobody wants to pay.
You, Reverend Mala. I beg to...
Give me 1 second. Nobody wants to pay extra. And so my appeal to all of you, every Kenyan, one, don't give Oda a space. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Lola. Thank you, Chets. I've been pushed to play one more video before I leave. Very crucial one. Controversial, in fact. Ni mchungaji wa Wanjiru hapa. He's angry. Listen to him.
Ama nitoe hizi pepo niweke gari yako. I will command your bodyguard to shoot you. Ama nitoe hizi pepo niweke kwa mke wako. Ukirespect buduki, urespect this power. This power is built. Ni vile tu unacheza. Ile serikali ilikuwako ilitaka kuchukua hiyo kiwanja. Sasa hii tena imekuja, you want to take my land? How? Naitwa James Maina. Hata nikakufa leo mimi, hiyo kiwanja itawakula. Mackenzie alisema itawalamba. Mimi nasema itawakula.
It appears that the arrow of controversy that previously struck Pastor Ezekiel's church has now found its mark on Pastor Ng'ang'a of Neno Evangelism Center. Pastor Ng'ang'a took to live television to vent his frustration, alleging that his ministry is facing government interference. He boldly claimed that certain high-ranking government officials within President Ruto's government have been actively working against him and even threatening to seize the prime property located along Haile Selassie Avenue in Nairobi, where his church stands.
Hello, my name is Chief Okuzo from Plug TV.
Inaweza kutuma kwako. Nataka kujua jina huyo minister anataka kuchukua. Nitakuchunguza next week, nitakuwa Nairobi. Nitachunguza mpaka nijue ni nani. Niandike jina lako hivi nikutupe. Nione. Ndio kesho ingine hautacheza na watumishi wa Bwana. Cheza na hawa wanapuliza, hawa mnaobana nao. Hawa mko nao kwa maandamano. Uliniona mimi huko? Uliniona siku moja nilikualika kwa ofisi kwa kanisa yangu mimi. Mimi ni ex-prisoner. Na mimi Mungu ananipenda. Ameniita mimi na kwa waizi wale wazuri na digrii na utajiri kwenda kanisa yenu. Kwenda huko. Mimi nataka hawa wafuta bangi na malaya. Hawa shetani anasubua ndio mimi nataka. Nyinyi wazuri, don't vote for me.
During his impassioned address, Pastor Ng'ang'a made it clear that he would not back down without a fight. He sternly warned that anyone attempting to encroach upon his land would face dire consequences that will be jotted down in history books.
Waizi hawa. Mimi nitasema sababu I don't care you. Whoever is undermining that plot, ujue utakula maini yako. Kama ukimaliza vizuri Mungu hakuniita. Kile kitu kinaniuma mimi kabisa ni hiyo kiwaja. Amwesika na degree zenyu, mimi nikitoka jela mko wapi? Nimehangaisha watu na buduki. Nimehangaisha watu na visu, nimeshika watu geta. Sijui watu kama mimi nimeua. Alafu Mungu ameniokoa anipe mahali nimjengee madhabahu. Ile serikali ilikuwako ilitaka kuchukua hiyo kiwanja. Sasa hii tena imekuja, you want to take my land? How? Naitwa James Maina. Hata nikakufa leo mimi, hiyo kiwanja itawakula. Mackenzie alisema itawalamba, mimi nasema itawakula. Sometimes respect God. Si kiwanja yangu mimi, imeandikwa Neno Evangelism Center. Any minister who is undermining this plot, I'm giving you strictly warning. Mimi sirika yako, hatukusoma na wewe shule moja, mimi sikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo. I know my God. I wish ni ule wakati nilikuwa nabeba bunduki nikukute, ndio ujue. Inaniuma kabisa. Sasa naenda kotini, nimeitwa kotini. Kiwanja ya Mungu. Na zote hizi mmechukua, mashamba yote mmechukua. Hizi millions acres mko nazo kila mahali. Kwa nini msiende mkate hiyo? Hey.
He also issued a hefty demand to potential land acquirers, stating that they must cough up to a staggering 10 billion Kenyan shillings if they wished to take ownership of the property.
Na sikununua kwa Kamau, nilinunua kwa CBK. If you want that land, give me 10 billion. Give me 10 billion if you want. Nilete 10 billions na ya kutoa. If not that, I swear before God, hautawacha mtoto. Najua kesho mnaweza amka mkazima TV. Hiyo kiwaja hata mkazima. Hiyo mkichukua Mungu hakuniita. Kile mtaona mjawahi kuona. I swear before God. Naitwa James Maina. Sasa mimi ni mzee. Hata nikakosea ukaniua, you are to be blamed. Umeua mzee. Hata ukaniua, umeua mzee. Inaniumiza sana. Mimi nasikia naumia sana. I wish Mungu anipatie panga nikatakate watu.
This is former Chief Justice David Maraga. Now seeing such guys returns hope to my heart that we still have Kenyans who have character. We still have Kenyans who will do the right thing. Of course, Chief Justice David Maraga has booked his name in the annals of history as the Chief Justice who overturned a presidential election result. We all remember that from 2017, when the victory announced by the IEBC and Wafula Chebukati in 2017, announcing Uhuru as the winner, was overturned by the Supreme Court, led by this man. And the truth has come out very clearly, because mostly the same bench, it was the same judges more or less, with very few exceptions, did what they did in 2022. They okayed something that was not even an election. Let me just leave it at that. Anyway, my point in bringing up Bwana Maraga is that he was appointed to head a national task force on police reforms. And on November 16th, just a few days ago, in his capacity as chairman of this national task force, he handed over a report to Ruto at State House. Now this morning, some of the contents of that report have been made public. Now, why should this interest me and you? Well, the police, the police, hey, you know, we have very serious problems in Kenya. But the issue here is that most of us don't even understand the problem. How do you sort out a problem when you don't even understand it? And I'm going to make a statement that will shock most of you. There is absolutely nothing wrong with our police officers. There's nothing wrong. Our police officers are okay. So where's the problem? The problem is with something known as chain of command. Now, I've been talking about this on this channel endlessly, but most of us still don't get it. You see, the way the police operate is not the same way you operate in your office. Yeah, you've got your desk, you make your own decisions. Yes, you have a boss you report to, but there's some decisions you make. No! The police do not operate like that. A policeman does not move an inch without something called an order from above. Now I can hear somebody asking me, Chris, what about this kitu kidogo the police ask on the road over minor traffic offenses? Do they take orders for that? Good question. And I'll answer it in the following way. An investigation of M-Pesa records of police officers not too long ago revealed a very clear pattern that went as follows. Junior officers M-Pesa'd money to their seniors. And then those senior officers M-Pesa'd money to their most senior officers. And it went up the chain of command, right up to the top most. Okay? That information is in the public domain. Now, what does it tell us? It tells us that the 100 shillings you give to the traffic cop, yeah, to let you off, part of that money ends up at the highest hierarchy of the police. I trust I have answered your question. And I trust that I've answered it conclusively. So what do I mean when I say that all junior police officers are okay? The people we're condemning, there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. What do I mean when I say that they're okay, and yet I've just given you evidence of corruption? Give me time, I will explain fully. It is interesting that the headline in one of the local dailies this morning, is asking the question, another police vetting? You know, police vetting really excites people. It is drama. Because any public lynching since the beginning of time has excited people. Yeah, because this is really public lynching. Yeah, you say, yeah, that's good. These police are too brutal. Dio, this vetting is good. Ask those difficult questions, etc., etc. But that will not solve the problem. That is not where the problem is. And on my show today, I fully reveal, where the real problem is. Okay? Big hint, State House, Nairobi. Okay? Nitafafanua. I'll elaborate on that fully and give you details that will prove that what is happening here with the National Task Force on the Police Reforms is just diversionary tactics, entertainment, kupatia wakubwa kazi, but it is not touching on the root cause of the problem. But very quickly before we proceed, please allow me to acknowledge our
Sorry, I have to interrupt that. If you want the whole story about it, go to Chris Kumekucha. That's his latest analysis. We are using it by authorization by him. We are in good terms and an agreement that we can share content. All the same, if you need to hear the rest of it, please follow it up. Chris Kumekucha is one of my seniors. I learn a lot from him in terms of political understanding. He's one seasoned political analyst that you will not go wrong listening to. So we encourage you, if you are not yet a follower of Chris Kumekucha, follow him up. You will understand better politics and political analysis than what is being offered all over. Thank you so much. Bwana Chess, asante sana. Kazi kwako. Utatufafanulia ile ingine ya Ng'ang'a. Plot yake iende isiende. Ataachilia mapepo kwa mabodyguard ama unamruhusu afanyeje ili
Unataka niongee?
Nataka unaambie. Yes. Which one do you approve? Amesema anaweza kuweka mapepo kwa mke.
Wachana kwanza atuambie alipigia. Kwanza atuambie alipigia nani kura. He should not start coming to start seeking sympathy from us. No. Bana, we have to start putting them. I sympathize with what is happening. Yes. If the plot wholesomely belongs to him, well and good. But this is a time also, some of these people we call men of God, they should also suffer. This is a time, some of them should also suffer because, Bernard, wengine walianzia kutuambia tunafuata waganga. Hawa wahubiri hawa. So, to some extent, I feel some comfort because hawa watu, they have also been used not to propagate the right gospel in Kenya, but rather they have been used actually to propagate human personality. So I'm not expecting Bwana Pastor Nganga akue, maybe is the only person ambaye analia. I wish we can be having like 5 major pastors who are facing this wrath, so that at least when a pastor, and let me tell you, serious pastors are not supposed to be political, by the way. Serious pastors, and this is kitu I want to confirm here. Instead of supporting the wrong person in the name of nasikia sauti, but we know vile mnatuambianga saa zingine, and some of the voices we cannot confirm. Sisemi sauti hakuna. I'm not saying that there is no voice, but some of us who hear reality, and we cannot differentiate between crowds speaking and a data speaking. You need to understand that wengine wetu hatujui sauti, so mukikuja mnatuambia sauti inaongea, sometimes we don't understand. This is a nganga, by the way, ambaye ameuza makaratasi. I understand faith has to be manifested. I agree, faith has to be manifested, but at least to be practical, a little bit practical. I know we need to need, but huyu ni yule nganga ameuza makaratasi. Na sijui kwa nini hujatuchezea hiyo. In fact, that is what I wanted. Sikutaka hii. Wewe tuweke nganga wa kuuza makaratasi bwana.
Naomba kesho tutashughulikia hiyo. I think we will talk about the church and its excesses. It's becoming something we can't avoid anymore.
Yeah, so, I agree.
So and then I'm looking forward to host somebody who was a presidential candidate and is a reverend. So nataka tuwakue hapa maskofu watusaidie na masuala haya. Cha muhimu, naomba tafadhali ning'atuke, nimechelewa. Wewe endeleza kipindi, piga kelele. Kuna mtu hapa na complain, Fred Sagala. What is your problem?
Wachana na Fred. Fred bwana ni is a Kagege in crowd 9.
We facilitate show, acha mchezo. Thank you so much.
Sio mchezo naleta, lakini kama unataka hata viewership ipungue, anzia kuleta Sagara hapa. Sagara the other time amekuja hapa hadi watu wakaanzia kupata ulcers na heartburns. So the only way in which we can allow for Sagara to come here, he has to be listening to himself. Sababu alipropagate uongo mingi sana hapa. And we told him bana, we have International Kagege Forum. International Kagege Forum, aka Mutembei. He can go there. So tunaitanga IKF, International Kagege Forum.
Huyo Bernard huyo Sagala akiingia hapo, wewe utamtoa wewe tu. Wewe hakuna mwingine, you will on the spot. Rudi kweli clip alikuwa akiongea, you will
we muingize alafu sikilize na ninyamaze. No, just interact with him.
Hapana bwana chef, nyinyi mnatafuta nafasi ya kunifungia hapa. Muda
Hapana,
wangu tuonane na Samadi.
Wachana na yeye kabisa.
Deal with Sakala yourselves. Sakala is from Segalala.
No, you know. No, I can tell you, friend Sagara was here na alifanya mpaka rating yangu ipungue sana. Watu waliniambia I'm contributing into their headache.
Just hold on, let me respond to him. Fred Sagala, you don't have to be here. It's not a must, okay? And if you are not here for better Kenya, I don't think we have space for you. It's just a humble, clear, straightforward talk, okay? That's why you're here. We are not called Sound Candid Talk because we lack the names, okay? What you share must be sound, it must be candid, and it must be authentic. For proper English, authentic. Authentic means it can be substantiated, and it can be, it will stand the test of time. That what you said now, when we check it 10 years from now, it will still be valid. Not for you to come and waste people's time here. So thank you very much. See you later.
Okay, ni sawa.
Yes, go ahead. So,
okay,
block yeye.
Naache kulinga na views zetu. Anaanzia kuclaim 3000 views ni alileta. Ni uongo. Sisi tunaonangwa na watu. Ndio anasema hapo ati aliongea tukapata 3000 views.
Where did he get them?
Watu wengine bwana. Wacha atasikiria na huko, atasikiria vibaya na huko. Bwana Sagara, we have International Kagege Forum aka Mutembei. Enda huko. Atuwekelei muende huko, we cannot allow. Anyway, Bwana Bernard, you can go and have your sleep as usual. Wewe enda upumzike. So what are the contributing in the letter of text sasa? Because I don't think I will get another chance. So I wanted to talk about this Nganga and some of the pastors who are suffering. In fact, I'm very happy. Wacha watu waumie. In fact, hata hii kiwanja kwanza ingeenda, at least aendange kutafutia na huko, because let me tell you, last year, including now, there is a bishop called Mwaura. Sorry, na hiyo sio jina yangu. I don't think somebody can be called Mwaura. There is a bishop called Mwaura. Ameenda kwa function ya Ruto hadi ati anaanzia kuhubiri Ruto Ruto directed sermon. Ile sermon ya kufurahisha rais hapo. Yaani ati unaanzia akasema ati kama sijui ati Mungu alidanganya. Nilisikiliza hiyo speech nikasikia kutapika. A whole bishop. Na bishops ni watu wako na wafuasi 500. Unaenda kudanganya watu pale. So wacha hao wahubiri wateso na huyu mtu yao wamekuwa wakitetea. In fact, that is why I want to say we have some good churches which were able to internalize and understand the venom which was to come with this administration. But some of them now hizi ni vitu we should not be feeling vibaya tukisema hizi vitu. Some of our bishops and the pastors ni togege. Is only that they have not declared it so, but ukimwona tu unaona huyu mtu hata vitu zingine anafuata. Anaweza kuwa na kanisa kubwa lakini yeza kagege in reasoning. So hawa watu, some of them walitupoteza na hatutawasikiliza, because the reason why petrol iko 250 ni sababu ya the Christ and this guy. Wakasema ati huyu ni mtu ya kutoka kwa Mungu. And some of us tukaona, wengine hata wakawekelea hadi sauti ya Mungu na kumbe wanasikiliza sauti yao. So wacha Ng'ang'a kwanza atuambie alipigia nani kura. I can only listen to Ng'ang'a if he tells me alipigia nani kura. Hiyo mambo ingine msiniambie. Any person who voted for Ruto, he deserves what he voted for. If you voted for Ruto na Ruto akuja kutoa kwa nyumba, I do not want to a little bit sympathize with you, because tuliwaambia huyu mtu ni nani, and we are keeping to continue telling you now. And you people, you cannot even riot for this guy. Nyinyi ni wale watu mmekuwa mnakuja hapa mnatuambia apewe time, na mnaona huyu mtu hakuna. Mumeona hata nani ametoa wimbo anaitwa aje aka kasichana kalikuwa chachi kanaitwa aje aka kasichana Nimeona kanaulizwa hapo, kuna kasichana kalikuanga kanakuja Churchill Kembamba, I'm forgetting her name. She has also given us the status of this government. So in other words, hii serikali hakuna kitu inafanya, including a whole deputy president anadanganyana live on air, including even watu wa his own political party wanakuja wanasema ni uongo, hakuna pesa imetolewa. Second in command anakuja anadanganyana. Ijawahi tokezea vitu kama hiyo. Hilo wakati hiyo mambo imekanwa, ndiye ati anakuja kusema sijui ati counties. Yeye alienda pale akasema tumetoa pesa 10 billion. Alafu sasa hiyo story inakuja inakanwa. Alafu tunaendelea mamito good. Alafu sasa tunaanzia ati kuongea story ya huyu mtu anadanganyana live on here. Huyu mtu hatutamsikiliza. Kitu kingine, it is very real now. Hata hawa magavana sasa, they need to stand up against this guy. Sio ati story tu ya kukuja tu kwa press briefings peke yake. We need to see mtu kama Gachagua sasa hata anapelekwa kwa koti. We now need to start action being taken against somebody coming anaanzia kusema vitu about, because he is not even giving the position ya government. Huyu jamaa bwana, it is beyond. Can you imagine number 2 anakuja anadanganyana live on air, and then one day anakuja kuanzia kujicontradict tena? We cannot continue on that trajectory. Anyway, it's simple. Hawa watu lazima tuwakurute. Format ndio sijui, but something has to be done. Hapa hakuna kitu tunangojelea. Hii ni kidonda dugu, na mnajuanga kidonda dugu tu ni kukua, inaendelea anga kukua kubwa, na kidonda dugu usipofanya the right procedures which are needed inakupelekanga kwa kaburi. Hii ni kitu nataka kuconfirm hapa. Hii serikali ya Ruto msingojea atikue mzuri. The more munaipea time the more kinaumana, na the more mambo inakuwa mbaya. Right now hakuna kitu tumeona. Now wamekuwa wakikula foundation, kile kilikuwa kimeachwa, wamekuwa wakikula kwa store. Sasa whatever was in the store imeisha, sasa watakula store yenyewe. Finally tutakuwa nje. You people, kuna vitu we need to be very careful. Na watu waliongea hapa, na wazee waliongea. Kuna yule mzee wa Rift Valley alisema kitu, Walegola. Don't underestimate that statement. That guy was speaking from information, not from the data. Walegola, I want to tell you Kenyans, this man will be vindicated. And before we confirm the story ya Walegola, we better do it sahi. Ruto sio yule mtu atu kusema ati mungoje. Huyu ni yule mtu ambaye by 2025 Kenyans will be up in arms, wakati nchi yao imeisha na imekufa na hakuna chochote, tumeisha. That is the level where we are ending. So it is either we decide now, and if we decide later, we will be at a worst point. Watoto watakuwa wanasoma, tutakuwa maskini, utakuwa unaenda hospitali hakuna dawa, untimely death, corruption, so many problems. Who you see, you cannot analyze this guy. Everything is not working. Na hii ndio ile kitu tunajaribu kuconfirm hapa. Hata akina baba sasa waachane na nyuki, wacha watu let people now determine what they want. But we cannot continue now safeguarding people. Tuna block watu, tunasema watu wasifanye nini. Wacha watu watokezee sasa, wacha kiumane, wacha watu wamenyane na hii serikali, because you cannot stay with a government which is just ravaging you into poverty. Sasa jamaa amekimbia huko Europe kutafuta victory standards, ati kwenda kuongelesha wazungu hapo, asibu ni kama sisi tunakulanga wazungu. No, mtu hata akienda atoe speech mzuri sana pale, this guy he was speaking, alikuwa anaongelesha interest za wazungu, anaenda anaongea story ya carbon print kwa wazungu. Na hii ni kitu nataka kuongea hapa sahi, and somebody should not tell me, asiniambie hapa I'm a climate denier. It's not about being a climate denier, but climate change is not affecting us the same way. Kuna yule mtu anafaa kufanya mambo ya dharura, na kuna yule ambaye anafaa bado kufanya mambo yake taratibu. So hii kitu mnaitanga climate change haitu affect the same way. Kuna wale wanataka kubebwa na wengine, na wale wameharibu mazingira yao wanataka kubebwa na Waafrika. Sisi bado hatuja exploit anything. Sasa ile wakati Sasa ndio tumepata mafuta Turkana. Sasa sijui ndio tumepata iron ore wapi. We have not exploited much of the resources zile Mungu ametupea. Then finally mnakuja mnatuambia all those things are polluters. There are some things I don't understand. We have not exploited anything. Africa, we have not even exploited 80% of God-given resources. Alafu sasa mnakuja mnatuambia hiyo vitu yenyu yote they are polluters. Africa, we even have coal. Sisemi ati tutumie coal. I know coal is a, but we can also apply technology of how we can reduce those emissions. But sasa how so mnataka kuniambia hizo resources zote ziko Africa zikae tu hivyo simply because sababu sasa they are polluters. Na hawa watu mnafuata wametumia hizi vitu mpaka wakachoka. From 1850 wamekuwa wakitumia hizi vitu for over 100 years, wamekuwa wakitumia hizi vitu. Kwa nini 1850 wangesema hizi vitu ni polluters? Kwa nini wanasema hizi vitu ni polluters wakati Mwafrika ameanzia kutumia? Ili mjue hata nyinyi mnawekwa kwa kikabu amujielewe. Kwa nini hizi vitu suddenly zimekuja kukua polluters? Sababu Mwafrika ameanzia kutumia hizi vitu. Ati hata hydro squeeze even at a big dam sasa squeeze you don't need them. Why? Ati hizi vitu ati sijui mtazuilia maji na nini. So hizi vitu zimeanzia kukua polluters sababu Mwafrika ameanzia kutumia. Inakuanga hivyo. Mwafrika akianzia kutumia kitu, hiyo kitu ni mbaya. Because they know now sasa we are in the league of competition. So waanzie sasa kutuweka kwa ile kikapu ya zile vitu ambazo pia wao wanafanya. So yet na wewe una technology na una maarifa hiyo kitu. Yet wamekuwa wakifanya research ya hizi vitu from 60s. Hizi masora na nini from 60s. Sasa unakuja kuingizwa kwa vitu ujui. So kazi yako ya kwanza tu ni kununua technology. You just be buying technology because unaletoa vitu ambazo mtu amekuwa akijua sana. Waafrika bana lazima we have to start using our brain bana. Mungu akuwekelea akili hapa juu ya kichwa sababu hataki tutumie. So Mwafrika lazima akuwe anajua. Unajua saa zingine pia ukikuwa na rafiki lazima ukuwe unajua hapa huyu rafiki anataka maji ama kujua hizi vitu, lakini tusianzie historia ati unasikiliza tu akili za kuambiwa changanya na za kwako. Hao ni Waswahili wa kutoka TZ wanasemanga hiyo. Sasa tumeanzia hata kupoteza sasa hata biashara ndogo ndogo within our country hapo. Biashara ndogo ndogo tunapoteza. Pikipiki za stima umeletewa, nasikia hazifanyi kazi, there is a problem. These technologies are good, but you have to do something we call homegrown technology. Huwezi tumia teknolojia kutoka kwa mtu mwingine. Hata Chinese wenyewe wanatumia reverse engineering. Wanachukua technology, wanaisoma, wanaielewa, they implement. Lakini Mwafrika ndiye the only person ambaye ni garbage in, garbage out. First of all, study that technology. Elewa hii kitu inafanya nini, then implement. In China they do reverse engineering. Si ati kuchukua ati garbage in, garbage out. Sisi Waafrika tu ndio tuna hii kitu okay, hii kitu no. Otake go ahead.
Njiru, nimesikia umeongea umeongea kweli, lakini nakuhakikishia I have a feeling something is telling me huyu mtu anaweza toka, kwa sababu as we speak now nimesoma tu sizo kwa hizo ninio hizi countries zinatuzunguka zimeshaanza kukataa hii oil ya Ruto. Mafuta yake wamemwambia akae naye kwa maana ya hiyo bei, ameweka bei ya juu. Sasa hiyo bei ya juu vile umeweka utabaki nayo. Ukishabaki nayo sasa nani atanunua? Si tumekwama, tuko katikati. Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania wote wamekataa, wamesema no way. We baki hapo, kaa naye. Wewe unafikiri tunaelekea wapi? Sasa hiyo pesa tutatoa wapi? Kwa maana hiyo mafuta ilikataliwa, ndio hiyo iko tu Mombasa imenyamaza. Akianza ati maybe atuongeze bei, watu watafanya maandamano ile hujawahi ona. Maandamano saa hii watu wamengojea tu, na ni joto. Tumengojea, hata sijui atafanya nini. Hii ndio the real truth. Ile gari ya nyani iko kwa gari, imetoa wenye gari kwa gari, sasa imewachiwa. Sasa kuendesha ameshindwa. Honestly, it's a shame. Ni aibu, ni aibu. Na pia ukiona vile Gachagua aliongea ni kama ana insight watu wa Mombasa ati hao watoe pesa mahali pesa wameweka. Sasa unaona wanakula pesa alafu wanaanza kusema ni governors wako nazo. Yani wanakula, they are eating more than they are supposed to eat. But it's very sad. We are in a very bad state. What we can do as wananchi ni tutoke nje. Na tutoke kama tuangalii nyuma. These people are just going to go. Na sioni 5 years hapa. Niliwaambia sioni 5 years. I cannot see 5 years. Sioni 5 years. Ameshakwama. Ajui afanye nini. Anatoka anaenda nchi zingine. Hata hiyo Germany alienda hakuwa ameitwa. Ati yeye alienda. Alafu hiyo standing ovation ni kama kawaida tu. Other leaders wakienda. There's nothing. There's nothing. Hata alisema ati ile ati maybe inastua. Hakuna. Lakini it's time for him. Mi naona time yake Njiru imefika. Wacha tu next year ikianza hivi. Hata pengine inaweza anzia hapo.
Next year
Kwa
tena?
sababu next year might reach. You know how it will reach? Because of the fees ya watoto wa kwenda shule. Wazazi vichwa zimejaa. Watu hata wana commit suicide.
Next year ni mbali. Next year ni mbali sana.
It is far. It is not far. It is only a month. It is not far. Imefika. Hapo na ni lazima itakuwa tu hapo kwa sababu hapo ndio.
Do you know the importance of 30 days in pain? Unajua ni miaka 3.
Alafu wacha nikuambie wale watu watasikia pain ni wale watoto wao sasa wamekaa hawaendi shule. Pain itaanzia hapo. Mtu anaangalia hivi anaona hana pesa. Hivi hana pesa. Nifanye nini? Siwezi iba. What do I do? Hii ni government gani? Hapo naona. Aya, huyu pastor unasema huyu wa ninio anaitwa nani? Huyu anasema anataka kunyang'anywa plot yake. Yeye alivotia Ruto na roho moja. Alisema huyo ni kijana.
Ameconfirm?
Haja confirm but he did it.
Okay.
Si hao ndio pastors wale waliunga huyu mtu mkono. Ni vile tu walianza kugeuka baadaye juzi hapa.
Kama ni hivyo aumie. I cannot sympathize with anyone ambaye alipigia huyo jamaa kura.
Wacha aumie. Wacha aumie hata hiyo plot yake I wish tu anyang'anywe. Ndiye ajue hiyo uchungu. Sasa hata si juzi alikuwa na criticize huyu Ruto, alafu tena saa hizi ameona kama anaanza kuingiliwa, tayari ameanza kusema nini? Ameanza kuongea ati King, wacha King arudi. Wacha King arudi. King gani? Sasa anaita Ruto King tena. Huyo ni mtu wa kugeuka. Hakuna
sweet talk. Si ni kujaribu sweet talk ili
yes, because he knows. Lakini Ruto una sweet talk nini hapo? Hakuna kitu. Hakuna. He's wasting his time. Hii imefika, hii atanyang'anywa roho safi. No amount of whatever he'll say ati atamroga nini. Hakuna. Atamtupia nini? Hakuna. Hata hakuna kitu anaombaga hapo. Hakuna. Anauzia watu makaratasi. Hakuna kitu kama hii.
He is very effective on Ngita. I can tell you I think the Ngita is the one which makes people to be there. On Ngita he is effective. Maybe that is what draws people to him. Yeah, wewe fuata Ngita yake. Ngita yake ni noma.
Mimi sijawahi sikia akipiga hiyo Ngita. Ya kulalisha watu chini ndio ninaona.
You see, ile kitu inakuanga unajiona kila pastor ako na mvuto wake. Every pastor kuna ile kitu ina guru watu kwake. Like unaweza kuta like somebody doesn't have a lot of confidence na huyo na pastor fulani, lakini there is a specific thing huyo pastor anafanya inakuwa ndio kama glue to the crowd. So Pastor Nganga is very effective on praise and worship na guitar. And that thing really, unajua kuna watu wanatakanga tu kwenda tu kwa kanisa tu kurukaruka tu, for your information. And he is very effective on that. Go and look at his praise and worship. Kama if wewe tu wale tu watu wakutaka tu kwenda kanisani without like, because saa zingine even in his sermon saa zingine unasikia like he is not very authentic. I don't know why he decided to go into that level, like he is not a bit serious. Kuna vile he is a bit vagal. He is vague in his sermon. Unaelewa? So like but when it comes to guitar work and praise and worship, now I think in how to do is vagalism during preaching. Na unakuta tu still kuna watu wako na confidence ya kutaka kukua na yeye even if he is vagal, but he is vagal, like ana sacred voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, by the way, Anna. Okay, nimeona watu wengi wameingia, wacha tuwawachie, tusiongee tu peke yetu.
Aya, wacha Aaron aseme, alafu tupate empowerment then public participation. But you can be around. We can always go do another round if you people will be here. We still have over 1 hour to be here. Bado time iko. So, Mr. Aaron, leo siongee kizungu tafadhali. Please.
Asante sana Mr. Jess kwa kunipa nafasi angalau nipate kuchangia hii topic ya leo ya, na sijui kama Mr. Jess unaweza tupatia definition ya El-Nino, because unajua inawezekana maybe topic inawekwa hapa na hatujui maana yake, cause unajua how do you call El-Nino, unajua sisi tumekuja kuisikia tu tukiwa wazee hivi. So kwa wale ambao mmeenda shule, at least unaweza tufafanulia maana yake ni ipi? So mimi kitu ya kwanza ningependa kusema ni kuwa ile achievement ya William Ruto na his administration ni kuwa wao within 1 year wamemanage kumake the people of Kenya poor. Hiyo ndio, yani hiyo ndio achievement yenye mimi nitasema wametop to impoverish Kenyans hapo tu wamekuwa number 1. Alafu ningependa kusema kuhusu mambo ya mitigation of hii issue ya El-Nino. Hii El-Nino manzee mitigation hawa jamaa hawakuiweka mzuri, cause kama unaona sasa hivi bado tunang'ang'ana, yani magavana wanang'ang'ana na Gachagua kuhusu doo ambazo already maji ishamwagika manzee. Mvua ndio hii imenyesha sasa hivi, ni maybe cause uwezi ukazuia ile wakati ya preparedness, wakati hizi doo zilikuwa zinahitajika sana. Nani alifanya mzaa, William Samoei Ruto alifanya mzaa, so hiyo ilipita. So sasa hivi ni ile kujaribu kuhakikisha kuwa pesa zimetolewa, alafu zile areas ambazo zimekuwa hit so much na hii mambo ya El-Nino, in fact maisha ya mifugo at the same time maisha ya wanadamu imepata kukombolewa. Kwa pande ya mimea hiyo hatuwezi tukafanya nini, hatuwezi tukaokoa. Alafu na jambo lingine, baada ya hii El-Nino, unajua kuna vitu ambazo zitafuatilia, kama kutakuwa na magonjwa ambayo yataletwa na haya maji ambayo yatakuwa yametapakaa kila mahali, cause umbu wataanza kuzaana pale kwa hayo maji. At the same time ng'ombe wakila nyasi, kwa sababu hii maji sometimes unajua unapata hiyo maji imebeba wakati maji imekuwa mingi kama kuna open pit latrines ambazo hiyo maji ikiingia chini alafu inatoa uchafu yote, then kutoka hapo utaona ng'ombe wakifanya nini, wakipata magonjwa. So sasa hivi inastahili kama kungekuwa na gava mzuri sasa hivi wangeanza kutafuta mambo ya madawa. Hii El Nino ikiisha, ng'ombe wetu wapate kupewa madawa, ndio waendelee kutupatia maziwa na nyama at the same time kutu keep company. Alafu jambo lingine, kama hii government ingekuwa ni government ambayo tungekuwa tunatazamia ingeokoa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Angalia wakati wa kiangazi wanga tunang'ang'ana sana akina mama wanang'ang'ana sana kutafuta nyasi, hata wazee, hata wavulana, mavijana wanatembea long distance looking for pasture. So huu ndio wakati tungeanza kutafuta kama ni warehouse, hii mambo ya foda. So hizo ndio vitu wanasema kujiprepare, because ishanyesha sasa hivi mvua. Sasa baada ya hii ni faida gani ambayo tuta tap kupitia kwa hii El Nino? So wewe unaona William Samoei Ruto anaendelea kutapatapa, yani Gachagua anaendelea kutapatapa kuwa pesa magavana watafute na ilhali yeye mwenyewe alikuwa amesema kuwa already 10 billion zilikuwa zimefanya nini, zilikuwa zimekuwa dispatch. In fact gava yenye inaraniwa na watu waongo sio jambo ambalo ni la kufurahisha. Alafu kitu kingine nikimaliza kwa hiyo mambo ya mitigation, nipatie hawa dada zetu ambao wameingia na wao angalau wapeane uwansilishi wao katika topic ya leo. Kama hii gava ingekuwa mzuri before William Samoei Ruto aende kwa kanisa kufurahisha Wakenya kuwa vile eti Mungu aliwajalia wakaingia uongozini kupitia kwa maombi. Unajua hiyo ndio ilikuwa yani huyu jamaa bado akona hiyo furaha ya kuwa in fact hawa niliwapit down in their game, mpaka ndio unaona sasa jamaa anaanza yani mpaka amefanya kuwa nikana kwamba ni kamungu kadogo yani, cause wakati unaona mtu anasema kuwa eti so far hakutakuwa na El Nino na El Nino ndio ikakuja, ndio ile wakati government mzuri wangekimbia kama ni Kentank, wakimbie kama ni wapi, angalau wanunue hizi tank za plastic za maybe 10,000 liters zikuwe supplied kwa household, angalau mama wetu wapate kutap maji ile wakati hii mvua itakuwa inaisha. Hii maji inaweza kawasaidia katika maybe kupanda tumboga hivi pale mtaani na Wakenya tutafurahi. But William Samoei Ruto for you muliona vile alidanganya Wakenya. So hiyo ndio kipagizo changu kiasi tu hivyo, alafu niko area. Back to you Mr. Chase, ukileta au dada zetu, na nimeona Mr. Lala ameingia. Thank you so much.
Haya, ni sawa bwana Aaron. Yaani uweze tu hata statement moja ya Kizungu at least. Ni sawa? Bwana Aaron, nipe statement moja ya Kizungu. Haya, sawa.
Nitaipeana cause niko area. I'm just around niko area baba. Thank you.
Yeah, ina shida. Anyway, empowerment, go ahead.
Hi, Chase, and everybody else, and na wale wako wako kwa comment section, nimewasalimia jioni ya leo. Hii mjadala ni nzuri sana leo sababu this is something we talked yesterday. Sababu ya hii El-Nino, it's doing my head in. Nisikia wana Kenya wanakufa. In fact, this El-Nino is not the biggest of war we ever had. Wengine wenu hawakuwa wamezaliwa 1980s. I think we had El-Nino kubwa zaidi. And this time wakati wa Moi, na ndio nasema huyu jamaa amekuja huku ako na mambo mingi sana. Huyu amepitwa na Moi millions of miles. At least we tunasema Moi ni mbaya, lakini huyu amepita. I want to say I'm really sick to the core. When I think about Kenya, na tukijua ile Kenya tunajua, we have lost our fame as Kenya. Kenya haina mahali. Sasa tumeachwa na kila East Africa, hakuna mtu anataka kutusikia. Sababu ya gani? Within 1 year. Every imagine what happen. Sasa hii ni shida kubwa sana sana tunaona, na I'll say about Gachagua, please, I mean, what can I say? Gachagua mchukulie serious. One, unajua Ruto is a conman. Na Ruto is very, very clever. Na alijua akitaka kufaulu ni achukue kagege, achukue kitu ambao yani somebody who doesn't know whether he's going or coming. And that is why he chose Gachagua. Angechukua mtu ambaye ameelefika, nobody would want, if an intelligent person would not work with Ruto. That is who Zakayo Nabii, that is who he is. Lazima weke kageke kitu ambao akimwambia enda hivi. Alikuja hapa kusema Mungu ni nani, ati hakuna El-Nino. You know why? Because already the 10 billion ilikuwa imetolewa na imegawanywa. Hii 10 yako, hii 5 yako, hii 2 yako, hii 1 yako, hizo zingine 50 ni zangu. Uhuru alituambia, lakini hatukusikia, tulikuwa tunacheka tu. Sasa tumerambwa, hatujarambwa. Sasa wana Kenya sijui hata wanakufia nini, sababu pesa zipo. Zile pesa huyu mtu au watu wanaokota wa kuweka kwa mfuko, it is a lot of money. And I said yesterday, we will be shocked. I think somebody came with some figures today somewhere. Zile pesa zimeporwa up to now, ni zile pesa tuseme ni zilikuwa zimetumika wakati wa Kibaki together na wakati wa Uhuru. This person anakuja kutuambia Zakayo, anakuja kutuambia yeye ni anajaribu kurekebisha mambo ambayo zilikuwa za administration iliyopita. I don't really understand. Why is he saying that? He was part of that administration. He was being paid as a vice president. Na kwa nini anakuja hapa kutuambia hiyo administration? Everything was being done. And remember, I just wanted to remind you guys, kidogo tu wakati skills unasema maneno za kupeleka Gachagua kotini. We don't have a court. Hakuna judicial system is completely dead and buried. Sababu inafanya vile Ruto anataka. Zile pesa alipatiwa Martha Koome na wao watu wake manyangarika za hizo makoti. We have no court. Nothing can go on in the court. So kwa hivyo kuna kitu, and ndio nilisema jana, we have to think about 2027, what's going to happen, because you will not go to the court to say ama tumeibiwa. Na kwanza, that wimbo ya kuibiwa is very outdated. We don't want to hear about that song. Hiyo wimbo ya tumeibiwa, it is outdated. Na mimi nilisema watu wakaona kama mimi si mtu anapenda peace. It's like I don't like peace, but I do. This is what I was preventing. And I said, Kenya ingechomeka 2022. Ichomeka tuijenge. This is what could have happened. And we would have done without this nonsense that is going on. Mimi, I'm sick to the core. I can tell you for sure. Nikiona bila watu wanateseka. Watu wanajiua. Wengine wanauana. I really don't understand. And I feel a lot of pity. I feel a lot of hopelessness because, of course, huwezi kabeba kila mtu. You wanted to help, but you cannot help everybody. But it's a shame that the government that is supposed to be taking care of the citizen, you know, the hustlers, you know, the hustler who we knew is a hustler, who will understand our problems. Yeah? Together, you know, huyu ndio hustler sababu yeye amesoma bila viatu, is the one who will understand our problems. This is the thing we were been telling people. They never listen to us. And although we feel the pain with everybody else, in fact, watu wakijipikia, ujikalangia we mwenyewe, ukule hata kama ni kali. I'm sorry to say that. I think it is not the right thing to say. But what can we do? At this time, we sang and sang and sang. In fact, wengine wetu, we are given to part ways with our relatives. Just because we are telling them the truth, they don't understand. Mimi naongea hapa nikisema, people should now start thinking. Na kitu I wanted to keep on preaching is about now we have 4 years to go, or less than 4 years to go. People should start thinking about how we deal with tribalism. Because until Kenya become one, we see everybody as a brother and sister. Seriously speaking, Kenya, tumeachwa katikati. We do not have brother country, neighboring countries, wametukataa, because they cannot afford to work with the people who are walking backward when they want to go forward. Kwa hivyo ninataka kusema, ninaomba Wakenya waanze kuamusha bongo. Yaani tuanze kuamusha akili yetu. Tuanze kujua tunaenda wapi. And it's just something I said yesterday, and I'll repeat again today. Can everybody, and somebody who can reach somebody else, tell them to start thinking about your vote? Because our vote speaks louder, that is, Kagere again, louder than anything else. You see, wakati sisi tunaenda kupiga makula, hatuwezi kupiga kura sababu tunajua the meaning. Tunaenda kupiga kura sababu we were given 200. And we need to keep on singing this. In fact, I encourage people who comes in this platform, please keep on singing to people. So if this channel, because I believe so many people watches this channel, listen to us. Let us start preaching, and people should know the meaning of voting. Si mtu akienda kulia kwa kanisa pale, akilia sababu mumuhurumie, munaenda kumpigia sababu amepigwa. I want to talk a bit, Chance, uliongea kidogo about our manabii, mabishop, kadhalika. And our watu, I think, ni kitu kimekuwa kinanikua roho sana. Nikijua, the situation Kenya is at this time is actually because of these pastors, bishops, you call them. Because if they never, because the problem with the people who call them Christians, and I'm not sure whether I'll call myself a Christian or not a Christian, because I believe in God. But the Christians, they are easily twisted. Yeah, something small because you've been told by the pastor, huyu mtu ni binadamu. Pastor amekwambia, bishop amekwambia, these people ni binadamu. Kwa hivyo wanaweza kosea. Kenyans start using your brains. Si maneno ya uambiwa huyu ndiye ameitwa na Mungu. I believe bishop ni bishop ana anaitwa nani huyu anaitwa Wairimu Nelson aliombea Zakayo akalia sana akasema hallelujah, hallelujah. Oh, even if he's a big man, he cannot control because the Holy Spirit can hear his Holy Spirit. What is that? We can see that. Kama majirani wetu wanaona kweli kweli tunaendeshwa vibaya, sisi wana Kenya tunatakikana tuwe na uchungu, na sana sana ninataka kulilia wamama, na ndio mimi naongea pale kama wamama, tafadhali, because women are so many in Kenya. In fact, I think the big percentage ni women, na ndio unaona wanaume sasa wameanza kuoa wanawake wawili watatu wanne. Maybe in very near future tutakuwa tunaolewa na mwanaume mmoja atachukua wanawake 10. But what I wasn't on that side. What am I saying here? Wanawake mkishikana na muanze kutumia bongo, yani tunaweza change that country. Sababu sikiza, kuna msemo inasema for I'm not sure what I'm saying, but I'm saying for every successful man there is a woman behind. Yani wanaume sisi tunaweza tu kwa namna hii, we support them. So for the sake of our country, women, we are needed. Can we wake up? Can we see people coming here talking and convincing women to start? Na wacheni maneno ya kuambiwa kitu kidogo tu mnachukua. Hiyo maneno mnaanguka kwa church, muache kwa church. Tukikuja kwa politics, ingieni kwa politics na muwe you be sober when talking about politics. It is very, very important. Women of Kenya, you can save Kenya. You are so many and you can save Kenya. Kama mtaongea na msikize mtu na muone kitu kingine nataka kusema. Yani, kwa nini watu waangalie ile kazi mtu anafanya? Sitaki kuongea vibaya, lakini Wakikuyu wanasemanga yule mtu amefanya kuhara wakati moja, atahara wakati mwingine. Mukikuyu niara amenyoradorita. Yani, ule mtu amezoea hiyo maneno atahara tu. Kwa hivyo ukisikia mtu ni mwizi, hataacha kuiba. Ukisikia mtu ni muavi, hataacha kuua. Ukisikia hizo zote. There is somebody who said, and I bet to disagree with Omari. Omari is one of the people I respect. Huyu is a lawyer. Akasema Zakayo ni mtu mzuri sana lakini amezingirwa na watu wabaya. Hapana. Zakayo ni mtu mbaya sana na wale watu wamemzingira wanafuata nyayo zake. Vile anafanya wale watu wamemzingira, they know they are protected and that is why they are doing whatever they are doing. So hakuna watu wamemzingira ati wamemkosea, hapana. People are following him because that is who he is, and of course they will be protected. What did he do the first time when he got into power? Yule mtu wote alikuwa ameua, wale watu wote walikuwa wameiba, hizo makesi zote zifutiliwe mbali, pesa zote mpaka za Kasagwa warudishiwe, na wale watu walikuwa wameua na wamefanya mambo zingine za raping na nini, all of them zifutiliwe. So how can you tell me that the person is good but the people surrounding him are the people who are misleading? No, he's not being misled, but he's misleading the people who are around him. So they trust and they believe they are covered. Wakiiba, they are covered. Ninataka kuongea kidogo tu juu ya climate change. Change umesema vizuri mambo ya climate change. Civilization started in Africa. Civilization started in Africa. And when civilization started in Africa, we people decided we will do away with our own civilization. These people came to learn about civilization in our country when they came and brought about demarcation, they brought about Christianity, they brought about a white Jesus, and they brought about all these things. I'm not going to the Christianity side, but I'm going to talk about civilization. Those days we used to know what to do when there is catastrophe, when there is things that cannot be solved. We knew we had our God. Njiru unaweza kuamini wakati wa sijui kama ulikuta wanyanya those people they knew how they were used to go and pray when there is no rains na tulikuwa tunapata mvua. I'm not saying people go back there, but whatever was brought by the white person was just a means of coming to capitalize na zile vitu mko nazo, what we have said, all the resources, because when they came with the Bible, they gave you the Bible and they went in. Mnajua kama Britain watu walikuja Kenya wakaingia kwa msitu 300 years trees were cut, and when they are preaching to you they were being ferried to UK about 100 years ago. The go down that is in UK is a big go down for trees that you'll never see. They are treated and they'll go another 1,000 years. Wakati memwachia Biblia. Arafu wakaenda Kongo, wakaenda kule kwingine wanachota. Wakaenda South Africa wanachota. They left you the Bible and then they went back to their country. Hizo machakizi zao walikuwa wamejenga, wameanza zote kuziuza na kufanyia mambo zingine. So they left you, arafu Mkikuyu akajua hapa kuna pesa. Akaingia, akachukua bishopu, akaita wale tugege na wale watu wajui chochote, akawaprichia, wakaanguka chini, wakaanza kutoa pesa. Lakini huyu mtu atakuwa anatembea kutoka town kwenda Mathare, kutoka town kwenda mali nyingine, lakini pastor, bishop na yule mwingine anaendesha gari ya kishua, anaishi nyumba ya kishua. Lakini wewe kiatu yako imebomoka, inahesabu na inasema ni saa 6. We want that stupidity to get out of people in Kenya particularly. Climate change imeileta kwa hii federalization. Walikuja wakaona nyinyi mkiendelea vile mko mtakuwa werevu zaidi. Wakaanza kuwapatia there is this new technology, like you have seen. Now we cannot do because we have resources. They will not allow you guys to use your resources. They wanted to use the technology which they have been studying for the less of maybe 20, 30 years. Wakulete use technology so that you cannot use the resources you have. They want to capitalize on what you don't have, wawalete, wawauzie, and what the resources you have you cannot use. You will never benefit. This is the same thing that is happening. They said the best thing to keep these people down and to keep these people without having to move is to lend them. When they are tied in that loans, with that loans and heavy taxation, na hizo loan ziwe wanalipa na percentage yao, it will be double or even triple. That time, those people never move forward. And this is what is happening as we talk. Ruto Tangwaingie, ameenda left, right, center. He has really tried. I don't think he has got any other to borrow. He's borrowed literally everywhere. And what he's looking is because this is just being convinced. Njia ya kujenga taifa ni kuchukua hii pesa. But then the question comes, when he takes this money, where does this money go? He cannot tell us that he has been paying loans for the previous administration. Because if he has been paying this loan for the previous administration, then he would not be getting money to be traveling the way he's traveling everywhere, and coming back with nothing. He has become the tourist. We have never seen a president tourist like this guy. But as I will repeat again, he doesn't care. One, he was not elected by people. He bought himself in, so he's not interested in the citizen of Kenya. He himself is there for himself as his own people who are surrounding him. They are taking the advantage because they clearly know they never got there legally. They are illegal. They are illegally there. So what can we do? Because all these things have happened. Can we start thinking way forward? Because we are giving this man, we have been giving this man all the time. Yeye ni mtu wa kukaa pale na kujipanga mambo zinaendaje, alafu anakuja hapa anawaambia we need to have a bipartisan na anakuja na mambo zake. We just forget what we were looking for. We just forget our aim and our ideas. We follow what is bringing bringing the opposition leader office. Who cares? Who need all that? Who is interested? That doesn't bother us at all. In fact, we don't need that. Probably Raila need it. Maybe he will tell us whether he need it. But I think that is not important to Kenyan citizens. We do not need it. At this time, people are dying of hunger. I have never seen, including Moi mwenyewe, yule watu alikuwa anasema ameongoza 24 years na alikuwa mbaya. Sijaona wakati watu wanakufa na njaa kama wakati kama huu. We have never seen taxes being hiked like hell. Like somebody who has come from a neighboring country or come from Saudi Arabia and they come to be a president. Somebody who is, I think Ruto or Zakayo Akina Nabil, I think it should be checked. That head of that brain, I think has got something. And please, huyo mtu na ulizwa kama ako sawa sawa. There is no way a president, a total president, a full president, but a president, of course, I'll call him president because he is there. But there is no way mtu anaweza kukalia hiyo kiti, watu wanakufa njaa, watu wanakufa na maji, atina anakaa. He hasn't spoken. So far, he hasn't spoken. Anawekelea hii kagege, kanaenda kusema mtafute pesa, nyinyi chakuteni pesa huko. Yani, it is a national, in fact, that issue is national. It's not supposed to go to the counties. It's a national thing and it's supposed to be, kuna pesa za national zile za vitu kama mambo za mvua ama mumonyoko, anything like that. The national should be able to be doing that. Lakini sababu anajua anakagege hapa akikwambia wewe uambie hivi. Kanatoka tu kanaenda kufungua hiyo mdomo yake bage kama nini. Anaenda kuambia watu wakati watu wanakufa. Wakati mifugo inakufa. I'm sick to the core. I can tell you guys, I'm sick to the core. And I do not know where Kenya is headed. Kuna wakati nilisema hapa and I thought, wacheni to can I just request people stop mixing Christianity with the politics. Nilisema one time, Kenya is heading in a bad way. And when I'm saying it's heading to the dogs, it is. Tukiangalia inaendelea tu. So we need Christianity is there. We pray God very well, but we need to act. And wale watu wanasomanga Biblia, and I think it's Jeremiah. Wakati alipewa chakula na kunguru. I think he was supposed to be going somewhere. He was going somewhere. Hizi kunguru hazikuwa kuja kwa nyumba. They never came to the house. He went there to find so that they can find him. Wakati Moses alienda kupambana na Pharaoh, sorry. Hakuingia kwa nyumba. He had to get out of the house, take his sword, whatever he was given by God or whatever was blessed by God, and go and face Pharaoh. He never stayed in the house. So why are you telling us, or somebody there who says we need to pray? We need to pray, but also do something. You have to act. We pray and act. I don't mean people go to be killed and stuff, but Kenyans should unite and act. We wanted to act to save our people. Kwani huyu mtu hata kama hakuchaguliwa, wakati watu wanakufa, wengine wanajiua, 2027 anachaguliwa na nani? Lakini tayari najua amejichagua. The server for 2027, be aware, mtaniuliza hiyo swali. Iko Kenya saa hii, anangojea. But Kenyans, please, if this can reach as many as possible, let us start thinking about elections. Why do we go for elections? One, from 2007, 2008, 2013, 2017, and 2022, there has never been elections. Elections zinafanywa lakini mtu ndiye ana design. We want the citizens, as the constitution says, people's power. Watu citizens ndio wako na power. Do you want to understand where your power comes from? Your power is your vote. Sauti yako ni vote yako. And I want this to reach as many as possible. Even if you are not going to listen here, let's share this podcast. Let's share this channel. Watu wasikie na tuanze kufikiria maneno ya voti zetu. Ni kwa nini tunaenda kuvote? Because we are sitting here, we are saying of what is happening, what is going wrong. But the fact is, as much as we say about what is going wrong, we need to know how we can counter. How do we make it better next time? Na watu wataweza kufanya mambo ziwe better, it is only us. And it is only us through our vote. Let's understand vote. Vote is very, very, very important and people should know. Tuongeni na tujue mambo za tukiangalia hapo mbele. Sikizeni, why am I saying that? Ruto hata kama amejichagua tayari 2027, there is a way he cannot be able to manipulate. Kama tunaweza kutokezea sisi wote, kila mtu azitokezee. Na we ameshindwa na 8 million, ataweza kumanipulate hizo aje? How? But if you guys stand there na mwanze kulialia, mtu akianza kulialia, mwanze kusahau kama chimpanzee zile wanasahau ama ngiri, wewe wanasahau vile umefanya. And this is what happens with Kenya. Mumesahau juzi na mwingine wa kutoka Murang'a nilimuuliza, you guys, do you remember 2007-2008? Akaniambia, we can't judge people with the previous deeds. No, we judge people with their previous deed, because those people who do good, they continue doing good. And those people who knows how to do bad things, people who knows how to hurt other people, who knows how to kill other people, will do that, because that makes them, it fulfills. They make their fulfillment. That is how they feel fulfillment, by doing what they do. Kwa hivyo, tusomeni, tuendeleeni kuangalia mambo za Kenya, tuombeeni hawa watu, sababu I don't think we'll be able to feed everybody, but I will also remind back or request people, if kuna wakati tunaweza kuchanga kitu kidogo watu especially watoto, sababu there is something we want to know, to have or to remind them that wakati hiyo mvua itaanza kuisha kidogo, hiyo maji sasa imesimama mahali nyingine is mixed with the sewage. So there will be a lot of sicknesses out of that. When mvua itaisha, there will be a lot of sickness. Sasa hivi najua kuna watu displaced, kuna watu wako hawana chakula, wanalala nje, they don't have a roof over their heads. All those things are there. So can we also think about that? If we can contribute something and we have somebody who is reliable, trustworthy, ateremke kama huko ama Mandela, kama there is time we did for nani akaenda sijui ni Mandela watu wakati wa kiangazi Bernard. So we can also do something about these people. Because why? We don't have a government, and yes, the government is there, but careless about his own people. Kenya haiendi vizuri jamani, na tunatakikana tuangalie hii maneno, tuone ni wapi tulikosea. I asked the lady yesterday, my sister was here yesterday, where did the rain start beating us? Na tunaangalia, tunaona. And also, I just to remind you, because I'm going, wakati wa 2027, I want to remind people, we are not going to wait tuenda kwa nini. Mambo ikiharibika, iharibika hapo na Kenya ichomeke, watu ichomeke. Ikiharibikia pale Bomas, sababu huyu jamaa amekataa hata na hizi kizingizio. That is the truth. There was a few chairs were thrown that in Bomas that time, it could have continued there. Si maneno ya kungojea atakwenda kwa Kome, huyo Kome naye akome kabisa. Kwa hivyo sitaendelea sana, nimeshukuru sana kwa kunisikiza na ninajua nimeongea sana, lakini God bless you all. I love you all. We love Kenya, and let us always keep Kenya in prayer and keep doing good. Thank you. God bless.
Yeah, thank you. Lazima tungekuachilia, unajua mama wakiongea lazima wape time waongee, because you know women also bring some emotions, eh? So and we need them in this politics, eh? Akina Lala hapa saa zingine wanatuwekea sura ngumu tu. Anyway, ni sawa. So there is something I wanted to ask you before you go, and you have brought a very good issue concerning our involvement in helping maybe the flood victims. Maybe Bernard will come and anafuatilia hii, he can see how he can be able to assemble in that. But I wanted to ask you something, because umesema tumechoka, and nimesikia ni kama like you have a perception like 2027 could be the only time when inawezekana. So maybe to ask you in an honest opinion, do you think there is something which can be done between now and 2027? Huyu jamaa atoke, all Kenyans have energy to continue with the route of pain until 2027. Can Kenyans accommodate another 4 years of what is happening?
Honestly, I don't think the 4 years. Hiyo ndio nilianza naye. I started with that. And nikasema we are tired so early. It's only 1 year, maybe 1 month or a few months. The 4 years, I don't think Kenya will be able to stand within that 4 years. But the question remains, are Kenyans, because if you remember yesterday, when we were talking, this is a question, and this is a question that has been coming up every time. Mambos are one tribe being targeted, and this is something I've talked so many times, one tribe being targeted. And this is not something that has started today. It did not start this time. It's something that has been there for decades. One thing is that, as I said again, there is a problem in Kenya. And the problem is this. While we know even the constitution came because of the unity, which was brought by Raila anyway, akiwa mchawi hivyo, na akiwa hajatahiri, na akiwa ameraniwa na baba yake, yeye ndiye ameleta new constitution, ndiye ameleta mfumo wa vyama vingi, Swahili nayo, na ndio ameleta what do we call it, freedom of expression. Hizo vitu zote zimeletwa na huyu mzee, na nampenda kama nini. Hata wakikuja what I don't think I'll ever in my life ever support anybody else. Haya, nimerudi kwa swali yako. Mimi nataka kusema the problem with the Kenya, and you know that, Njiro, you know that the problem with the Kenyans, we are not united. Arafu tunajipenda sana. And this is the fact. This is the truth. And we know ourselves. We do not want to sacrifice. Lakini, Mjaluo atatoka sababu anajua ile kitu anataka. And Mluo akitaka kile kitu anataka, yeye anataka, and this is what, because they know they are right. The fact is, Kenyans do not know they are right, and they don't want to stand for their right. That's the problem. Wataki kusimamia right zao, na ndio wanakanyagwa right, left, center. If Kenyans can come together, I can tell you, hakuna kitu, there is nothing hard. But the problem is, are people prepared to sacrifice? Because that is all can help. People should be prepared to sacrifice for better tomorrow. If citizens decide, they have power. Sisi ndio wengi, sisi ndio wengi. Naulizaje, jeshi tukiongeza na polisi wote mpaka na NYS tukiwaongeza wote watafika milioni ngapi? Kwa hivyo sisi ndio wengi. What am I trying to say? If every part of Kenya decides, toes down, wafanyikazi kama mtasikia hapa, I think nyinyi mmetoshwa kabisa kabisa kwa kukatwa mshahara. You don't know what is gonna happen next. Kama watu wanaweza kusikiza na all toes down na tufanye ile kitu ya kusema enough is enough. Na moto ikiwaka pandina, na nilisema hiyo last year, nilisema moto iwake kila pahali, not Nairobi peke yake. Nairobi hawezi saidia, everywhere. If Kenya can do that, I can tell you for free. Kwani yeye ni nani? Kwani yeye ni nani? Amechukua polisi, yes, amechukua jeshi, yes, amechukua makoti, judiciary imeenda. Kwa hivyo, how many are the people? Sisi ndio wengi, tunaweza. But the fact is, Kenyans lazima wapende nchi yao. Because what you'll be doing is saving our country. Because Kenya inaisha, watu wasikie vizuri, Kenya inaisha. So if we can unite, yes, we can do it. Yes, we can do it. Together, we can do it. But without that togetherness, we cannot achieve that goal. Then the other thing, Jiro, before I go, we cannot start something and stop. We cannot start something and stop. Na Ruto ako kwa kiti, he doesn't care how many times munaweza kufanya hii nini inaitwaje hii bipartisan thing. Anaweza kuita bipartisan 101. He doesn't care. His time is going. He's doing what he has to do to make himself the richest man in East Africa or Africa if he can make it. As you continue with bipartisan and the blooming negotiation, then is going on. So to be precise, Kenya tunaweza we can do something within the remaining period. That is if you are united and we can achieve our goal. In fact, huyu mtu akuchaguliwa na anajua hajachaguliwa na ndiye anafanyia Wakenya namna hii. Kama watu wale wamchague saa hizi kwake nyumbani wamemkataa. Kwa nini? Nao wanasema Raila Itana tuko ready. Amamtaki sababu they are suffering the same as any other Kenyan. So yes, we can do something. Yeah, thank you very much. You can get in chairs. I can see Zinjiro is having a bit of a problem now.
Nico, wacha public participation ingie. Thank you. Public participation, go ahead, then Lala.
Thank you, Njiro. Thank you. Yeah, I'm greeting everybody who is in the panel, the people on the comment section, and those who are listening to us on our various platforms. I greet you with the motto of our great coalition, Azimio yote inawezekana. As you can see, mambo ni yale. Our jet setting president in quotes ako out of the country. Yani jamaa hata hawezi kaa kwa ofisi hata 1 week. In and out of the country, ati anaenda kutafuta jobs, sijui anaenda kutafuta loans, sijui anaenda yani hey. And the people who follow him wana make excuses. So unajua sasa loan ya Eurobond ilikuwa na very harsh terms, lazima aende kwa IMF. At least IMF wako a bit flexible, achukue pesa kutoka IMF, ajaribu kuombaomba Saudi Arabia, ajaribu kuombaomba Germany, you know, this is the most unpopular president you have ever had. Hakuna time yenye even in other countries, yani mwaka ya kwanza you are so unpopular and the guy knows he's living on borrowed time. That's why unaona he's like what kama fisi, alafu anafuata hii side na hii side, yani anajaribu any way in which he'll be able to recoup his investment yenye aliweka kwa kuingia, alilipa kina Chebukati and the rest. So the situation, my fellow Kenyans, is very dire now that especially secondary education ndio hiyo, free secondary education ndio hiyo imeenda down the drain, and I understand that a primary will also be soon to come. There will be no more funding very soon for primary schools. So at the beginning of the next year, you can imagine that as a parent, you're supposed to pay 80k for you. After subsidy kutolewa, utalipa 80k kwa mtoto wako mwenye anaingia form 1. How many Kenyans can afford that kind of money? And that is why Uhuru, in spite of all his flaws, he had seen that this country, people cannot afford a secondary education, majority of them. So that's why he was subsidizing. Sahi ni kila mtu God for us all and everyone for themselves. And what I can tell you, come January, hata Christmas yenyewe sijui ni watu wangapi hata wataweza kutravel, because people are having a very hard time. Fuel ndio hiyo inaongezwa tena, electricity wanataka kuongeza tena. So this guy anatafuta each and every area in which he can be able to tax, or I mean to either tax ama aongeze bei. That is the way he's operating. So come January, my fellow Kenyans, brace yourself, especially wenye wako na watoto kwa shule ama wenye wanaenda hata form 1, that kama una hiyo pesa, watoto watakaa kwa nyumba. Zakayo doesn't care. Venye Uhuru alikaa chini akaona that after primary education, sasa primary education inaweza kupeleka wapi? Akaona the transition is very low. So he decided aweke hiyo subsidy so that the bright students na hata the others at least wafikisha form 4. Sasa saa hii January watoto wanaenda kukaa in the house juu wamekosa fee. That is what is going to happen. And then these young people, you see, they are very energetic. Sasa, and some of them, they are very bright, but hawawezi pata hiyo pesa ya kuingia shule. Sasa mtoto kama huyo, watoto wakijaa hivyo wengi, mzazi anaenda kazi ama anaenda kufanya mambo mengine, anatoka anaingia kwa gang ama kwa group wenye wamekaa hapo jobless and idle, not idle but jobless. So kutoka hapo aanze kukunya mihadarati, aanze kuibia watu. We are destroying our future and our youth who have a lot of potential by denying them that free secondary education or the subsidized. Nani ame-unmute? Somebody has unmuted. Mute Lala.
You have taken the name?
And Harun.
Name?
I'm saying mute.
I'm saying mute. Yeah. Which one?
Harun mute.
Oh, this one.
Okay. Okay, anyway, let me continue. Ni kama Harun hajasikia. Mute. So, come January, tutakuwa na hiyo crisis. A very big crisis of hiyo mambo ya fees. And there's something else which, when it comes to education, some cartels have come in, of course, in conjunction with the requisite bodies. Huwezi tumia same textbook. Imagine like us when we went to school, I could use the books. The same books can be used by my brothers and sisters who are coming behind me. What is happening now? Kila mwaka textbooks inabadilisha. So that means kama mimi nilitumia kama I'm the eldest, nilitumia a certain set of textbook, mwenye ako nyuma yangu hawezi tumia the same textbooks. He or she cannot use my book. The parent has to go back again in the pocket and buy new textbooks. And that one is permitted by the bodies which are supposed to, like, curriculum and KICD and the rest, and the Ministry of Education, it is sanctioned. So parents are being extorted left, right and center. Kikuja kwa uniform, you can't, no, like us tulikuwa hata mama zetu walikuwa natushonea uniform. Saa hii lazima uende uniform center ama another place where hizo makatels zimelipa bribe kwa shule, so that unaulete receipt, si ati uende uchishone uniform na ukuje kwa shule. Unatakana ulete receipt ya kuonyesha that you bought from that specified shop. That's the kind of cartel business which is going on in the education sector. Wacha niache hiyo mambo El-Nino. Preparedness for El-Nino, there's nothing we had on the ground, and Gachagua can come out. Of course, this is a government of lies. It's a government of lies. So don't expect that Gachagua atawambia pali pesa ilienda. Pesa iliingia kwa mfuko. Hata pahali wanasema ati they were doing something. There's nothing they were doing. Walikuwa wanatoa tu nini makaratasi kwa drainage. That is all. Just kutoa makaratasi kwa drainage. There is nothing else, no other mitigation measure. And even their own governor, like Waiguru, she came out and said hakuna mtu mwenye amepewa pesa na national government ya El-Nino ya disaster preparedness. They ate the money. Hiyo allocation yenye walikuwa wanasema, they ate the money, and then walikuwa natuonyesha PR venye watu wanatoa paper bags kwa drainage. How much does that cost? So where are those billions which they are saying it was allocated to El-Nino? Because the only people who I'm seeing are active with this thing ni county government na Red Cross. Those are the people who are doing something. Otherwise, you know, this government is really joking so much. And we didn't. Njiro, maybe you can mute Harun. Kuna echo kwa side kutoka yake. Mute Harun. Yeah, so that is the situation. As we are continuing to draw near to the holidays, many families hata hawana hiyo festivity. In fact, I found it quite interesting that unajua usually kama supermarkets and other places of business wanakuanga wameweka Christmas tree by now, but if you just look at the environment, there's no that festive environment which is normally there during Christmas. People are broke, people are not able to do any, you know, and of course, how will you enjoy Christmas na ukikumbuka mtoto wako hauna pesa ya kumpeleka form 1? You cannot even enjoy. Sasa, you know, it's very bad when we spoil the future of our country. Afadhali if we spoil the present, but the future, you know, these youths are the future of this country. Our youths yenye hawataenda shule kwa sababu ya subsidy, they are the ones who will be joining Al-Shabaab. They are the ones who will be joining these gangs, criminal gangs. Sasa, instead of just continuing with the subsidy for secondary education, munatoa ati unajua we don't have money, na Uhuru sijui alikuwa anaomba pesa ndio aweze kufund hizi subsidies. There is no problem. Hata ukienda kuomba pesa kwa the West that unataka kuomba hii pesa to subsidize secondary education, I don't think there's a country which will deny you that. So wewe sema tu that hiyo subsidy unataka kukula, si ati it's because you don't have the money ama So I think Kenyans sasa sijui pale tunaelekea, na Zakayo ndio huyo sasa, tutabidi tuone vile tutafanya, because saa hii hata wenye walikuwa namsupport even his diehards saa hii hawana excuses. Time ndio hiyo imeenda, hajafanya anything. They have nothing, you know, and they are suffering as well just like any other Kenyans. So saa hizi hawana hiyo nguvu ya kwanza kumtetea. They know that tuliblunder. So all what I can tell the people who voted for this guy, ukisikia baba anaitisha maandamano, be on the forefront, come out and, you know, do something, do your part, because tukinyamaza tu hivyo venye tumenyamaza, this guy will drive us into a ditch. He will drive us straight into a ditch. But I'm very sorry for us as Kenyans. We don't have a bright future. In fact, not even bright future. There's no future, you know. There's no future in this kind of a scenario which you're having. But all I can say, I hope Kenyans wameona that leadership is not a matter of euphoria ati mumebebwa na wave. Oh, UDA wave tuende na hiyo. Hatupangwingwi angazui deep state system. Don't get carried away by those kind of political tsunamis. Look at the person whom you are voting for. Look at the person whom you are endorsing. What kind of a person are they? What is their past record? Vitu kama hizo. Sasa Zakayo, you know, you cannot blame him really, because ashaifanya, amekuwa kwa ministries. Has he done anything substantive yenye tunaweza sema, oh, it was something exceptional which was done by Zakayo? Nothing other than looting. That one, looting akona A+. But anything ya development he doesn't have. So as Kenyans, why would you vote for such a person? In fact, the way he has a lot of baggage, he should not even have gotten past IBC kwa ballot. But ndio hivyo. Ndio hivyo, there we are with him. Already we can feel, you know, we are burning, and it's not even 2 years. It's not even 1.5 years. It's just like just above 1 year. And okay, wacha niache Lala tuambie, maybe will encourage us in the Lord. Thank you.
Talk. Another one. Public participation. Thank you, Aaron. It's good to see you, Chase and Watek. Thank you, and all of you in the background. I think I've shared a little bit, but I think we should not lose hope and be discouraged, because when you think about it, the buck stops with us, not with Zakayo, but it's with us, because in our constitution, the sovereign power is placed on us. We are the ultimate power. But a lot of times we talk as if we don't have any powers at all. And we talk as if Ruto still has a large following, if it ever had any, because it didn't have. He had a large following, but not enough. Baba beat him. We know that vote was stolen. So when you look at the general picture, the larger crowd is not on his side. Okay. The Constitution does not support a lot of things that is engaged in. It actually is anti the Constitution. The very thing it's doing is what any country would do if it was a foreign invasion coming in. If somebody's sabotaging your economy, sabotaging, the rule of law, doing the things opposite what need to be done, you would do something. You don't feel helpless. And so I challenge Kenyans, because if we throw up our hands and say we can't do it, what we are doing is we are strengthening Zakayo. You are telling him what he's doing is fine. If we wait for him to resign or to finish his term, we'll have done disservice to the Constitution, because that's not what is envisioned in the Constitution. We will be also unconstitutional because we are not enforcing that Constitution as the sovereign power holders. So the buck stops with us. The question is, what can we do? I think we have all kinds of options. And if you look at how things have been, they've moved from bad to worse, which is good for us. It's painful, but it's good in a sense that our stand, our argument is validated. In other words, morally, we become stronger every single day because we are on the right side of history. We are demanding that the nation adhere to the promise it gave us through that constitution. And therefore, the bigger question that we are raising must be taken seriously. And as Kenyans, if we believe, I think Soitoti says there are times when the country is bigger than us, and what I interpret it to mean is that we cannot allow a thief, robbers, looters, liars to run the show. We cannot. And I give example of, some of you like watching movies, Superman. Superman is a character, hero, but fight this brutal type of people in the government. In other words, there is no other way but to use all means necessary to get rid of this person. I think empowering women was speaking, and I agree with her 100%, because if we do it together and we get people together, that is one way to cement the brotherhood of all Kenyans across the tribe. Because we're at a spot where all of us don't think in terms of I'm a Kikuyu, I'm a Luo, I'm a Luya, I'm a Giriama, I'm a Duroma, I'm all this. No. Right now, all we are thinking about is a heavy taxation. There's bandits over us. You don't care who they are, what tribe they belong to. You see them as enemy. And I think it's come a time for us to begin to think like that, so that we can do something that will define us. Right now, there are very few things that define us. We can't be defined by stealing or by obeying Ruto to be a nation. That's not it, because we are doing the wrong thing. And so, as the people here, let us see that other side of us that have been consistent, following the true north, the true direction towards peace. And I think a people united cannot be defeated. The number is growing. And let me tell you, I'm sure there are hundreds and thousands of Kenyans who are still within the other side of UDA. They don't want to be there because they don't see a future for themselves and their children. So they are with us in some ways. But sometimes a little fear that tend to grip all of us, so that we are targeted and eliminated, and others are quiet, waiting for their turn. And then we think things, magic will happen. And I agree with my sister for, castigating the church, because we have been accomplice of some of these bad things, because either we instill fear or we do what we call wishful thinking mentality, We hope things will go away. Yes, there are times that God can use anything. He can use death. He can use different things to do whatever he wants. But he has opened our eyes. He has given us a duty, something to do. God works through us, okay? And he works through us to do justice and love mercy and do right with all people. So you are not out of that army. If you believe that Ruto is a wrong person at the top, then it is your right and it's your duty to stand with the rest of us to get rid of this man. Look at history. Things just didn't evaporate and disappear. Good government, bad government didn't just disappear. People stood and fought and won. And some of us in the diaspora, we are walking on other people's blood, because those people give us a head start. They have laid the foundation. Kenya, they're those who have laid the foundation. They're giving us the baton to run the race. But you know what? We think we are weak. This guy's stronger than us. He's beating us. He's ahead of us. And what are we doing? There's nothing we can do. Zaka will be here for another 5 years and 2 years and whatever. There's nothing we can. That's a defeatist. That's the reason why you're here. We are here because we want our nation back. We are here because we can do it. We are here because all of us together can do it. I know the journey has been long, but in my mind, I think things are becoming clearer and clearer and clearer. It's good to fight for something when you know it's a good fight. It's a clear fight. These guys have been in power now for a year, almost a year already. Okay, and what do we have? What can they show? For it? It's a disaster. Things are going down. It's like Titanic is sinking. Some people are still dancing on top. Some of us who know it's sinking, we either go and repair it or else you're going to sink completely. And the first thing is to get those poor engineers out, those guys who can do the job. And I think it's a time for Baba and the rest of them, or leaders, to give us direction. And all of us must. One of the reasons why things didn't go well, because some of you are scared. Things were bad, but we could have done it. But some of you are scared. And our generals saw the numbers, what was happening, and people were not willing to go. So he said, let's give them time to see what we have seen. Let them know who this guy is. I don't hear people supporting Ruto, defending him anymore. I don't hear them talking the talk they used to do anymore, because we were right all along. And sometimes it's good to let people see, but then that also has its limits, because the truth is, just look at what's going on with the oil, the gas thing. It is clear that Uganda is out. Okay? And when Uganda is out, don't expect Rwanda to be there because of the route there. They have to either go through Tanzania or go through Uganda. So that means Rwanda is out. Burundi is out because Burundi is Tanzania. In other words, the corridor that has sustained our nation from its inception, which is the railway line from Mombasa to the border, will be done, will be gone. And our economy is tied to that line. That's what sustains our nation. All the towns are built around that. It means it's not just oil that will stop flowing. It's going to be those trucks carrying goods to Uganda. They will go the other way. because I don't see the country now begin to divide, and because the tariff that we are putting on this on their goods, they can get it cheap on the other side. So we are losing that line. In other words, we cannot sustain this past the end of this year. We cannot, because if we do, let me assure you, you will not have Kenya that you've known. It will be a different Kenya, devastated Kenya, a very poor Kenya, and all of us will feel the pinch like we've never done it before. So it is good to say, let Zakayo see how, what is done, and the people who voted for him, let them prove to them, and we stand on the side and let this thing bite. But I think that's not the right way. The right way is to get rid of Zakayo now before we lose our nation. And so economically, we are in a very, very bad shape. Look at a simple thing as disaster preparedness. There, it was only El-Nino, okay? Nothing else that was in the disaster zone. There was nothing that we would say was emerging in the last 2 weeks, okay? So the government should have been prepared to deal with it. I'm talking about disaster because that is an area of my interest. I participate in disaster drills, whether it's the airport or national level. I've gone to almost each and every disaster in the United States for the last 20 years. When 911 happened, they flew me right into that New York, the Twin Tower building, because the nation is always thinking on how to respond during disaster. So there are different levels. And there's a time we talked a little bit with the Kenyan side about disaster readiness, okay? So my assumption is that there was a ready team to respond to disasters on the Kenyan side. In other words, when something like El-Nino comes, within minutes, there should be members of the team on site to begin the work. To hear Mombasa governor saying even a dime as what arrived in Mombasa is criminal. It is criminal. It should never happen. Those deaths should never happen. Those are Kenyans who pay taxes, and the bigger chunk of the money stays with the national government. To hear Gachagua blaming the county that have been working so hard with the meager resources to mitigate this disaster is beyond me. It's unbelievable. And so these guys should be out of power yesterday. They don't deserve to be there now. They don't, because they are angels of death. Because people are expecting our government to be here for us. That's why we pay taxes. Were they there in Mombasa for these people? No. And were they there in a thing other governors are talking about the same thing? They have not received a dime. But they are busy, running around in helicopters, fueling those huge vehicles with government money, per diem, whenever they go somewhere. They are spending and stealing and looting. When mwananchi yule ana chochote, anahitaji usaidizi, hata tax pia analipa kila siku, uzuru anatoa kila siku, akihitaji just a little help, serikali hamna, hawako, hawaji. They're blaming. So Kenyans, the power still belongs to us. We have it. Let's organize. Let's tell our leaders that we are ready. Let's report on duty. Report on duty. And I know something like that. I'm not a military guy, but I work for them. When I'm called now, in the next 2 minutes, I'll leave this desk. I'm gone because I have to be ready. And all of us must be ready. You see, a country like ours, democratic country like ours, has to be defended by citizens like you and protected by citizens like you, volunteering to do our job. This is your time and my time. Let's not give up and raise our hands because it's in our hands that we can, this world must be won. Nobody else. Other people from other countries, they don't care. They're actually very happy because now they can do what they want to do. And look at Ruto running around there, trying to get jobs for people to clean toilets in the West and in the Saudi Arabia and be killed out there, when actually supposed to be building Kenya. It is in Kenya that we need factories, jobs, not sending our people out there. Every government wants to train its own people and attract technology and factories that can be able to employ their people. What is Ruto doing? Sending our people out. If doctors all go out, nurses all go out, who will stay in Kenya? So it's opposite. It's horrible. They're not going for training. They are going to work, to live there, to build those communities. Because when you work somewhere, you build that community. So this government, I don't know what it is, but I'll stop here and hear public participation or chase.
Yeah.
Or
there is a new person. Fight for your right.
You're right. I like that.
Yeah, I think Bwana Rada ataongea, then we conclude tufunge sababu imefika 5 hours plus. So but if still people can want to talk more, wataongea too. So we can always open. I think Mkenya Mukora can come up with another. Now it's Thanksgiving, so Mkenya Mukora usianzie kutuambia ati uko job. Thanksgiving ishaanza, so asianzie kujifanya.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. We lost a Kenyan man, a very good El-Nino follower called Dr. Nyabera. Please, condolences to the families, and your condolences if you want to. And is actually a cousin to Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi, and but he's El-Nino blood. Okay.
It is so unfortunate Musalia Mudavadi had to go the other direction because of I think a reduced head. Anyway, that is how families operate. Saa zingine kwa family kuna watu wako na vichwa kubwa na wengine wako na vichwa ndogo, so azilingani. So fight for your right. Can you tell people ni right gani hizo unataka watu wapiganie? So go for it. Ama ni baba mwenyewe. Unaona hata naona kuna picha ya baba hapo. Unajua anaweza kuwa ni baba bwana. Hebu ni nyamaza.
Aitwe.
Fight for your right, go ahead.
I like that.
Cheers, it's just me. I've just changed my name.
Wewe ni mkora sana. Hadi unajifanya na picha serious hapo, eh? Lakini tuliambua wewe unashikanga kule kwenyewe. So wewe hauko mbali na huko, tuliambua unashikanga kule kwenyewe. Tunajua. You are right in the anthill. Where the termites are getting out from. Uko hapo.
Lakini jamani, let us have hope. Hope. Mimi, my hope is high. My hopes are very, very high. The way things are going on, I have a feeling sooner or later he'll just retire. This is very, very sad. It's so sad what Kenyans are going through. Like in Mombasa, water is just pushing people. That is so serious. I wanted to go to Mombasa, but now when I saw that, oh my God, I can't even go. I can't even try. And somebody comes out at I didn't give out. I gave out 10 billion for El Nino. They should use it, and then all of a sudden, no, you should be using the money we gave you. You should be having yours also. That is not right. That is not how to run the government. These people didn't know anything. They didn't know anything completely. But everything will be okay. Sooner or later, they are soon giving up. Me, I have a feeling 5 years is not going to go. 5 years can't. Already mafuta washakatazwa. Mafuta, I mean, other countries around us, they don't want their mafuta. How will he manage? Because this mafuta has been bought and they want profit immediately. How will they manage? How will they manage? Itafika wakati, he'll just raise his hands up, because when he comes in the country, everybody's looking at him. We want this, we want this, we want this, we want this. He will go away. Come January, everybody's shouting. We want this, we want this. There's no fees for kids. There's no what. I mean, this guy is just talking. Things will be hard, hard, hard. He'll just raise his hands. He'll just say, no, 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 no. This is too much, and I just can't. I will not be here to be shouted at. You'll see. And then maybe he'll even start killing people. Like in where? In Rift Valley, you saw the guy who was dead already, who was killed. We saw his picture. I mean, there's somebody. Kuna huyu jamaa. He normally comes once in a while here from Rift Valley. I mean, he's the one who showed us his picture. He's dead. Okay, there was one again who was crying just
Anaitwa
waiting to
Lawi,
die.
anaitwa Lawi.
Lawi, yeah. Lawi showed us his picture that he's dead already. Now there's another one who is actually waiting to die. He was crying. He has even made his portrait that he's soon going. Surely. Ai Ruto haki. That is not fair. Hata mbele ya Mungu hauingii wewe.
According to him,
Hata
yeye
kwa
ndiye
dawa haingii.
hebu sikia, hata according to him yeye ndiye anafaa kukuwa akivuta hewa, wengine wote wafai kuvuta hewa. According to him, all the oxygen in the world belongs to him. All the other people, they should be. That is who he has been for him.
Ruto, mimi, I don't know. I don't know where this guy has come from. Sijui alikatwa kwa miti gani. Ana uchungu. He has that pain.
Nebukadneza mwenyewe. Si unajua hata kulikuwa na Nebukadneza, lakini Nebukadneza atakula nyasi. Nebukadneza mwenyewe aliangamiza watu na akakula nyasi. Hata yeye time yake ya kukula nyasi inafika.
Do you know he will? He will. Because watu watapiga kelele. Let me tell you, Njiru, wait for January. This is what I'm telling you. Utaona. Vitu zitaumana. You know, when you come in and somebody shouts at you, I want this, I want this. We don't have this. We don't want. Now watu wa nje pia wanataka hii. Wanataka their money. They want this. They want this. Wewe utaingiza kichwa wapi? That is how we will go. That is how Mungu atatutolea yeye. God knows hatuna nguvu. God knows Kenyans are just tired and we don't know how to remove him. Atatutolea, utaona. Utaona. That is why he can't stay in the country. Yeah? It's too much. It's becoming hot. Alafu Raila naye anamwambia tu straight to the point. To the point. This is how hiyo mafuta imetembea. This is what has happened. Mumechukua pesa, mumeenda mnafanya nayo biashara na watu wanakufa njaa. What? Hata alistuka. Unaona Ichung'wa anaongea vitu zile hata ajui, hata haelewi. Ati ni Uhuru na baba. Oh my God. Hapo hapo hata alijitupa. Watu waliona huu ni mjinga wa mwisho. Ati ni Uhuru na baba waseme mahali 2 billion walipeleka. What?
Wewe ujui baba na Uhuru ni incentive. That is an incentive to Zakayo government.
Sure.
Unajua they have been thinking that the same rhetoric walitumia kudanganya watu watu watasikiliza tena hivyo. You know, demonization can no longer work because people can also see sense in baba. Including hata watu walikuwa wanasema sijui ati baba was demonized since people were born wanaambiwa mtu ni shetani. That was their own creation. There is nothing like now saying people know the extent in which baba has helped this nation. Even if they try to demonize him, hawatatoboa. Hiyo mafuta sio ya baba. We know that. Baba aliimport mafuta aje? Kwani anaimport mafuta?
How and when? Yeye tu amesema maneno ya 17 billion na ndio hiyo, na aka-explain vizuri. Na ule mama sasa pia nasikia ati kumbe alikuwa tu ni maid wa Kasha. Hata sasa sijui kama atashikwa, vitu zake zinafunguka. Hiyo pesa alitoa wapi? Kwani aliiba huko?
Ya Kasha ni madawa.
Kama wewe ni driver hadi una save 17 billion.
Lakini tusikubali story yoyote. Wacha hiyo story za Kaya wafuatane kivyo. Mafuta iko we were not the people, we are not partakers of that oil. Hii ni mambo ya Zakayo, whether ni mtu ya Kasha ama si ya Kasha, we don't. Sababu unajua wanataka kuanzia sasa kumwekelea kwa watu waliharibu jina kitambo, kumweka hapo. So we don't care about that. So sisi ile kitu tunataka ni mafuta irudi chini. That's all what we want. We don't care what happened. Sisi tunataka tununue mafuta 140 na unga tununue so moja. That's how things work.
And that is what Baba has told them. Amewaambia we don't know. Hatujui chochote. Si 17 billion imetoka kwa kiti ya Kenya. Ya kiti. And that is what they're trying to avoid. Maneno ya hii ya kiti. Ndio ninakuambia wanatoka. Mimi I have that faith. Niko na full faith anatoka. Wanatoka. Watatoka. Wanatoka na atatoka kwa maana ya pressure. Pressure ile itakuwa pale juu ni pressure ile haikaiki. He's going to look for a way out. Kama Mr. Number 2 Gachagua ameanza kuongea ati if there's somebody outside there ule anajua what we should be doing, akuje, asiogope, akuje atuelezee. Ai!
Sasa ni watoke. It is very simple. Yule mtu anajua kenye anafaa kufanya ni baba. That means aondoke hapo, baba ingie hapo, apange serikali.
Lakini si ati baba aende hapo awasaidie vile alisaidia.
You see, this is, okay, let me say something sababu umeleta history. This is what will happen. Na mimi ndio naona ni kama watu wana misuse Kalonzo. Mimi kuna vile naona ni kama watu they are having Kalonzo na ika committee as if it is an avenue ya kupata maarifa from our people. Mimi naona ni kama these people are misusing Kalonzo to get advice from him, and paid advice. I want to tell you, hawa watu, mimi kulingana vile naona, sijui watu wanasema sijui bipartisan ama sijui ati national what. Mimi kuna vile naona hapa it was a shortcut ya Zakayo to get information na maarifa from Azimio on shortcut.
Hiyo inaisha. Bipartisan inaisha. Hiyo inaisha. They are not going to, baba is not going to sign kwa sababu haina ile kitu tulikuwa tukitaka. They thought wakiweka kiti ya opposition watanyamazisha mzee. Nothing doing. Aliwaambia hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Na bipartisan inaisha, it is finishing. Na ni lazima iishe, na sasa hii tumeanza mkondo mwingine wa kutoa uchi yao vizuri vile wanatumia pesa ya Kenya. Nayo hiyo sasa ni aibu. Ni aibu na atatoka. Hiyo ni pressure. Hiyo ni pressure hata stahimili. Then countries zile alifikiria atauzia oil, hiyo mafuta, wakikataa na mafuta tu ikae. We niambie hiyo ni hasara bidasara aje? Na sisi pia anajidanganyisha ati bado atatuongezea, ataongeza bei, ndani atanunua. Hapo ndio watu watatoka barabarani, na utaona wanatoka bila hata mtu kuwaita, wanatoka kwa maana fees. Ukiona mtoto wako aendi kwa maana ya fees, wamekaa kwa mlango alafu wawekezaji wengine pia come January they are actually winding up in December, they are going kwa maana walilipa tu mpaka December. Wewe, it will be pressure. Anaenda tu slowly. Hata baby anangojea tu maneno kelele ianze tu kidogo uone vile anatoka. Sijawahi ona kama hii. Anataka kutoka pole pole. Huwezi tu kutuibia left, right and center surely. Mpaka watu wa kwenu home ground they don't want you. Wewe si ufikirie kama home ground hainitaki kwani nimefanya nini hana hii uchungu, na ajui watu wanakufa, wanawacha kila kitu. People die and leave all this wealth. Tenda mema, nenda zako. Do something good to others, ile watu watakukumbuka naye. Si ati uache watu wakilialia. Si unaoleta atakufa na atafurutwa na wheelbarrow kama Samuel Doe. Samuel Doe was dragged, akavurutwa vizuri na akakufa. Sasa unataka kuacha legacy ya aina hiyo na unaona tu na macho. Uliingia ukisema ati si utawahi kopa, utakopa, but uliingia and that is what you started with. Lazima ukope. Jina hustler ukasahau kuita. Yata ujui hustler ni kitu gani. You forgot about those poor people. Nothing. Unawavunjia manyumba, unawawacha hivyo. What is this guy up to? This is not a president. Huyu hakuchaguliwa na ndio hiyo uchungu. He's feeling that pain. That pain, it's stinging him. Anasema these people never chose me. Nayo nitawaonyesha mimi ni nani. Hawezi kukataa kunichagua, wananipatia shida ya kwenda kujichagua, kulipa chebukati na kufanya nini. This guy is a bitter man. He is so bitter. Ajui tu afanye nini. He's very bitter. He's a bitter man and he doesn't care about Kenyans at all. Anafanya mambo yake akisema hata hiyo 2027 sitaki. I don't think anataka hata 2027. Hiyo hataki. He's finishing his career now. And it has to be now. That is why sioni Januari ya kitoboa, ndugu zanguni. Mimi nimesema hapa, sioni ya kitoboa. Sioni, watu watatoka barabarani. Already saizi, we are overwhelmed. Anaitwa Ruto. Wow. Na niliambia watu, na niliongea mpaka soko, niliongea kila mahali. Nao ukiongea unaambiwa, enda na huyo mtu wako anaenda Ichaweri, huyu mwingine anapelekwa Bondo na wheelbarrow. Lazima aende. Ndio mtajua sisi ni nani. Hasla na tupangwingwi. Mulisikia hiyo wimbo? Lakini saa hii ndio kwa maana nakwambia kila mtu atatoka nje. Everybody will come out. Saa hii ndio watatoka na nguvu zao zote. Wacha tu Januari ifike, because even as we speak now there are no kids wengine waendi shule. As we speak, oneni El-Nino vile inafanya watu na wamenyamaza kimya. Hata wale wanasaidiwa aje? Hakuna usaidizi ati hilo unaona ati kubwa, hakuna. Ni watu wanatoka wanaenda kujiteseka, na pengine umekaa na mtu, umekaa tu kando. Hakuna. Akishasema there is no money, wewe unafikiria nini inaendelea? Wapi ushaona kama inatangazwa ati chakula imepelekwa kwa watu wa El-Nino? Hiyo anasema tu, hakuna. Hiyo Wajir yalipeleka, na Wajiri imepelekwa tu kwa bana ya huyu Duale. Mombasa nani amepeleka? Na hakuna hata waonyeshi. We, huyu jamaa anaenda, watu wameona uchungu. Ni uchungu hata ya vitu za kununuliwa hizi, hata sioni hata kidogo. Watu wanateseka na amenyamaza kimya. Na ule anakuja kuongea hapa kama ule jamaa wa jana. I wanted to tell you hao ni wale walilipwa, pengine walilipwa na huyu na Ruto. They were paid na wako na pesa and they are okay wherever they are. That is why unaona they still keep on coming to defend him, kwa maana aliwasaidia na wamekula. So uliona kama amesimama na gari inaitwa Chrysler and amesema tu amekuwa tu abroad for only 2 years. What are you saying? Huyu amepewa pesa ya kutosha. Ni unaona he can still come on this platform, bado anatetea tu Ruto. Whatever tunasema sisi tunaongea tu, lakini hakuna his mind is fixed. Hata pengine anataka Ruto aendelee. Sisi tuomeni tu Mungu, lakini by January me I have faith. By January naona tu kama kitaumana. Huyu hata atakuwa na mahali pa kuenda. Kutoka nje, anatoka nje ya country kwa maana mambo imemweza hapa. Mara huyu, mara hii, we want money for this. Ni kama baba amezaa watoto 20 ama watoto 100. All of them they are on you. Si kichwa itakushinda mali utaweka. Alafu hata hiyo German maybe alienda hadi matibabu kubadilisha hiyo damu yake ya kawaida. That guy is stressed. He is stressed as we speak. Ili Gachagua hata aongee vile aliongea. Ule ana akili ya kuendelesha. Come on. Hiyo mimi that is unheard of.
Wewe ni consultant enda.
That is unheard of. It's unheard of. Kwani Gachagua angeongea hivyo? They used to say they know, they have their manifesto, they know how to ride, to drive a country. They used to say that. They don't want anybody. Hatutaki. Wameambia Raila mara ngapi hawamtaki? Hatukutaki. We know what we are doing. Saizi ameongea aje? Hii ni stress. To drive a country is stress. You can't drive it alone. And you need people with brains. Usikue ule hauna brain ati unaenda kukaa pale. Hapana. Yeye amechagua wajinga wote. Yeye ndiye anajifanya mwerevu. Haya. Sasa wajinga wake ndio hao wanamfuata. Nobody knows anything. Na ule anajaribu kumwambia anamtoa nje. Nataka kusikia. Wewe amejionea. I'm sure he's sweating. Wherever he is ana sweat. Umedanganya mpaka lies. His lies are finished. His lies are finally coming to an end. Wacha tu, kila kitu kina mwisho. Huyu anatoka, lies imeisha. Jiru lives is finished. His lies are finished. It's over. His time is now. He just has to go. Na either atatoka peke yake ama anangojea tu njia ya kutoka na kuandika I resign. Hivyo. Atatoka tu, lazima tu ataenda. Halafu jeshi nao ameenda amecompromise. Wamenyamaza kimya. Jeshi hata iongei, nobody can talk. Wamenyamaza tu.
Umehepa?
Sawa tu. Hayo Njiru. Mimi naangaliaga kila siku tu nawaona. Hata jana, juzi.
Mumalize.
Sawa.
Mumalize, naenda Thanksgiving sasa. Mumalize. Si ati mutaniweka hapa. I'm supposed to go for Thanksgiving.
Ni sawa sasa. Wacha Aruna aongee.
Aruna uongee Kizungu sasa ama niende?
Oh my goodness, Sanjir. You mean you have never heard me conversing in English, huh?
That is
That
what I
is
needed
wonderful.
to hear today, at least.
Yeah,
What
that is so wonderful. Yeah. By the way, I'm afraid using that language because you saw when this American ambassador came, when she came in Kenya, you saw what happened at Bomas of Kenya. Yeah? So from that day, I said I don't give a damn to that language. And also Jill Biden, when this madam came, you saw what she did recently. LB, LG, something of that kind. Yeah. So that is why sometimes I always tend to converse in my Swahili language because sometimes it is really heartbroken because our country right now, it is on its knees. If it were not of those European guys who meddled in our last election, that is 2022, more so presidential elections. So that is why sometimes I always say, let me use my Swahili language because
Sawa sawa, tumia Swahili, tumia Swahili. Nimekubali.
we always love in fact to use English because English is an international language. At the same time, many nations tend to use English as a language so that they can integrate. But now, look what this European sometimes they always do to more so African countries, more so imposing leaders on African nations. That is why it is really sad. But anyway, let me come to my Swahili. Let me go back to my Swahili language as I give my final submission in regard to what is happening in our country. Ningependa kuambia Wakenya namna hii, please, msijali, endelea kuomba Mwenyezi Mungu, cause soon mambo itakuwa mzuri. Soon mambo itakuwa mzuri cause ile shock ambayo itakuja Saturday ni kuwa the cost of living hii national dialogue address. Yeah, cause the effect of the cost of living kuwa addressed more so na hii government, hiyo inamaanisha kuwa oil ama fuel lazima irudi chini, na hapo ndio mnaona kuwa hiyo ndio the cash cow ya William Samoei Ruto yenye anatumia, so msi expect anything. Alafu kitu kingine, opening of the server, sioni kama wata agree. So hizo vitu mbili naziwekea tashwishi, na hizo sasa ndio zitafanya William Samoei Ruto atatoka uongozini, cause next what will follow itakuwa ni maandamano. That is something I really know. Alafu na jambo la mwisho kuambia magovernors namna hii, I hope sasa hivi you have really learned a lesson that mkiambiwa pale kwa counties zile revenues zenye mna collect, ensure ensure 30% mmezitumia kwa kuendesha serikali zenyu za counties, because mmeona county government, yani national government vile inaringa. So thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Jess.
Sawa, nyinyi watu muweke conclusion ya dakika 5. I need to go and eat atake somewhere. So public participation dakika yako 2, fight for your right dakika 2, and Aaron dakika 1, sababu wa mama lazima wapewe time mingi, alafu we call it a day. Public participation, please conclude.
Thank you, Njiro. I think what I want to tell Kenyans, when it gets to a point of where less than 1.5 years into the term, and then you hear the deputy is busy telling Kenyans that come and help us with ideas. I have never heard of anything like that. That come and help us, alafu tutashukuru. You have economic planning people who you are paying. You have Professor Ndi there, who is an Oxford-educated professor. Why has it gotten to a point whereby you are now asking Kenyans? Kenyans already, they're in a lot of turmoil. Then you are trying to gaslight them by telling them that, you know, we are welcoming anybody who has ideas because it's like sisi tumeshindwa kumanage economy. Sasa leteni ideas. It's a very sad state of affairs in this country. I think for me, my mind is still with parents, particularly those children going to Form 1, because shopping inakuanga kubwa hapo ukianza. Things are not good. Let me tell you the truth. Things are not good at all. Parents, kwanza sahi parents, they are flocking to public schools because CBC inaanzia hapo kwa public school. So, na of course bei ya private imeshoot, which is expected because of the situation right now, current situation of the economy. So zimeshoot, watoto wameng'olewa kwa hiyo private wakapelekwa public. Sasa maclasses zimekuwa zinajaa ile style ya one class having more than 50 students. You know, 50 students I think is the optimal per class. Lakini sasa with this, venye sasa hata private schools zimekuwa unaffordable. Unajua kitambo private school hata mtu mwenye anaishi kwa slum anaweza peleka mtoto wake private school yenye iko hapo hivyo kwa slum. Haikuwa, lakini nowadays private school is just too damn expensive. So hii gava inafinyilia watu sana, na more so parents wanafinyiliwa sana. Hiyo fees subsidy irudi tu, because tutaharibu our future men and girls and boys. Tutawaharibu because sasa mtu asipoenda shule, na most of these people who even can't afford wanakuanga wamepita vizuri, hiyo akili unafikiria atafanya nini? Ataingia Al-Shabaab, amalize wenye wanamfrustrate, because akiangalia angalia ajiulize who is frustrating me. Of course it's the government which is frustrating them, because they're the ones who removed the school fees subsidy for high schools. So Kenya, I can tell you, we are in for it. We are in for it. Tufunge mshipi, tukaze mshipi. I think it's kama ni Gachagua na hiyo mdomo yake, mdomo bagi. Yani jamaa yani anaona kuna problem, instead of giving us solution, what he can tell us is kaza mshipi. Ama kama uko na idea, enda ulete hiyo idea kwetu itusaidie na tutashukuru. Si mko na watu yenye mnalipa So hii story ya kushukuru ati mletewa ideas ni gani? You have experts whom you chose who are in the government, so why don't they give you the ideas because you are paying them? Nani atakuja kukuletea idea for free? But it just goes to show you the mediocrity with which these people take this country. They don't take the country seriously. Wanafikiria to all this is just something of managing perception, and while behind the scenes we are looting the country dry. And of course, if they are looting, they are at the top. What do you think the other people are doing down the chain? Si wameona sasa ni green light, all systems go. Kama uko kwa kanjo loot hapo. Kama wewe ni polisi, nilisikia story ingine ya polisi ati alishoot jamaa mkulima wa pilipili. Alikuwa ameleta pilipili yake hapa market, wakulima market. And then police who is not even supposed to be patrolling that area akakuja akamuitisha 500. So kumuitisha 500, huyu jamaa akamwambia mimi ama farmer, where are you expecting me nikutolee 500 ya kukupea? So jamaa sasa akamwambia aya basi wacha nipunguze ifike 400. Jamaa akamwambia hiyo 400 sina. Kumwambia hivyo akampiga risasi. And Makiu, the area of patrol he was not even in his designated area of patrol. So that's the kind of a bandit jungle republic which we have become. Nilisikia siku ingine that if you're walking in certain streets na uone polisi hao wenye wanakuanga kwa patrol, you better even enter a shop, because I understand that wanawekea watu bangi kwa mfuko. Anakutana na wewe, ashakuwekea bangi kwa mfuko, then after that anakuambia bas either you give us something or unaenda jela for 11 years. So that's the kind of an economy that we have become. Kila mtu anaona a Kenyan is a cash cow for them, starting from Zakaya kwenda chini kwa MCA. What they see wakiona mwananchi, this is a cash cow waiting for me to milk. So Kenyans, be careful out there. Ukiona police wanaku approach in a very suspicious manner, like kwa haraka ama something, afadhali hata uingie kwa duka. Because those people, I'm hearing that so na nimesikia more than once, that wanakuwekea illegal substance ndio sasa upani kuwapatia pesa yote yenye uko nayo. The other thing sasa siku hizi nimesikia tena ati wanaume sasa ndio wanawekea wanawake mchele. Yani Kenya surely we are becoming, we are becoming a banana republic. Sasa kila mtu amekuwa mwizi. Hata wenye wako wanaibanga sasa hiyo wamekuwa wezi, because at the helm, unajua what is at the top, the fish start rotting from the head. Nini inaanzanga kurot from the head. So it's rotten huko juu, don't expect huku chini ati mambo itakuwa different. It will just be the same kind of thing. As for huyu Njeri wa mafuta, obviously Njeri wa mafuta hakuna venye hiyo pesa iwezi kuwa yake. All what she was a decoy, so that the real person behind there asijulikane. But even the mafuta which is being brought, mafuta ingine mbaya, yani quality, lowest quality, ndio mafuta tunaletewa tena tunauziwa exorbitant prices. Sasa ilibidi Museveni protect his people, because what's the point if you can get clean green energy? What is the point for you going that other route which these guys wanataka kutupeleka mpaka? So Museveni withdraw because he's looking out for interest of his people, and like these characters we are having here who don't give a damn. Kenya, they'll throw Kenyans under the bus any day of any day. That is, I mean, in Kenya kwao is not a priority. Hao wako hapo wakule wa milk wabebwe na choppers wakifanya PR exercise and all those things. Alafu utasikia ati government spokesman anasema hiyo pesa yenye ilitumiwa kufly ndege na kuchukua ndege ku fuel, it was in the budget. Which budget was it in? Hiyo siku ingine hao watu waache kutubeba ufala. We are not fools. Okay, that's what I have for today. Back to you, fight for your rights.
Yeah, I've heard you public participation, and me what I had just said. Actually, what I had said is what I actually feel will happen. Already, his head will be so full that he will not be able to handle himself. Actually, he'll come back and maybe he'll just be very cross with everybody. Whoever is trying to tell him this, he's cross. Who is asking him for money, he'll be so much annoyed. So that is what will happen maybe come January. We are actually suffering. Everybody. Whoever voted for him or not, we are all suffering. All in the same plate. These guys' days are numbered. And it's only God who will remove him for us. He'll come out, ma. Come what may. Me, I'm sure. Me, I am sure. Mhm. Have you ever imagined Gachagua talking the way he talked? No. No. I still can't believe. I still can't believe. Because he would not even want anybody to assist him, even to tell him anything. No. No. We don't want you. We don't want Nusumkate. We don't want what. That's what he normally says. But now, at he is telling people, whoever has any ideas to come and assist. If he never went to school of management, I'm very sorry. You should just leave the seat for whoever deserves. Raila planned for everything. He planned on how. Then they come in just to reap what they didn't even sow. Take 17 billion, surely. They never knew. I mean, it will be trailed and it will be known where it has come from. Now they are beating about the bush. This money is from where? It is from where? No. His days are numbered. That is the kicks of a dying horse. A horse cannot talk like that. No. He is actually dying. They are dying. Their days are numbered. They don't know what to do. Even in Mombasa, how Gachagua talked. I mean, at the peak of his voice, high kabisa, high pitch. You governors! I mean, how can a DP talk like that? They are annoyed. You're actually telling them about the 10 billion for El-Nino. He doesn't want to listen to that. He has to look for a way to defend himself. Already we know they have eaten the money. They don't want to be told what has happened. Those guys are going, Mom. They are going. They are going. According to me, they are going. They are going. That's the hope I have. They are going. I'm not going to give up, but they are going. They have ruined our country, but we'll pick it up. We'll pick the pieces and we'll just prosper. Thank you, Njiru. You can now close.
Ni sawa, tumeshukuru. It's unfortunate that hata Gachagua anakuja kukua deconstructed even by juniors. And governor is somebody who is so junior compared to a deputy president. So it's unfortunate that including hata wale wa pande yake Anne Wagoro, the Miji, although I don't trust that Minji. Unaitanga minji lakini kwangu sio minji. Kwangu sijui ni maziwa lala. I don't know. It's not a minji anyway. To the extent, and you know, some of these governors, they also need to know choices have consequences. Wao ndio walikuwa wanateteanga Ruto sana. Kuna kitu nataka kuambia watu hapa, tuachange kusherekea hii maneno. There is no difference between Ruto and Gachagua. These people are twins. When Gachagua is speaking, Ruto is speaking. When Ruto is speaking, Gachagua is speaking. So let's not stop separating these personalities. Wako root moja, and it is so unfortunate that we are suffering because of their indecisiveness, because of their lack of ideas. Sasa mtu ambaye anataka serikali imuadvise, is that how you ask? They have 23 cabinet secretaries. Wako na akina Mbore hapo, wako na Moses Kuria, wako na Mutua, wako na Musalia Mudavadi, the coconut head. So which other people does he want? There is no any vacant position. Maybe fight for your right. Is there any vacant position kwa serikali? Is there any vacant position ili sasa waanze kusema yule mtu akona idea? So wanataka kuanjiria along, ama wanataka sasa ghost workers to help them. Do they need ghost workers? Even there was a time we were even hearing that they were taking Kinyua. There was a guy Kinyua, yule Kinyua aliachia, I think ni Henry Kosgei, I don't know. There is a guy used to be called Joseph Kinyua. Tukasikia ati Joseph Kinyua will be advising the government kidogo, hatujui alienda wapi. So these guys are on a free fall, but it's unfortunate that it's like giving a kid a bicycle to ride, na huyo mtoto ako kwa mteremko na unataka afike ile pande ingine ya ng'ambo akiwa sawa. It is unfortunate. Ruto afiki. Naona Honorable Alex anakuja hapa, hataki kwenda Thanksgiving. Wacha nimuingize studio nimwachie asiseme nimemkataza. Alex Isoe,
Sema.
ongea, hata siwezi ongea uko umekuja.
Yeah. Hii nchi yetu saa ingine tunashinda kabisa. What else did we wrong God and God is seeing all this? Unajua saa ingine tuendangi church, I think mahali Ruto amefikia, there is no word in adjective you can call him. Remember there was a person called Manasseh. Na nani tena? Huyu mwingine mwenye bibi yake alikuwa king wa Juda. Huyu king bibi yake alikuwa anafukuza Elijah.
Ukwangu unasema hivyo, nilikuwa nikifikiria unataka kuongea story ya Manasseh Kuria. Unamalizia story. Sasa mimi nasema kuna mtu alikuwa, I was thinking you are talking of Manasseh Kuria.
No. I'm talking about King Manasseh. The Bible says he did more worse than any other king. He did so worse, he even sacrificed his own children. So, sijui ya Ruto sasa itakuwaje? I think he's sacrificing our children. Mtoto wa 18 years old, Njiru, tell me, when you finished 18 years old, si wakati wa Moi, ulikuwa unaenda kwa chief, anakupea nini? Unapeleka birth certificate yako, anakupea risiti, unaenda kipande house, unaenda kunaichukua. Moi was very tolerant kwa watoto. In fact, kuna wakati hata hatukulipanga hizo pesa for a while. Where is a 18 years old will be able to get 2,000 if people are 40 and they still don't have employment? Our country, I think kuna kitu tulifanyia Mungu mbaya. yani in a span of days vitu zimekuwa ziki happen. I don't know, man. But anyway, kama ulikuwa na close station, we close. I thought tutakuwa hapa, it's only 7 hapa.
Wacha kujifanya ati venye umekuja ukuwa serious. Where have you been for 6 hours? Are you aware that this program has been running for 6 hours? As you ate your turkeys.
I had errands that I was running.
Anyway, we can give you 10 minutes. We ongea yako alafu tufunge. I can tolerate you for another 10 minutes. If you see.
Okay. If you have something to do. Where is Mato?
No, tuliambiwa tusikuange tunapitisha hata more than 5 hours. Nile sababu mimi nataka kufunga and I don't know. I know people are going to for the honeymoon and there is a lot of festivity happening now. So wewe kama uko kama una story ya kuongea wewe sema sina kitu, lakini wacha kusema fungeni. Do you have anything to say?
No really.
Yeah, ungesema sina chochote. Sio kuanzia kunivuruga hapa ati kama unafunga tu. Sema nimeishiwa, sina chochote.
Unajua kama watu wako wengi kwa panel inakuwa rahisi kukuwa na nini debate. Sasa unajua watu wasipokuja sisi wote tukuwe na intellectual jago. Inakuwa ngumu.
Nikuletee friend Sagara akuchangamue.
Sawa.
Friend Sagara kuja. Tulijaribu kuvigiza nikuletee mtu ya UDA hapa akutoe wazimu kidogo.
I mean,
you can say.
I mean, look how they campaigned. They are dead feet. That's what I can say. I mean, hustler. From bottom to up. If anatetea UDA mpaka saa hii, does he think mtu wa hustler ako kwa hiyo government? Angalia mtu kama Malema, he came the other day. And what I like Malema, if you watch mostly South African parliament, ule jamaa ali-organize parliamentary, he has only 44. Lakini alikuwa ka make sure student leader, one of them is there. Another thing alisema, mama mboga kabisa. Huyo mama anaongea sijui ni Kisoto. Yeye wakati anaongea wanamtranslate. Mtu ajui kizungu na hakusoma. That's the real hustler. So who are the hustlers? What Ruto has done tangu waingie amaifanya nini? Unajua wewe ndio unajua vile anaenda inchi from inchi kwenda inchi from inchi. I'm like, by now kuna how many trips? I stopped watching his news zake, alinikasirisha when he went to Britain Parliament. Uongo tu. Akaenda ile ilikuwa sijui ni country gani. What he was saying that there will be visas by December. Do you really trust? Do you know the process of making Kenya a free visa country? Na hiyo sahi tax wanachapa watu hiyo Nairobi airport. Njiru, do you know that very few visitors now will want like a tourist to come to Kenya?
Na ndio nauliza na mnangoja nini? Jamaa tu aendelee tu kukaa hapo. Unajua even as we are not serious. The nation is collapsing na tunasema tu unajua anyway.
Wewe umefanya nini?
Sisi tumungoe. Kwani kuna story mbili?
Hiyo plan iko. Ukiona baba ameamua kuweka Kalonzo hapo, usiuliona leo hata the other president wa East Africa Community, especially Museveni, alisema huyu mtu hatakuwa anajua ako hivi. Hiyo mafuta.
Story ya kudeal na mtu ni kama ako na roho mbili. or as if like he is like Goliath. That guy is more than Goliath. Mimi saa zingine mimi hata ukasirika nasikia kuvunja simu nikaa hivyo bila kuwasikia.
Yeah, so what we should do or what we should deal with is honestly what we wanted to do on, was it 22nd of March? Imanana at my brother Raila, siko nataka kusikia mimi. Mimi nilikuwa disappointed.
The first idea is always right. Vile tulikuwa tumefikiria tu kutoa huyu jamaa, the first idea is always right. Hii motivations the first idea is always right.
Lakini Njiru, watu wenu walituangusha bwana. Sisi wasio watu wa maandamano.
Sisi sio watu wetu. Ni wangapi? Let me tell you, in Mount Kenya region, you need to understand that they have been mummified. So we can no longer rely. I told you the other day, bwana Alex, sasa wacha kunichemusha. We can no longer rely on Mount Kenya region for the prosperity of Kenya. We cannot. And I want to tell you this one for real. If there is a place in Kenya you cannot rely on for the prosperity of Kenya, is Mount Kenya region. And I will lay facts tomorrow. If Kenya has to go anywhere moving forward, including even challenging Ruto, you cannot rely on Mount Kenya region. Umesikia wenyewe saa hii zile vitu tunaonesha za Mount Kenya region ni za watoto wakiwa wamekunywa mapombe. Wao ndio wale watu unataka waende wakatoe Ruto. We need a place with the same people.
But let me ask you, remember how the South Africans, the ground movement, Mzizo and Sister, they organized themselves. They even went to Tanzania to be trained so that they can take over. I mean, is there not a way? You know, you can't deal with this unless you fight. Trust me, you can't deal with this unless you fight. And that is real fight. And that fight may cause even blood. But in any revolution or in any militancy like that, it's not the old people to go. Uliona tulijaribu kupiga tukatuambia, man, huyu mtu akiendelea kukaa hapo, the more is getting on roots. Nchi yetu iliuzwa.
That one we all said that huyu jamaa akipata backbone, if we will manage to capture the system, we will need double F. And I can tell you even now, bwana Alex, we need double or triple energy of what we were to use on the 2203. It will not be a shallow revolution, which kama mnafikiria ati Ruto atatoka State House tuingie, we forget.
I mean, like the 300 billion, just imagine, you know, watu mwaka imeshafika lakini wameiba kuiba. Murkomen anavanga Vasati. Banana Republic. Labels. Juzi nimeona amevaa shirt, ilikuwa shirt nini ya Gucci. I think is with the inflation, super inflation. It is actually kitu kama 80,000 to 100,000 t-shirt tu. Wamekula kukula. Na hata Keter was right. Naelewa. Sasa angalia wakina Cheregai wanakosana na Nandi completely. And I don't know vile wanasikilizanga huyo mtu. Hakuna kauchawi. Hakuna kauchawi yenye ukikaa tu chini na yeye.
No, just the brain. If you don't have a brain, hakuna uchawi is when your brain has some depreciation. Utamsikiliza. It's some depreciation. But when you are thinking sharp, you are a good person. You are a good role model. Wewe sio mwizi, wewe ni mtu mzuri, wewe ni mtu anapenda Mungu, anapenda watu. You can't listen to this guy. Pia wewe ni wa hiyo aina. And that's when nasema siku hizi ukianzia kusikia pia demu yako anafuata watu, wachana na yeye bwana.
Anyway, Njiru, happy Thanksgiving. Kesho ni Thanksgiving, vitu zimefungwa mpaka Monday. It is one of the best holidays for Americans. Watu wana travel kwenda kwa familia zao. Wanaenda kufanya nini? Wanaenda kukaa na familia. I think many people have traveled too, because it will be a family gathering. You know? Yeah. Naambia huyu jamaa PhD flopper. I really wanna know who is this. He's a very bright chap.
Inaweza kuwa ni state house hata.
He's very bright. Oh, kumbe Ndeta alikuwa hapa. Ndeto, there will be no referendum. Ndeto, there will be no referendum. If you think we will have a referendum, we will not have it. I'm being honest with you, Ndeto. Time will not tell.
Unajua, he thinks Kalonzo has done a wonderful job, eh? So unajua ni mtu yake.
I think so. I think Kalonzo has matured somehow. You know, Kalonzo alikuwa flip-flopper mbaya sana. Alikuwa flip-flopper mwingine mbaya sana. Yeah, that's how I feel, Ndeto too, that I have nothing more I can say. You know, tumekuwa hapa mwaka mzima. Tulikuwa hapa mwaka mzima. Tukaanza na Ruto must go. Tukasema revolution. Sasa tumewaweka huko wanaenda. The only thing I know is that hiyo commission hii commission ambayo wanaongea, hiyo commission yenye wanalipa pesa nyingi sana. Hii ya kina Ichungwa. And I think they are trying to bribe Kalonzo mbaya sana.
Of course, it is an opportunity to link with him. That was an opportunity to link with him, and also an opportunity to also get information to solve their governmental issues. They are trying to get some leakages of how they can run something. Ndio nilikuwa nikisema Kalonzo is there as an advisor to them.
I mean, the moment we agreed to sit down and talk, it was hurting. It was really, yeah, mnaweza kaa muongee na mtu kama Ichungwa. Ule kijana ako na madharau. Akiongeanga mpaka unashangaa. And who brought this Ichungwa to Jubilee? Who brought Ichungwa to Jubilee?
It is the power of our people wanting watu wako na mdomo kubwa. You need to know that Kikuyu, but you need to know that there are so many people from Mount Kenya region who have big heads but small brains. Yeah, so you can see that is the level of depreciation. Akina Mwite, I wish hata you uende ujue the current MP wa Udhaya. A constituency ilikuwa ya Kibaki. Nataka uende, including hata constituency ambayo Matiba was MP. And you compare with the, let me tell you, Mount Kenya has depreciated. And as even in Mbere, a place where we used to have Jerevia Nyaga as an MP. And as you compare the MPs of 1963, MPs who are Sai, you need to know that Mount Kenya region has actually depreciated. The guys who are MPs currently Sai, at 1963 wangechaguliwa. That is what we are dealing with.
I think I can agree with you. Mount Kenya, good days are gone behind.
Umesikiliza seneta wa Embu? Umesikia seneta wa Embu? Yule anaongea na mikono.
Embu anaitwa nani?
Anaitwa Mundigi, alichezwa hapa jana. Ni noma my friend. Ni noma.
Uko na hiyo
No. Siko nayo hapa, but I can tell you, if you array them, you group them like in Mount Kenya region, we have no sharp person as an MP, no sharp, and the ones who look like they are sharp in towards arranging Zakayo rhetoric. Yani wanaongea hiyo uongea Zakayo, like wale mtu anaweza fikiria they are sharp ni watu kama Ndindi Nyoro, but it is because they are aligned to one Zakayo rhetoric, but it doesn't substance. So we don't have people.
Yeah, I mean that is what we are saying. Mount Kenya good days. Mount Kenya good days. Hebu dakika moja, kuna mtu anapiga hapa simu anakata, ameacha. Mount Kenya good days are far gone behind, and you know, mtu anaitwa Kenyatta, the first Kenyatta, he loved education. You know, he loved education completely, and he tried so hard to make sure that Wakikuyu wameendelea. Nakumbuka tena, most of these national schools apart from Maseno, most of them zilikuwa karibu na Wakikuyu. The proximity of Nairobi to Wakikuyu was there. So those missionaries wakaweka hizo shule. So the start of a nation was very good with those people. And then Moi used to be a teacher. He respected Nat sana. Yani kama ingewezekana, kama uchumi wetu ingekuwa mzuri sana hiyo time, Moi angeongeza hao watu mshahara sana. But with Nat walikuwa wanafanyanga organization wanajaribu ku, you know, but nakumbuka even last time walimu walipo strike during the Uhuru era, walikataa kunegotiate nao kabisa. Sonko went and did what? Bribed them. Wakaacha hivyo. So when, you know, there's a saying that reading is leading. Where you are an educated man and you have principles and discipline, and you cannot be tolerated because you reason. Unajua kitu nashanganga, mtu kama Moses Kuria anaongeanga ujinga nyingi sana, but somehow wakati ana read speeches zake, he seemed very educated. But sasa ameshindwa kutumia that high value education kufanya vitu vizuri. Unaona mtu kama Khalwale,
wewe bwana Alex, unanichanganya kidogo. Moses Kuria is highly educated.
I mean, to some extent, yeah.
No, use the word average, please. Don't highly and average. Sielewi, I don't think highly.
Yeah. When Mugala muwe, lakini mpe haki yake. I'm one person who is very leveled in terms of how I also, in terms of how I deal with the politicians. And Moses Kuria akona issue na temper. Okay? Saa ingine namfanya mjinga. Okay? Then akona verbal diarrhea. Okay? But ukiangalia CV yake, one time kuangalia CV yake.
Mimi nataka unielezee kitu, even as you say that, can you tell me the difference between highly educated and average educated, and you put it into perspective with even some of the learned people who we have in Kenya, because nataka unielezee sababu I got shocked when you tell me that Moses Kuria is highly educated. I have not seen something to me which can tell me, pointing to one that direction.
Well, you see, you see, Mr. Njiru, you're a PhD student. Umeanza sasa kuargue kama mtu ako na permanent head damage. Kama mtu ana PhD hivi hajasoma.
Mimi sijasema hivyo. I've not said that, but
mpe haki yake. Okay? For instance, at first I never liked Matiang'i because he was arrogant. Where did this man come from? But over time, when he became overall to all the ministers, that guy, I respected him even more. I stopped disrespecting him. Why? Because ile arrogance yake hata ilikuwa inakuja, lakini inakuja na kufanya kazi. Unaelewa? So I don't want to talk about Moses Kuria. He has said so many things. Huyo Mjaluo tutamtairisha, huyo mtu ntamuua. I mean, you wonder, you know, job akonayo, does he really deserve to have it? So he's a person who went to school, but it never nurtured him. It never helped him in a way that it should. You see, we go to school to be appeased and complacent with the society, because now you're dealing with every tribe in Kenya, and there are some sensitive things you should never talk about other people, because that is what eventually made anaitwa nani watu kuuana Rwanda, because of such kind of characters. I'm only saying he went to school. There's a difference of going to school and getting learned.
Yeah, let's say amesoma, but let's not use the word highly, because you know that one is an adjective. Highly.
I know you will hit me over that.
Ni kama kusema nani ako na pesa sana. The word sana.
Engineer Karaoke. Kuja Engineer Karaoke, kuja kwa pana. Tuko hapa a few minutes. Now wengine waongei fight for you right na
au waliongea mpaka wakachoka, au wametesa Ruto hapa mbaya sana. Wewe ndiye hata utese Ruto. Kwanza huyu anaitwa fight for your right, ametesa Ruto hapa mbaya.
Simjui huyo, simjui kabisa.
Ndiye kusema. So Moses Kuria the graduate at UN, ni Engineer Karaoke amesema.
Oh, but let's say this, you know, tulikuwa na passion Njiru mpaka, yani I feel there's nothing more to talk, because gazeti zinaandika, watu wanajua, lakini watu ni kama hata sisi tumerogwa. Ni kama hata sisi tumerogwa Njiru, because we are seeing all these things right in our face. Not that tuzioni. You got to save. Ona nini vijana wa EFF wa South Africa. Do you know I like them? They say Zuma must go. Nikasema huyu sasa anasema nini? So Zuma will go. He said Mbeki must go. Mbeki wanted to go 3 terms kwa sababu nini ilikuwa inakuja huko World Cup. Akakataa. Mbeki must go. Akaenda. Zuma must go. Juzi alianza huyu anaitwa nani? Huyu South African president. Hii wakati walipata like 100 million chini ya kitanda yake. Walimpeleka mbio sana. So Njiru, you can get tired. In Kisi tunasemanga navokorosa. If people don't want, tumewawekea station hapa, wamenyamaza. The reason why I pushed Bernard because that time wakina nani walikuwa wanatusumbua sana, wakina Mzalendo. Nikamwambia hapa na Black, kaambia hapa hautakuja kuwezana na hao watu. Tukijaribu kuwa block, Mtembea anakataa. Paka Misa akakuja kuwekwa pia admin. So this was our home to make a difference.
Lakini si walikufa wanaendanga. I never see their program being live on air. How can Zakayo sustain you? Ebu nikuulize, Zakayo rhetorics, can Zakayo rhetorics sustain you even in a day or a week?
No, wako na channel ingine. Yao personal.
Si waonangi, I've never seen it.
Utaiona, nitakutumia hiyo.
Hapana, usinitumie bwana. Mimi I don't do double dealing bwana. Mimi niko hapa, wacha wajisikie.
Hiyo sio double dealing. I mean that nature say hiyo ni double dealing. Hiyo sio ku double deal. That's not double dealing.
Niende huko kwa Zakayo sasa kusikia watu wakisifu Zakayo.
Unaona siku hizi nani anamsifu? Angalia, like for instance, I was pleased on how Kalwale ameanza kusomea Ruto juu ya cost of living, juu ya watoto kulipa nini. I mean, before nobody had the courage to tell him. I like the courage of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta telling him usinieke makosa kitu yote, and Uhuru is so honest and diplomatic. And akisema statement, it's a parable. Unaelewa? So at this point, it's the Kenyans who must come and understand the country is being sold while they are looking. Watu kila mahali anaenda anasema free visa, and then passports zinaenda pesa juu, alafu pesa ya kulipa kuingia Kenya kama uja renew passport, because kitambo walikuwa wanatupea hapa, but squeeze you have to renew in Kenya. Sijui imefika pesa ngapi. Last time it was 100, now it will go even 700. So that is the dilemma. But I like the fact that Baba started working again with the student leaders, and I don't know if we can revive the student leadership like the ones that wakina Orengo walikuwa. It's going to be very difficult. Na sasa anatumia cheo chake kupunish governors, kusipowapea pesa mapema. Hawa governors wote wanaenda kukosana na yeye pia, because at most, let me be candid on that, at most a politic is local. Wakati ya watu wataanza kuvamia ma governors, ma MPs, you won't see the day of the light. And I hope people from the grassroots put pressure like that. If it was possible, Njiru, we will start. Unaonanga vile nani wanafanyanga Malema, wanaenda university, wanapeana speech, wanafanya mobilization, wanaregister watu nini party yao, alafu wana invite student leaders to come to parliament and see what they are fighting for them. I think there's something wrong in our parliament, that these imbeciles, they are killing the bright, excellent student, and very soon watu wengi watashindwa kwenda university very soon. But anyway, watu wengi wanataka kutoka out of that country. The rate at which people are going out is because there is no employment. The pain in people's homes, at which people, watu wanasemanga, wakisi wanasemanga, nyumba tumatie kikine nyumba y'omuntu when it has a roof. You may think people are living well right now. Watu wako na njaa, and I think wanataka wafike ile place wako very, unajua like Kisii County, huyu jamaa kuna pesa nyingi hajapea Simba Arati. There was a time Simba Arati was running the county with his own money, which is wrong.
Kwani ni tajiri aje? Ana run county na pesa yake?
Huyu jamaa me, I don't know. I knew he was rich, but I didn't know he was that rich.
Bwana, pia yetu ambiwa anatoa pesa wapi bwana? Running county with the, unajua pia nimekuja kujua Alex, unapenda kuongezanga kachumbi pia na kachumbali. Anyway, waendelea.
Kachumbi kagani? I'm telling you, Google tu akuone Simba Arati alisema atalipa, na sasa wako wamelipwa na what was coming Christmas. Akasema pesa zitatoka kwa treasury. Aje akawaambia if the worst come to the worst, lazima nitafute pesa nilipe nurses. Tafadhali msiende strike.
Hata nimekumbuka ameoa China. Maybe.
Yeah, bibi yake ni China.
Maybe kuna maneno hapo.
Unajua alipeleka MCS wote China. Akawambia this is how we need to do things. This is how you need to do things. With his own money. For 1 week. We need also to learn from the East too. Those people came back wakasema, man, sisi hatuna country. Yani hawa watu wamejenga vizuri sana. Anyway, karibu.
Hey, habari.
Na leo nimeona umeweka daktari hapo, umesikia tumeanzia ku question masomo, ukasema hebu niweke title hapa Okay, daktari karibu.
Nimesikia daktari mtarajio. Anyway, I wasn't gonna enter because niko hapa nyumbani, and I've been traveling all day, so I'm even keeping up with what is going on today. So anyway, saying hi to Chase, public participation, fight for your right, nani huyu? and Alex, of course, you've been going for quite a bit. Ama ni mimi sikuwa nikiingia sana. Anyway, I think I checked something about Moses Kuria. I think he's an undergrad at University of Nairobi. Na alienda na huku Saudi Arabia, and he got a job, I don't know as what, in the bank. Alafu akarudi Kenya, akawa kwa Standard Chartered auditor. At least that's what anyway, but lakini yeye anaongeanga kama matope. Hata kama he is educated, sometimes you you abuse your intelligence, you know, by even during his wakati alikuwa na anahojiwa, you know, to be minister. That was one of the things that they mentioned, that you gotta be really careful, and we have seen the result of that. Kwa sababu alianza ministry of trade, and then he was denied to meet the trade secretary from the US, and also was denied to come here for matters of trade and things like that. So, you know, I think he need to shape up. Hata kama kona na mdomo mbaya, lakini he need to shape up. Anyway, what were you guys talking about? I'm just saying here that Kenya is going to lose billions for Uganda oil import. Of course, we knew that was coming. Kwa sababu, yeah, what this guy is doing, anaenda anasema ati kuko na government to government deal, lakini we all know hiyo ni uongo tu, uongo mtupu. Hii ni serikali ya uongo. And like I was saying yesterday, huyu mtu ako, you know, na tactics tatu. Kwanza anapeana, anaiba, alafu anakuja anaeleza uongo, alafu then he blames you. That's the characteristic of a pathological liar. You know, he will do something, he will blame you for it, you know, he'll lie about it, and then he'll come back and blame you, saying that you are the one that did that. And it was yesterday when I was talking to my friend, and we talked a whole bunch of things, and we said that they are even following these he tactics za hapa. Sasa wameanza hii commission ya state capture, which is very, very ni mambo yale ambao wamefanya. They have captured the state. Juu kama vile nilisema jana, alichukua legislature, akachukua judiciary, na akachukua media. A total state capture. And that is what he has been doing. And that is why we are not really having good investigative journalists to be able to do further research on all these deals that he has done. And there's so many other things. Hata hii mambo ya carbon credit. Hii uongo analeta ati you know, that he planted 150 million, I don't know how many trees, whatever it is. Ni uongo, and that needs to be certified that is what he did. Lakini we all know, na kwanza alianza kusema ati watu wakate miti, you know, wakate miti. Alafu natoka hapo, pengine ni ile miti ambayo amekata. Ndio sasa he is lying back, you know, that he is planting back, because that's the way he plants his things. Anafanya kitu, alafu later on anakuja he is solving the problem. Kama vile tulizungumza jana. Kama hii mambo ya mafuta, najua he'll be coming back as a hero. Ati na sasa mafuta nimeleta chini down the road when the time gets there. So he's a very, very dangerous guy, and we have a very small time slot to be able to deal with it. Sijui Bwana Alex, I don't know what we need to do. There's things that we can do on this side. Kama vile tulikuwa tunazungumza jana. Tunaweza kuandika kwa barua pengine kwa IMF na World Bank wasimpeshe hizi pesa. We have to find a reason. And there are so many things actually going on. So that if we were to get together, we can compile something, and we go there and we submit it to them, so that they don't keep on giving money to this guy, because you know, there's so many questions. There's so many things that he has done, and before long, you know, Kenya will have nothing to show for. for all this money that he has taken. Juu hata sasa hatujaona project hata moja. You know, there's always a challenge here. Mtu atuonyeshe ni project gani amefanya. So it's a very, very sad deal, but we should not feel like we cannot be able to do something. I'm trying to do a research, find out what can be done, how we can be able to talk to these people, tuone vile tunaweza. I do have some investors and are interested in some things, but I've told them stand by for now, you know, that things that have to do with Kenya, because I know how this guy operates. I know how this guy operates, and I don't want to put, you know, these interested investors into situations like that. I'd rather go and talk to Kagame. Seriously, you know, thinking about that, either go talk to Kagame or go talk to, you know, there are some people I'm talking to in Malawi, probably even Tanzania. I could. Lakini, this guy is really, he's really messing us up and, you know, taking us back. Sababu, how I came to know about him, how I was almost, even my friend went to see him last year, alimuona huko Karen. Na hata wakachukua picha. Na nilikuwa nimeonya my friend, kamwambia chunga hiyo mtu. Usimwambie mambo yetu kwa sababu, you know, he's going to do his thing. Na akaingia huko na naona hiyo mambo ya come with credit amechukua already with some other guys that we were talking to. So now, and I know that he is doing that, taking credit and even taking that away from them. My friend akaanza nini ya kuku, akachukua hiyo idea na akachukua hiyo project. Imagine. Things that I have really observed, you know, having to deal with people associated with him. You know, and it's just showing the same characteristics him running the country. And that's one of the things I was telling my friend. Wacha kufuata huyu mtu. Ni huyu ni mtu mbaya huyu. Na anaweza you know, he can disappear you after you have given him an idea and all that. He can disappear you. Ama umpelekee my investors and nini, he is looking for a way of how he's going to take it and you disappear from there so that he can get everything. You know, I mean, this is a very dangerous guy. Very, very dangerous. And we need to find a way of how we can counter this guy. You know, so that's what I just wanted to say shortly. And I don't know if you guys got any ideas. We need to start thinking of ways of how to go, you know, to really counter him in a very short time, because I'm thinking in the next year, maybe come March hivi, you know, that window will have closed by then. So that's my little take for now. So asante sana.
Yeah, thank you for your nice submission, Mr. Engineer. Mjaluo atakuita engineer.
Daktari.
Daktari ni nani? Gideon Moi.
Gideon Moi is the one who said Daktari.
I didn't know that guy doesn't even know Swahili very well. I didn't know that. All these people, man, walipeleka watoto wao ng'ambo, hata mtoto wa Kenyatta. Nilishangaa hajui Kiswahili.
Hawajui Kiswahili kwa sababu wamesomea hapa, wamekaa hapa miaka mingi.
No, they, you know. Walisoma nini? Walisoma Britain, London. Walienda Britain, London, and walisoma. Hata watoto wote hawako wanajua Kiswahili kabisa. I don't know why.
Kama walisomea English system, you know, even in Kenya we have schools which do not teach our regular system. Unajua, iya CBC yetu ama 844. So aende asome ile sijui anaitanga IGCS something ile ya Uingereza. Hiyo ya Uingereza hutafunzwa Kiswahili. Alafu sasa naye mzazi pale ni mtoto ya Serelak kawaida yake. so anapewa tu ile tu life ya mapochopocho pale, hawezi kutana na watu kama Alex ambao wana
How did Uhuru succeed? How did Uhuru succeed to know Kiswahili na babaka alikufa akikuwa mdogo tena?
Kwanza na Kikuyu ile deep. Wacha Uhuru hata sio story ya Kiswahili, ongea story ya Kikuyu. He is very elaborate in Kikuyu. I think it's also a personal initiative to somebody. That is what now differentiates personalities. That is why you see when Gideon Moi himself has been unable to blend even with the Kalenjins because of that.
Yeah, sasa hajui kabisa Kikale.
And that is why, how he has been unable to connect with those people. Hata kama munasema sijui, there is no in which, anyway, I'm not trying to give a spell to Gideon Moi, but Gideon Moi will never link with the Kalenjins because of that superficial life which he refused to come down to the reality. Sasa kama sasa hata anatuambia daktari sasa unaambia shosho uko chini daktari. Sasa siona kwanza hata shosho ataona sasa huyu ni mzungu tunachagua hapa, huyu sio Mwafrika mwenzetu.
What do you think about Tuori? I mean, it's a shame that we have somebody who is supposed to be talking for the workers in Kenya, but is in bed with the government. And you know, we've had so many people that have really let us down, really biased on. Come out, you know, it's disheartening, you know, how some of these people have, you know what they have done to us. Now I don't know why they haven't even turned around, or at least to say something to show that they are supporting workers.
Yeah, probably he also captured the nut. No, ni gani hiyo ali capture. But you know, Atwoli is a man of swinging like a pendulum. He loves to be in power, and anybody wants to remove. I think Atwoli wants to die in that seat, and he cannot be trusted anymore. He can't be trusted at all. I mean, if we can nurture, and not that I'm a tribal, but Simba has shown some signs of a leader in making.
Yes.
And he's performing, even with the little money that he has been given. If we nurture him slowly, and that's why in ANC they have leader nurturing. Okay, they nurture young leaders, they put them to be MPs. From there, they put them to be a leader somewhere. They see how he performs. From there, then they take him to parliament to polish his arguments. And from there, you know, he can be a minister badai. However, I think we're falling short of mentorship of young leaders. You know, the only Kikuyu sahi naweza kumbuka ambaye is talking well ni Kabando wa Kabando. During the Jubilee days nilikuwa namshuku sana, but he has come forth to be a person who I like looking at his Twitter. Unaelewa? And if we can make a caucus. So you know a caucus. You know what a caucus is?
A grouping with a certain idea.
Yes. So we write all the counties. Yeah, we write all the counties. Okay? And then tunasema Alex unatoka Kisii County. Bernard unatoka Bungoma County.
PhD Flopper anasema he is becoming your sycophant.
I've been seeing his comments. He is a very, if he's a man or a woman, they are very bright. Their thought of reasoning, their thought of reasoning, you can know is a learned man. But atakangi kuja kwa show, you know, those are the minds we need. So tuanze kumobilize to mobilize. Sasa that caucus is what will mobilize people, okay, to write signatures that the country is not going, and we are allowed to take that maybe to court, because tumejaribu kila kitu, watu hawataki kuja maandamano. Tulichanga pesa, maji, ona bunge la mwananchi. And that's one thing that we disagreed with many people at the beginning. I said, these people are making their names and it's easy to buy them. Somebody like Gaucho, I don't know what happened to him, you know. I was listening to them. So, tungekuwa na organization kama hiyo, Mombasa, tuende huko, kila mahali, 47 counties. Signature, because it's allowed. And then we take it to court. And to mobilize watu wakuja kotini. Because sitting like this every day and talking the same thing is redundant. And every day, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. And from yesterday, Ruto, I hear he fired watu wa CID kabisa because hakuelewa vile Raila amejua hizo dossier. Unaelewa? Hakuelewa. So I guess mahali imefikia ni kama
Alex, 1 minute. Kwani wewe ujui Raila is the fourth arm of the government? Raila is the fourth arm of the government. Atakataa kujua hizi vitu aje. We have legislature, judiciary, executive and Raila Odinga. He is an arm of government.
Wacha nikwambie Njiro. To be factual, these are not things we should say at the fourth of government. You know, is an arm, the fourth one. Yes, wacha baba achue hizo vitu, but tunataka a solution to this. If we can make a mind that are we ready tuchange pesa, tuanzie wapi? Because last time we concentrated in Nairobi. Mahali pazuri kuanzia, watu wetu ni kichwa ngumu. Watu wetu, hiyo kiti kikuja, utaona vile wataingia huko kwa stadium. Wakisi karibu watu wataregister. Unaelewa? Siaya obviously we register. Mombasa we register. So pole, it's not a one-stop thing. It's a process. It's a process. And unajua baba miaka pia semi amezeeka, lakini baba amefight too long. Akiona tuko na hiyo psyche, I think we will go well. Ti maneno ya kukaa kwa nini hizo talks za Kalonzo, I don't think it will bring anything down. I don't think so. You know, the cost of living iko na shida. Uliona Kalwale the other day was saying, munaua watu. This is wrong. So what I can advise ni hiyo mobilization. That's how EFF started. Pole pole wakapita ma university, kila university. And as a Secretary General of ODM, he needs to visit these universities. They have money that they have been allocated. You know, Sifuna is a good guy. Aende Nairobi University, aende KU, kama hatakuwa na time. Wakifunga session, aende Kisii University, aende sijui tujaribu tuone kama university za hapo Kiambu pia zitakubali. Wakikataa, si hatuna shida, tutaendelea. But a strategy, you know, sometimes you have to talk like a strategist. And once you become a strategist, it's an idea not born. Okay? Ikianza, at first it looks weird. Okay? At first it looks, this is no. But once imeshika moto, then everything becomes good. So we must have the energy and the courage to start something. But apart from that, sina idea ingine. Because kuongea tumeongea hapa mwaka mzima.
Hata mimi, I've been thinking about that, because we just need something to light up that will start this whole thing. And,
yeah.
Kama vile umesema, you know, we need to have a strategy. Zakayo already has planned. Na najua hizo ndizo plan zake. Kwanza nasikia aliambia wa kina UDA not to worry about the problems and all that. You know, there's a time that will come down the road that, you know, that when they're gonna come up as heroes, because that is what is, you know, cause problems and then solve it, come up with a solution. That's the way he works. So we need to find out how we are going to tunaweza kuanza mobilization of our people, so that we can, you know, we can bring this down. And I'm saying we have a very small window. Right now, there are things that are aligned. There are some things that are aligned, and we don't want to lose this opportunity. So it's just only a matter of, and I like that they did take a break, and even though walikuwa kuko kwa talks and whatever, and then all these things came rolling down, such that now the cost of living, you're seeing everybody, hata uko Rift Valley, they are having problems. There are people that are complaining uko. Lakini we have now a very good time that we can jump in there and get to do something about it. Sababu tukingojea sana, that window is just going to shut, and then, you know, we are not going to be able to bring him down. It'll be after, you know, then after that is kiende hivyo. So I agree with you that we need to be thinking about how we're going to strategize to get this guy out.
And you know, and you know, let me tell you, I went to NYS. Ile time ulikuwa ukimaliza shule unaingishwa NYS, lakini mmoja akapata hiyo ni idea mbaya. Watu walikuwa wanaenda wanafunzwa military tactics, so wakati wanaenda maandamano, oh man, hata polisi hawafiki. So we can borrow. By the way, what you have said is Machiavelli, the prince tactics. The prince has to be arrogant, has to detach himself from people, and when time comes, he will make them poor, and he will start doing what? he will start now giving them handouts, and the people will start forgetting.
Yes.
And that tactic, I need to reread that book again, Machiavelli. I mean, Machiavelli talks very well, you know. So we have to read books, the socialism. Not that we are going to be a socialist government, but to help us, people to know what we are going to do. We are not going there to lie to people. You register so that we can sit down and be able to agree or disagree. But we must have a militant league, okay? A militant league. Sio ya kupigana.
Nimeona Alex alikuwa amekuja na akatoka. Anyway, sawa.
Yeah, hebu mwambie ingie ndani. Hata yaongee kidogo.
Alex, hebu rudi. Wewe hata ndio tulikuwa tunataka kukupea. Okay, endelea.
Yeah, so that's the only way. Like EFF has a very good manifesto. We can read the EFF manifesto and help us on how they came up with a party that will unite all these people. And we can call us, we can hata sisi tunaweza jiita economic freedom in our lifetime. And
Yeah,
people.
about the diaspora, I think there's something we can do about that. And I think I'll read the manifesto of EFF and see how they've been able to do that in South Africa.
I mean, they started, the party is 10 years old, from bootstrap. Malema was completely denied to go back. And when he was interviewed, he said, I had no home, and these people did not want. I had to fight for my people. Unaelewa? So you don't have a home, make your own home.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth is that that man akona akili. We should at least call him akuje, vile alisema he will come in December to locate if that visa is okay.
Yes.
Tumwambie, we don't know how. Can you bring some of your people like Floyd Shivambu na Ndozi wakuje hapa watusaidie? Yeah? Because watu hawana kazi. So he has already the outline.
Okay, Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah, unasema vizuri sana, but hebu nikuulize swali. Does it mean that Azimio, some of us now, maybe Azimio doesn't have a vibrant, well-thinking, young frontline, which can actually seem to give a direction in terms of young point of view? Like, where is the Azimio young front? That's the question I'm asking. Like, who is the face of young people? Musiseme Babu Owino.
So no, don't ask a question and lead us how to answer it. That's not free. That's not free will.
I want you to think more. That's why I have to neglect some of the solutions. Sababu najua tu utaniambia tu Babu Owino. Alafu swali ishe hapo.
Let me tell you something. If some 10 MPs or about 20 decided to speak about cost of living every day in parliament, anything wanapiga kelele wanafukuzwa, wanapiga kelele wanafukuzwa, they become unruly. Things will be done in this country. People became cowards. People became cowards. Look at Mutula. Mutula was a young, vibrant boy. Unamwonaga tu na sakaja kila siku. So nauliza, I mean, this young man, what's wrong with him? But he knows whether he misbehaves or not, watu wakuwa watafanya nini. So I think right now is we want intellectual strategists. Okay, if it were not for his arrogancy, Miguna can do is a militant. Okay, and I heard the other day he said he's sorry for voting for Ruto. I don't know if it was true. So
asituambie hiyo bwana, asituambie hiyo bwana Alex. Any person ambaye alipigia kura Ruto kura and he is even saying he's a barrister, don't listen to him bwana.
Unajua desperate issues need desperate measures. Acha nikuulize, do you know why they had to push Miguna kutoka Kenya? Because if you can listen to the bench ya Miguna hapa Washington DC, Jeff Koinange came and interviewed him. How his mind works, on how he approached. He brought in intellectuals, he brought in people with money, he brought in student leaders. I mean, they feared completely. This thing is off the hand for them. They wanted to involve the army. Akaambiwa, no, army, you can't be involved. You know, so you can listen and know how, you know, how they did it. You know, and Patrick Lumumba walikuwa hapo na watu, alikuwa na watu waliongea nao, alisema almost like 1,000. Yeah, but it didn't work out. So we must borrow ideas, maybe from the manifesto inaitwaje, hii kitabu imeandikwa nani, manifesto ya socialist. So we must borrow that book, the ideas, for it to guide us. We have to borrow, you have to read the Mandela book. Those who read are those who lead. And you are deconstructing them intellectually. Naelewa? Intellectually. So for me, there are leaders, but they are not being supported. For example, do you know who is the ODM league leader, young leader? Do you know them by them? Party ya Kalonzo. Do you know who is the youth league leader? Jubilee. Because those are the leadership that we can use.
Walituonesha tu Manyara, huyu jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Manyara, and to me I don't think he is a serious guy. Huyu jamaa wa UN. I want to tell you, I'm frustrated by Manyara. Manyara is not a serious mobilizer.
Yeah, hiyo kitabu nimekumbuka ilikuwa inaitwa Communist Manifesto. Those are the things that sharpens your mind to know that a struggle that looks impossible is possible. Let me ask you, revolution ya Cuba umewaisoma vile ilikuwa? It started by 8 men.
Yeah.
8
kidogo sana.
8
But
men.
8 men who was letting blood. Who was letting blood.
Yeah. Many people could not even understand how. So they were hiding up in the hills, and but they were. Let me tell you, Njiru, a mind that has decided, it is hard to turn it back. We are not decided. We are not decided. We are not decided. Na wacha nikwambie.
Ungesema Alex, ungesema si ati we are not decided. Ungesema we are still ready to receive more havoc from Zakayo. Not about deciding. Bado hatujafika level ya kurevote.
Maybe that's how you view it. But I know a mind. Have you woken up in the morning and you decide this is what I want to get today, even though it was impossible for you to get it? Before ulale utakuwa umeipata.
Na Bwana Jiro nikuulize, wakati wa was it 2007? How did we come together to fight back that assault? Although, I know, Alex, that it's something that I'm sorry about, but
which assault?
How did we get our people from Mount Kenya to fight back? See, we need to look at instances like those, how that happened, because we are under attack right now.
We just mobilized ourselves within certain leaders. That is what we did. Like, and that time, our leaders were still very respected, and we had not digressed. We were still resonating on one voice. It is not like now when we are having Uhuru Kenyatta, our kingpin, and we now also have another general, Rigathi Gachagua, who is having his other team. That is the problem we have. We are somehow divided to have a unified response.
Ujue wakati huo Kibaki ndiye alikuwa president, lakini Uhuru was not even he was just a guy out there, of which, if we were to go with the story, then the narrative that was given at what he may or may not have done, but so we just need to find somebody like that right now in all the groups that are involved, because we are under attack. Really, seriously, we are very much under attack everywhere. Akaenda Mombasa, sasa Gachagua anazungumzia governor wa Mombasa akimtusi, na ni uongo mtupu, hajapeana pesa za El-Nino. Everywhere, every governor, wameambiwa ati wamepatiwa pesa, hakuna, na watu wengi hawana makao, pengine wamekufa na all that. I mean, a lot of things going on right now affecting the whole country. Kwa hivyo, we just need to find something. Kama vile Alex unasema, I think we just need to find a few people that are, brave enough, to say enough is enough. Enough is enough. I feel that way. I feel very much that way. That enough is enough. Hata nchi zile zinatuzingira. Kama sasa naona hapa, hata Burundi na Rwanda, they joined in. And Uganda about this oil deal. Even our neighbors are also complaining, the countries around us. Come on, man. Pengine tunaweza kwenda hata Uganda, Museveni pengine atusaidie na vile alitoa watu back way then. Ama Kagame. We can go to our neighbors and organize these things. Or what do you think?
Yeah, there is a good.
Alexio ako ama ameenda?
Alexio ongea kama tu huko. Meanwhile, bwana
Danny Darius, welcome.
Kuna swali mzuri ameuliza hapo.
Hiyo ni kwenye yako. Si ulisema wewe ndio kingpin wa Why your group?
Usiniwekelee kazi sijauliza.
Ulisema hapa. Wewe ndio ulisema hapa. Wewe ndio ulisema hapa. Ama umesahau?
Unajua
Yeah.
Alex, unajua nimekuja kujua kama hujakula sapa unakuanga na shida sana.
Sapa haina shida.
I think I will leave you to go and have your dinner.
So, I think we...
No, Alex amekam. Ngoja.
Yeah.
Ndio huyo. Wacha Alex aongee. Hata Dani ameingia?
Darius kweli hapana.
Okay. Wacha Alex aongee. Unajua Alex yako na maringo ni kaa dem.
Alex is a gentleman.
Guys, hamjamboni wote. Actually nawasikiza tu in the background. Wote wenye wako comment section watching us. Thank you very much. Na panel, Jess, Alex, Darius, Daktari. Fight with us. Asanteni sana. Nawasikiza tu kwa background. I think bad manners yetu ya Kenya saa hii imefikia majirani. Majirani pia wana complain. Yeah, Museveni alikuwa katikati ya hii mambo. He was in the middle of this. He's the one who assisted Zakayo 100%. Now he should not complain to us. Hata asituambie mambo ya nini. Yeye mwenyewe ndio alichangia hii mambo. And ukiona kwa nyumba ya jirani yako kuna mtoto mwenye ako na bad manners, you as jirani haufai kufunikia huyo mtoto. Akikuletea vitu, maybe ameiba huko kwa nyumba yao, ukimfichia, ama akikuletea unaona umenunua kwa bei nzuri, the consequences are dire. When it will come back to you, make sure the Bible says it will be pressed down, shaken, overflowing. So that's what Museveni is being served. It's already shaken, pressed down, and overflowing. Yes. So he's testing his own medicine yenye alianza. And now the bad manners we have been crying as Kenyans. Na yeye kama jirani hakuwa jirani mwema. He was not a good jirani mwenye anataka the welfare of jirani yake iendelee. Because we as people, the way the world is, we can only prosper together. If we join hands together, we can prosper. Even among neighbors, if you come together and join together, actually you can get far. But if you say Kinamramba, what I can just say, you're Kinamramba, he should not cry to us. But we have our own share of the problems. And the way I think we need to get out the box. So these things are getting serious. Those people who know Zakayo very well, he cannot change and he will not take Kenya anywhere. In fact, he's going to make Kenya become a laughing stock and bad each and every day. So it's high time we need to move very fast. I think we can even start by recalling the parliament. We start by writing, we go to parliament, we recall the parliament to be dissolved so that people can get to know it's serious. Once we dissolve that parliament, next is we dissolve the government. I think that is the step we can start. We can start by low-hanging fruits, which is the parliament. We bring down the parliament. Then we go to we go for Zakayo and his government. Thank you. But I'm here tomorrow. I think it will be the big day for us. I'll be here 24/7. Yes, good time. I will allocate a good time of amount.
Aya, Darius aongee.
Thank you so much.
Pastor Darius aongee.
Namuona kweli?
Darius hayuko.
Darius yuko kweli? He's another good father, very bright chap too. Yeah, amesoma. Unaweza kubali hivyo Njiru?
Wewe, I'm not a parameter ya kujua wale wamesoma na wale hawajasoma. Usianze kuniuliza hiyo maana usinitafutie vita kila eneo. Mtu yote Azimia amesoma. Parameter ya kujua wale wamesoma na wale hawajasoma. Usianze kuniuliza hiyo maana usinitafutie vita kila eneo. Mtu yote Azimia amesoma.
Okay. That's a new quote for me. All Azimios are learned. So I think Father can guide us into making that caucus yenye tuweke kwa WhatsApp. People are like-minded to guide, because I think he has done management, you know, because the biggest thing, Pastor, ni how to start this movement. Sijui kama ulikuwa hapa wakati tulikuwa tunaongea, so that at least tusaidie watu wetu by mobilizing from Nairobi, all the counties, waweke signatures. But you see, we are in a conundrum mbaya sana. The biggest failure in Kenya is the judiciary. The biggest failure is the judiciary. Now we don't have an arbitrate. Hata baba hakuenda kotini. Hakuenda kotini. Why? Because our judiciary is like it never exists. So unaona mpaka sasa, I think when walikuwa nasema like if all the IBC officers are not in office, it's a constitutional inaitwanga constitutional what dilemma. But look up to today, we don't have IBC. You know, these are things that we could have taken to IBC tuone vile watasema. But sasa we have to do something. We find another Miguna, somebody who knows how to mobilize people, so that we can have a director that will be able. But apart from that, the other thing, tunaweza tumia church ku mobilize. Tunaweza tumia church ku mobilize, because they are suffering too. Unaelewa? They are suffering too. Vile yeye alitumia kanisa, hata sisi tutatumia kanisa kwa njia nzuri. I saw one Catholic priest asema the person now we have who is nani huyo? Njiru, huyo ni nani?
I think it was this guy mwenye alikuwa na Nyatere or something.
Hey, Alex.
What? Hey, Alex. Yeah.
How about starting with the recall of Parliament MPs?
That will be difficult, because which court do you take them to? You see, the greatest failure in Kenya.
Can we start with recruitment of
That's a very good and bright idea. The problem is simply who and the simple question is, can we succeed? Have you listened to that before? Do you have a strategy? Because it's a bright idea.
Nilikuwa nasoma hapa the process of parliamentary. Nimeona hiyo ya high court. And the grounds. Halafu inasema the petitioner should
I think Bwana Kariuki uko na system mbili zinaongea.
Hebu nifunge moja.
Funga moja alafu uongee. Just close the one you like.
Okay, you're funga. Ama iko kwa hiyo laptop.
Sawa bwana Isoe.
Yeah, I might have to log off and then
Yeah, Pastor Darius, thank you, man. I think it's achievable if we decide. But if we are not deciding early, it will be even more difficult, you know, to see what can happen to our people. Because this man has made inroads. Yeye ni kusema na kutenda. Sasa kama hiyo siku walienda parliament kumwambia, akamwambia sio time ya kuongea maneno ya sema constituency wametuambia hivi, akasema enda uambie constituencies, enda uambie. That's not my first my first priority. So you can see this is a man who doesn't care. Na ukiona deputy wake, I think that man need to be checked his head, but we don't have the time to do that.
Both of them. I think both of them will end up.
Yeah.
I think hata Alex hata wewe uko na echo.
Sio mbaya sana. Sio mbaya sana. And we need mobilization, watu waanze kuja nini kwa panel. We can't just keep on saying Ruto must go. Then the same faces are the ones who are here. Hata nani anachoka, hata moderator anachoka. There is
Mumeniweka hapa na nilikuwa naenda kukula kati.
Wewe si unakula hapo chini.
Alexi amekuja lakini so nitamwachia kidogo.
So Alex, ulikuwa na idea kweli yenye what we need to do, recalling, mobilization, supporting. What do you think on your side? Njiru, can you mute?
I think we need to start by recalling the parliament.
Can I ask a question? If majority of our Azimio MPs think that the government is going in the wrong direction, I'm just trying to ask and overthink. And Alex, allow me to overthink, because overthinking is also for you to be able to isolate some thoughts. You should also allow overthinking. At least when people overthink, you can be able to get something. Allow me to overthink. What would happen if all Azimio MPs who believe in our current caucus, they resign? What would happen? And they now fuel a way forward of fighting this government? Is it possible?
Let me tell you, Njiru. Ebu mute. Let me tell you, Njiru. Hiyo kiti ya UMP ni tamu sana. Kuambia mtu a resign na hata kuwa guaranteed kurudi tena inakuwa kitu ngumu. If all members of parliament could agree to do that, then you know the court can declare a state of emergency. Naelewa. The court can declare, because we don't have the IBC and so on and so forth. So there are things you cannot tell somebody. And many of them who I speak with them, unajua walinyimwa pesa for like 6 months, the CDF. Paka Ruto akaattach ile kitu kwa zile memorandum alituma kwa parliament. And these people are told, you can't vote this out. You must put it in, ndio ni sign. So that won't work. Na sasa walipewa CDF less than what they used to get. So it's like they are also in a sad situation, you know. Hawako wanaenda matanga kwa sababu watu ni wengi wanataka yana matanga atoe, you know.
Then why can't we disown them?
What?
We disown our MPs. And they are not pushing our front. We disown them. Like, how can you fight? Oh, mimi.
Yeah, ni wewe.
Hiyo yako ni yangu. Okay, let me talk. There is something here, Bwana Alex, I want us to think, and allow me to overthink once again. You see, we already have people who are getting salaries from election, and they are not pushing the right agenda, because some of these things which we are talking about here, they can be pushed from the parliament, but these people are not pushing people's agenda. For us to be able to fight, even as we say that people can assemble and they fight these things, why can't we make this parliament redundant? Either, if Baba today declared that any MP who is in the parliament, if he really supports the people's will, na tunajua tuko na majority, waseme Azimio and ODM has withdrawn their sponsorship from any MP who is in the parliament. What would happen if today Azimio withdrew their sponsorship from all the members of parliament? Kusemekane, any person who is acting on the Kenyan parliament and Azimio, your sponsorship has been withdrawn and you are there on a personal capacity. What would happen?
You know, I stopped respecting the MPs totally and completely, because everything Ruto has given them, they have passed it. So they are not people we can depend on. So and they still have a lot to do. It's just 1 year before that they went for what? For campaign. We can try. But that momentum we had, imeisha. It's deflated. It's completely deflated. So my argument is, how do we mobilize and get the heat back? Okay? There is no, I thought student leaders should be given an opportunity on the media platform to talk about their issues. I think media houses were censored. So that part is tricky. That part is tricky. Nani alienda wapi? Engineer Ukariuki, sikuwa nafikiria anaingia. So, you know, in a strategic planning, you must ask what can work, what cannot work. And you need a real strategist to help them, and who understand the politics of Kenya for a long time, you know. And lazima akuwe mtu wa watu pia, in order, you know. But ingekuwa ni Kisii, I think I know they were willing to, they are willing to caucus together, whether UDA or ODM, waambie Ruto in parliament that the cost of living is beyond. It's beyond. If you saw in the state of address, there's a video that was circulating. Kibage, and he put himself talking. Sasa tunaingia huko ndani kuambiwa uongo. Tunasiagwa. Akamalizia kusema tumesiagwa vunetinga. Yeah. So you could see the pain of his lies to some of the people that worked, you know, with him. He believed in him because alitumia ya hustler tag in a good way. Unaelewa? But he never won the election. You know that. He never won the election. So
let me ask. Why do MPs sit there and listen to the Uongo ya Zakai? Can they just walk out when you start addressing them? They walk out. Can they?
You know, that's why I say, for me, the only outline that I've seen working anywhere is the EFF. EFF, they will shout, say, hiyo ni uongo, this, until they are taken out. Unaelewa? Until they are taken out. And we don't have members of parliament with that courage right now. If you look at, you know, that assembly itself, there is nobody talking sense there. Mbadi used to talk sense. Mbadi is quiet. Okay?
But
So
why are people not pushing over?
What?
The question which I'm asking is, the question which I'm asking is, why are people not pushing? Like we do not see any resistance from even Azimio MPs. Hata kama ni 20 ama wale wamebaki ama ni 30, the remaining ones. Why are we not feeling their heat? Like why don't we see commotion in the party? Why? There is a problem. Na mimi kulingana vile naona bwana elect, I think okay, mute kidogo. It's a high time itabidi we either tell ourselves kuna kitu tunafanya or we just disband all these things we are doing, because to some extent mimi naangalianga hivi naona ni kama there is nothing we are doing. People have accepted Zakayo. It's only that people are not courageously coming out to say that wacha Zakayo tuongoze, but the way we are working as a people, we do not seem to have that energy and mechanism to fight this guy. Sababu hakuna vile mtu anawaibia kura sijui nini. I don't understand.
Yeah, let me add on it. I think the best way you can be able to do is let's go for the parliament first. Once we bring down the parliament, hapo ndio vitu itakuwa serious. Let's find a way on how we can go for that parliament. We bring it down. Then next we go for Ndov.
Nimerudi. I had some difficulties. I was reading here, the process of recalling MPs can be initiated following a judgment of the High Court, acknowledging the grounds stated above, which the first one has to do with the stipulations of Chapter 6, violating them, finding them having misused public resources, and guilty of an offense by the Election Act. The process of recalling parliamentarians can only be 24 months after the election of the MP. Hivyo sasa already tumemaliza 12 months, so we have a few more months to go before this can happen. You cannot file a recall petition against an MP more than once during the term. Okay, so the recall needs to be filed with IEBC in writing and signed by one making the petition. The petitioner should be a voter of the constituency, have voted in an election which brought the MP into power. The petition needs to come with an order by the High Court issued after determining the grounds of the recall. The petitioner should, in writing, specify the reason for the recall and indicate the names of voters in the constituency in question, which must be at least 30% of registered voters. Tunaweza kwenda tuchukue kama we count like how many of them that to deny Zakayo the power in parliament. Tuone wale ambao wanaweza kulikoliwa. That way now he doesn't have majority. Then we go after him na nini mambo ya impeachment or something, or vote of no confidence. I think that would be, can be a thing that can be done. Ama mnaona aje?
We can even start by the way, because right now the parliament is not constitutionally reconstituted, because the third, what we call 2/3, men are more than 2/3. So we can start even there, because they're saying there cannot be more than 2/3 of the opposite gender. So if you count the number of men representative in that parliament, they're above 2/3. So because we can say they are not constitutionally, it doesn't meet the constitutional requirement of 2/3 of the agenda.
And for me, I don't want 2 years. to end, because now that gives us another year. Naelewa, gives us another year. I don't know which is like my friend Dania said. Can we identify? Because I already told Bernard, we are not promoting these people, the student leaders completely, and we need to call them. There's one who came one time here, and Bernard actually interviewed him. Then later on, I think Bernard interviewed a few. We must identify them, okay? Ask people probably who know them, and we get them. You see how they talk, you see how they are doing things, and then we can start from there. I think Sifuna is failing one part that he shouldn't. What South Africans have done, and it's the key to our success, is to go to universities and have a day of political mobilization. Go to villages. You see, like Malema must have a meeting even if when there is no election. They read their manifesto. They take things not lightly. They take things effectively. By choosing those leaders, we empower them. And we also need that manifesto. It's one of the best manifesto. So for sure, I'm telling you, those people are 44 members of parliament only. 44. But they give people a run of their stomach in parliament. And all of them are learned, bright, rhetorically, brainwise. So
I think what also you're failing to understand is the way MPs are chosen in South Africa is different from ours. This is the idea of MPs going to be elected by a single parliament, in a single constituency. There is where we get disadvantaged from South Africa, because South Africa, I understand, is the party. You go to election, the party are voted for, so it depends on what percentage of the votes the party got. It will pick the MPs from the pool, unlike ours where we elect MPs direct. Because MP will say, I campaigned using my own resources and my people elected me. So it's kind of like MPs has a loyalty to the people other than the party. There's where the problem is. And in South Africa, your loyalty comes to the party because it's the party that nominated you. And ours is the people that voted you. So there is where we get confused with the South African.
yeah, you are right. You're right. I mean, the democracy is kind of funny that your MP cannot be a person voted for you. You vote for a party, and then the party votes who is going to, even before the election, they decide who is going to be an MP here, so you don't serve the people, which kind of I think is not democratic. You know, that you vote, but the effectiveness and the loyalty of those people is what I want us to copy and paste. How can we have such loyalty? That's the key.
Ours is kind of hard because you see the way South Africa does, even recalling an MP is not an issue to the party. It recalls an MP because, recalling a president is not an issue in South Africa. You saw they recalled Mbeki easily. They recalled.
There's a lot of background noise from you. We can't hear you well.
I'm saying, you can hear me? I'm saying in South Africa,
the kids are.
I'm saying in South Africa, it becomes easier even recalling a president. It's because the power has been invested in the party. Like if the president is not doing whatever the party, according to the party manifesto, they can easily recall him. Like Sahi, so ingekuwa easy for like UDA to recall Ruto because amekuwa na kichwa ngumu, anawaambia this is not the time to get popular, and them they want to become popular. They can easily recall him and replace him with somebody else. It's because the power has been vested with the party. So ours, it's kind of difficult. I think the best way in Kenya is we go the parliamentary way, not have to have a presidential system. We just go the parliamentary system. That one, it will serve us better.
Engineer, you can talk.
Oh, simu yangu ilikuwa imeenda kwa nini? This is what it says next. This is the process. Should pay a standard fee for the election petition. So once tukifanya hivyo, we have to raise money so that we can have the money to be able to run that election for that petition. And then when and also presenting these presentations, you should also come up with a deposit security amount, and then that will be refunded after everything is done. So I think kama vile Alexia amesema, I think that would be the best way to go. Tutafute ni MPs wangapi? I don't think it's a big number. I don't know what wako majority by how many. Kama wale ambaye alienda aka compromise, the ones that he compromised, those ones should be gone like yesterday. Tungetumia hii once that happened, but we need to go after them. Wale ambao walikuwa compromise kwa ODM na kwa Jubilee, wale wote ambao they were compromised, and then some others also. I'm sure that kama vile how people are feeling so we find even the ones that we were close, tulikuwa karibu kuto, the MP won by only a few votes. Go after that also. We get a good majority, alafu kutoka hapo sasa tuweke motion ya vote of no confidence. The same thing with the senators, because there are also senators that because we have to take that motion after it passes in parliament, it has to go to the Senate. So we just need to strategize like that, and that took on several months to work with, that we can be able to do this.
I think that is a good warning shot. And even those MPs who are independent and they were bought by Zakayo, he can also add them there, because they are supposed to be independent in parliament as the way they are, the way they were elected. But if they were bought, then they are no longer independent.
You know, Ruto weaponized CDF to use it for his own good, and they weaponized treasury. If you don't work with me, we'll just write you a note that the money we have not gotten. So MPs kind of fear not to receive what? That's why the court said CDF is illegal. And had we not put CDF to the MPs again, they will be debating issues in parliament, not running all the time. You see, these people just rubber stamp, just does rubber stamping, because they don't want. You see, this money is supposed to go to the counties and given the MCAs to do those kind of work. But what do you see? It's not working that way. So we must also go back again to court and say that CDF is illegal. I think CDF has become a very bad bribe. Very bad bribe that it's hard to, and even that law that Parliament made about recalling. You see all those things that are there? It makes it very difficult to recall. Okay? So you have only one chance to try it. And you can't try it again until next election. They used it because they were weaponizing themselves and protecting themselves. They were protecting themselves. So what you have just read there, if you look at it very well, it's almost impossible, unless and we fear we also fear the courts. We fear the courts because the courts have been compromised. For me, it's the military unit. Make Mkoto Wasinzwe and completely say, no, this is not working for us. And I think Baba can be able to mobilize people. It has never been a secret. And that's why we need strategists to ask us or tell us what is the best strategy. But otherwise ni kama kila njia tunaenda kuna end post. Unaelewa? Because kitambo you can put injunction after injunction. That's how Nyambati got out. Walter Nyambati. The petition was put in and Paka akakuwa recalled. But do you think the courts are ready to work with us? They are not. And the momentum where it was, it's not there. That is my worry. You have to revive the mass movement for it to be effective. Because what we are going to do ni liwe liwalo. Liwe liwalo. So as we continue to talk this more, I think we will refine it better. We refine it better. Thank you.
Nafikiria also hii maandamano ambayo we've been talking about, kama Martha Karua has hinted to it, and also there was this thing about the university also demonstrating within the on the university ground. Whenever that happens, I think we need to work with that also. Tuone ni aje. Sasa mambo ya military tuseme kama vile tulikuwa tumezungumza a few months back. although you're talking about militarism, which I understand, but tuangalie pande ya military, only maybe the junior officers are the ones that can be able to start such a thing, kwa sababu wale wako juu, they are already wako na pesa mingi na nini, and I think they're not really feeling the pain. They might even be part of the people ambao wanapatiwa pesa zikiimbiwa na huko, at least kwa compromise. And like I was saying, kama sasa tunaona vile those countries I just mentioned, Burundi, Rwanda, and Uganda. Now, mambo ya mafuta it's a very big deal because it affects the economy. So now those governments, tuseme kama Uganda, Museveni is not as friendly as he was with Ruto because of of what he has done in this mambo here mafuta. The same with Kagame. I don't think he has ever be friends with Kagame anyway. So I don't know whether we can have we choose which one it is. Probably better Uganda. Na tena Sudan. You remember what he did in Sudan? Although the president, the president was Sudan.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, president wa Sudan was there about a week ago. Alikuwa Nairobi to talk to Ruto, but still he doesn't trust Ruto. He really doesn't. So that could be another chance, and also South Sudan that we can approach. Sijui mambo ya Somalia. Somalia is a basket case kwa sababu ya vile wamekuwa wakinini, lakini I think our neighbors could be able to help in such kind of thing to organize such a thing and move on. But it requires really people who have who ambao wanaweza kujitolea na hiyo maneno, alafu tuende from there we move on from there, and that is all the way up to even hata tukishindwa na hii ya nini ya recall, that cannot be tried anytime. But I think those steps those things needs to be started now if we can be able to find a person that we can talk to have such a thing to be organized, kitu kama hiyo. Lakini kama forum kama hii sijui ni nani wanasikiliza. Unajua sasa you could get the word out and then get in trouble.
The military I was talking is like a military wing, like unaona, like South Africa ANC wako na a chamber room, wanaita chamber room, whereby the comrades sit together to discuss how the country, if the country is going through a wrong direction, and they kind of like warn the person that no, this way it's not right. And you saw South Africa ANC is ruled by the most formidable 6 people. So another person nimekumbuka mwenye anaweza kuwa a great revolutionary leader, though she's a woman, is Martha Karua. Martha Karua, unajua she's a tough talking. Unaelewa? She needs to I don't know kama akona pesa, but if Baba can decide kumtuma kila mahali pia yeye to mobilize women about the cost of living, it will be a good thing. Martha seems to be really a good leader. But these are ideas we are asking, will it work? Will it not work? Otherwise, if we keep on being vigilant that Ruto must go, but no action is being taken, I think it becomes a difficult thing. It becomes a difficult thing because those who are supposed to lead that are the most quiet ones. Unaona vile baba amenyamaza hivi, watu wanajua tu sisi tumekufa. And I hope it doesn't hit us more bad, but I wanted something quicker than 2 years. Hiyo tungoje. The recall umeona hapo, it's a big difficult process. Yenye unajua recall, asipokuwa recalled, una pay all the expenses huyo mtu ame income. And mtu anaweza decide lawyer wangu alikuwa hivi, jina nikaharibiwa hivi, ABCD. So you pay at the cost of damages zenye ziko emotional. So I'm just trying to see, engineer, honestly, what we can do and be able to survive. But just coming here and talking every day, but we are not acting up. I think watu wamechoka. Watu wamechoka. And that's my fear that long time ago tukikuwa Mtembei, the panel ilikuwa inakuwa full bro, mpaka ukijaribu kuingia, it had to force mwingine kutoka, akisha give submission mwingine aingia. So I think we ourselves must first unite. We must show it in the panel. Okay. So if we can't be here 10 people, then how are we going to mobilize people? You know? So it's like we are failing before we start. Have the courage. If you don't want somebody to see your picture, it's okay. Zima picture. Come give your views. Because these people listen. The other day, I was talking about Baba need to mobilize student leaders. I was shocked that he went to see them.
Yes.
Yeah. But ni kitu tulikuwa tu tumeongea tu hapo. What next? Kasema we must revive the movement. So that means there's somebody who tells him, these are the strategies that I hear. Unaelewa? Baba listens to you guys. I don't know even if it's through proxy. Wakati watu walikuwa wanasema baba aongee, watu wanasema hapana, baba nyamaze. Baba nyamaze. You heard Baba say the other day, mpaka akanichekesha. Watu mulinikataa mkaeke different government, and sasa wanataka tuende maandamano. I think he was somewhere he was talking about the Kikuyu. Sema mimi siendi maandamano. Unaelewa? So
Alisema mlisema maandamano inaua biashara zetu. Sasa ushuru ndio inaumaliza. Tax are finishing it instead of maandamano.
yeah, thank you Guru for coming. Tusalimie.
I think me I'll have to leave, guys.
Then
Niko hapa nataka kutoka kidogo. Happy Thanksgiving to y'all.
Okay. Ni ngurumo gani ulikuwa unasema Alex amekuja?
Alikuwa anaona vimulimuli.
I think it is my name you are confusing me anyway, but tunaweza kuwa tunafanana na yeye, ni sawa. So guys, then we can do a parting shot, tufunge watu ende Thanksgiving, sababu I don't see any new entrances. Kama kungekuwa na new entrances tunaweza pea watu time, but I think for now we can just call it a day. So guys, simu comment moja moja tukiendeko.
Yeah, we need to close so that we can be able to come up early for the next show. We go and get ideas, and then the next show we make it lively, and we contribute a lot of ideas that can make us move forward. Otherwise, thank you very much for being there. And the struggle still continues. Yeah, we should not give up. We should not tire. Let's just keep on pushing until something is done. Thank you very much. Good night, good morning, and good afternoon, wherever you are, Kenyans. We love you all. Peace.
Yeah, kutoka kwangu, I think that's a good idea. We can bungle our minds to show that an idea once started is achievable. And I have faith that from the comment section I'm seeing, there is a good response, because keep talking about the same guy every day, ni kama sasa imekuwa msengenyo. I want something to be done. Happy Thanksgiving. Good night.
Wacha na mimi niseme comment. Mimi ile tu kitu nitasema, I hope our principals are aware of our suffering. Sisi kazi yetu ni we come here to air out our concern and our feelings. Like we are a statistical sample of what is happening on millions of Kenyans there. So whatever zile vitu mnasikia tukidiscuss hapa, if you go and it is a representation of what is happening in the whole country, and it will reach a time when rhetoric and action will have to realign, or will have to align, because we cannot stay here for 5 years talking about Zakayo this, Zakayo this, Zakayo this. It is not sustainable. Even as these groupings will become irrelevant if there will be no any actionable methodologies moving forward. So yeah, it is good. We are sensitizing people. We are telling people what is happening to their government, their feelings. We are bringing emotions here, but bigger things have to happen than what is happening here. People have to see hope by our actions, by what is happening there in the grassroots. What is our influence? Yes, this is tunasema, but if we are just the rhetoric people, whatever we are saying, actually, even Kenyans know. But things have to be bigger than just being keyboard warriors. So that is where I'm a bit hesitant. And there's something I want to conclude with. Sababu nasikianga wakubwa wanatusikianga tukiwa hapa. There is one thing which I want to say here. You people, be honest with the Kenyans. Please. If you people, you have agreed Zakayo to rule us, tuambieni, kuliko tu kutuweka hivi in the state of limbo, in the state of indecisiveness, mutajijulia mbele, vitu tu zinaenda tu hivi. If you people, you have made a decision, wacha huyu jamaa akalie kiti. Just tell Kenyans, and the Kenyans will look for their own methodologies to deal with this life. Lakini tu msikonge tu mnaonesha ni kama kuna kitu mnafanya, ama ni kama kuna vita mnapigana, but it is circles. Please, this is not now the time which we have now is a time to tell Kenyans straight. Are we dealing with Zakayo? Are we not dealing with the Zakayo? Let Kenyans know. But based on what is happening, to me, I think I don't see a serious response, even from our immediate people, from people with authority. I do not see like people who seem to have like an iron fist, which can do something. And it's unfortunate. So something has to happen sooner or later. Otherwise, we are moving towards accepting Zakayo. Based on what we are doing, we are moving towards accepting Zakayo. And it is so unfortunate. Thank you. Hiyo nilikuwa nataka tu kuongeza kusema. So wale wanakujanga kutusikiliza. So kuna huyu fight for the people. Hata na huyu Jinja Junior ni nani? Wanataka kuingia. We Jinja Junior weka video. Saa zingine tunaweza kuweka alafu uanzie kutuchezea pono hapa. No.
We are closing.
So huyu fight alikuwa hapa. So maybe huyu fight anaweza sema tu nini. She can say her final ones. Lakini huyu Jinja.
Sasa nimesikia vitu mingi, lakini ningetaka whatever happened in Rift Valley, what happened to Chirichir should start happening to every county. We can start it from down there, because these people are giving up. The way I've seen, they are actually giving up. If Gachagua can say mtu wako hapo nje amsaidie ule ako na idea, bwana, let's not give up now, and we should start from down there. Whatever happened to Chirchir, hata mliona baba aliona. It's happening. It's good. It should happen that way. To every cabinet secretary, to every MCA, to anybody. I mean, if you see them, we can even stone them. We start with them. Let's not start from up there, because they had told him that outside there people are hostile with us. We should start to be hostile with them, even going to their doorsteps. That is the best we can, so that we can start. It comes up, up, up. And I'm sure by January 2024, things won't be the way they are now, because people are annoyed. People are annoyed. There are some people who can't even come to talk. People are annoyed, let me tell you. This guy can go very early, and as early as we didn't even know. So we start with those people. Thank you.
Thank you all.
What did Chirichir say to? What happened to Chirichir?
You don't know?
No, I've been traveling. So
okay.
The network wasn't good while traveling.
He was heckled badly in Bomet. He could not even address the people there on Sunday kama kawaida yao, until Ruto akakuja na uongo yake, but the target was Ruto. Chirichiri was just caught in the crossfire. So they are scaling up. Even people in Rift Valley are scaling up. Otherwise, thank you very much, and let's meet in the next episode. Asanteni sana.
Munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja. Petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila, tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba